Welcome, I'm MC Toon, and it's Friday night. Not Tuesday night. Sorry about that. But it is time for 8. I'm not in the debate tonight. I'm doing a live color commentary of the debate with tonight's co-host, Industrial Nerd. Hold on a second. They didn't hear that. Now they'll hear you.
Oh. Hi, everybody. How are you? Industrial Nerd here.
We are going. This is a little early. Because we're going to make some. This is a sporting event. Place your bets, people. Place your bets. Yeah, you're clipping. There's something. Your microphone is a little.
Check.
I don't know. It comes and goes. Don't get close to it.
All right, I'll back up.
I can turn you up a little bit. So we've got the debate is between PhD Tony and Witsit. I've been looking forward to this one, hoping I could watch it live and do a live commentary of it. And yes, I can schedule it out.
So, Toon, who do you think is going to be top left in the modern day debate window tonight? Do you think that's going to be Tony or Witsit?
Oh, it's Witsit, totally. So I'm so certain that Witsit will do his normal stuff. He does 3 things normally. Number 1, whines and complains about fallacies that typically aren't actually a fallacy. That's somebody. So he's
the fallacy master. Yeah,
he probably will use the appeal to authority fallacy. Definitely talk about straw man. How can you straw man when he says that he doesn't even have a model?
True.
He will, but more importantly, he will be guilty of multiple fallacies, including well, he strawmans everything about the globe because he doesn't understand.
Of course.
He will expect absolute perfection, which is a classic science denialism, without providing any relative version at for.
Always. Oh, and that's the common thing any flat earther. So for tonight's debate, how many times do you think Witsit is going to say bro?
Oh, well, he has recently dropped the bros. So the bro count will be lower than maybe a year.
Okay. Now, what do you think Witsit's strategy is going to be for tonight? Is it going to be piss off Tony to where Tony loses it? Or do you think he's actually going to bring some conscionable discussion to the table here?
I don't know Tony well enough. I think the Witsit has a game plan that doesn't vary much. Bates. He has agreed. This. It is varying over time, but from week to week, it's minor changes. So he's going to talk about radio frequency stuff, Maxwell's equations, even though he has no clue. Most of the stuff that he talks about is things that are from 130 years ago.
True. Now, what he likes to do is he likes to pick at his opponent to kind of break them down mentally. So I'm hoping PhD Tony can really slam into Witsit tonight and really kind of get back at him, if you know what I'm saying. So,
all right. So they're saying I'm choppy. Now the problem is I changed all of my audio, all of them. So unfortunately, I don't know what. Oh, I just changed one. Didn't get a chance to test a whole bunch, so I have my noise gate threshold and close threshold. I moved them down a little. We'll see if that helps. So I don't know. I tried to test before this, but my audio stuff was a bit. I don't know. I didn't have time. It got too late. So
technology, yeah. Need more technology rocks.
No.
So for anybody who's asking or wants to know, I'm going to take off my hat. Just everybody put on your sunglasses. I'm going to take off my hat so we can settle this.
Yeah,
I don't know. What do you? Yeah, I don't know. Is
Yeah,
it too bright? Is it too
it's
bright?
not that bright. It's also not that dark.
Thanks, dude. You're making me blush.
There you go. Will Clark, I will not be talking to Witsit, only PhD Tony. So let's see. Gary IOW says I'm out more than I'm in. Oh no.
I'm out more than
let me
I'm
adjust
in.
that. So they're not live yet. But what's going to happen is we have a document of claims without evidence and lies, and Industrial Nerd will be updating that on the fly, and I'll have that on screen so we can watch it. And so those are the other two things, other than the fallacies, of course, that Witsit does. He lies a lot. He'll just make up stuff that isn't true at all, and then he'll make lots of claims without evidence. So the first two in there, I put in Fwat, which as he actually starts putting them out, you can remove those because that's more of a generic thing.
So, you mean it's not?
No, it's not. It is not that. So, all right.
Cool. Now, so too, this is going to be on the on your window as well too. The claims and lies list, then, right?
Yes. Yep. That's the one you're editing.
Yes. Now, if I forget anything, anybody in the comments, feel free to chime in. If I need to take a commercial break real quick to use the restroom facilities, let me know if I missed anything. So let's teamwork makes the dream work, fellas. So
awesome. All right, I made one more change to my audio settings, so if people can check, this is audio setting change number 3. So if you're going to comment on it, you know which one to reference. So yeah, the fallacy, fallacy of stolen concept is one that Witsit is super good at. That's where he references something that totally contradicts him. Totally.
So do you, Toon, did you watch the last Witsit debate?
Only parts.
Do you think he will bring up the azimuthal grid?
Or azimuthal grid of vision?
Yes.
Which is
the grid of vision,
which is 100% invented. You will find azimuthal grid of vision nowhere in the annals of science. It's just something that is made up. I found one YouTube video by a flat earther that said it. So that probably is what you're going to find. So, okay.
Now, do you think Witsit's going to bring that out tonight? The grid.
I bet he will. Yeah, okay. I'm betting he will.
Now, what do you think Tony's going to say to that? Do you think Tony's going to get angry, or what are your predictions on that one?
I'm thinking he's going to say you didn't provide any evidence. All right. So, did you hear that? That was the intro going to a modern day debate.
Okay.
So let me get it before we get going here. We got Charlie Welch said Krakatoni rumbling ripples on Titicaca.
Tony.
Jolene says bro count might be low, but derp count will be high. Tesla Bitten Radio says I like radio frequency stuff. Well, certainly Tesla Bitten Radio does. And then Dave Kircher says thank CC Kaka, it's Industrial Chris from Worcestershire County.
Worcestershire
finally
County.
Talking to two. All right.
That's great.
Well, all right. I'm gonna switch over in a second here. They're going. So, there it is. They're going. And so let's get the audio. Let's see here.
I am Kaz, host of the Atheist Edge. Tonight we have Witsit Gets It versus Tony.
All right, it's coming in there. So
we get 10 minutes for the opening statement.
I'm going to switch over to
Witsit. You're going to go first. So Witsit, at your first word, I will start your timer. The floor is all yours.
There we go.
Cool. How's it going? I'm going to share that presentation there, if that's cool.
Oh, okay. I'll stop your timer 1 second.
It's going to share presentation.
All right. Let me get that off the screen. All right. Whenever you're ready.
Cool. All right. So here we go. Where do we live? Globe or flat is what I see the debate is called. So we'll get into it. So here's an overview. We'll cover the proper way to logically navigate this subject, followed by a logical examination of the two propositions. So we have a three-part presentation: fallacies, the globe, and then the true Earth. So we have fallacies are invalid arguments. That's what a fallacy, a logical fallacy means.
He's giving a preview of what he's going to do.
So we're going
I think he did this similar to the last one.
The ad hominem fallacy, attacking the person instead of the argument.
Ooh, he's good at that.
For example, flat earthers just don't understand basic science.
Correct.
The credentials fallacy, dismissing an argument by asserting the person who made the argument doesn't have the proper credentials. For example, you don't have a degree in this subject. Straw man fallacy, attacking the misrepresentation of the other person's argument. Why don't we fall off the edge of your space pizza? Appeal to majority. Argument for an unproved conclusion based on the beliefs of a large group of people. Example, 7 billion people believe the Earth's a ball, but you think you're right. Appeal to authority, argument that because a perceived authority believes something to be true, it must be true. An example, all scientists agree the Earth is a globe.
Oh, no, that's not an example
poisoning
at all.
the well, using ad hominem attacks to preemptively discredit the opponent.
Ooh, another
example,
one he does.
All flat earthers are science-denying religious conspiracy theorists.
Hey, you're right.
And we have begging the question fallacy. When an argument's premise assumes the truth of the
he's so
conclusion.
Good at that one.
The globe model says the sun goes beneath the earth. So sunsets prove the earth's a globe.
True.
And we have shifting the burden of proof, flipping the burden to the person who denies 100%. Or questions the assertion being made. This is a very important one in this conversation. It happens all the time.
I love it how he moves the mouse to kind of
images from
emphasize
space are not real.
You
don't prove negatives. We're challenging the assertion being made. And those are important to keep in mind during the debates. They seem to be frequently occurring in this discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll cover the globe, some of the basics. It's a very specific model claim. So we have the overview. It has 3 primary foundational claims that must be verified. 1 is curvature, 2 is motion, and 3rd is
so he's
the
not going to
vacuum
present
of
evidence
space.
for flat Earth.
So we have the curvature. The globe model makes very specific dimension claims. If these dimensions are falsified, the entire model is falsified.
No, it's not.
Quite literally, everything that the globe model is built upon uses the R value.
That's a Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
One of these examples of how this has occurred is we actually have an arc of vision. We see in a circle, we have circular eyes. We cannot see forever, contrary to certain people's opinions. So this is how we view visual space around us. So we have our zenith and we have our horizon, and we take different angle measurements to the sky. So here you go. This is a depiction of what would be called an azimuthal grid. You have your azimuth, your horizontal direction here at the bottom. Then you have your altitude to different stars, and you have your zenith. And then we take these different positions, and what it gives us is a celestial hemisphere, effectively an azimuthal grid of observability.
It's not
this
azimuthal,
is the
it's
very
both.
thing that was used to engineer the dimensions of the globe. So if you then say the sky matches the globe model, that proves the globe. That is a textbook begging the question fallacy.
No, it's not.
Again, when an argument's premise assumes the truth of the conclusion,
no, that's
it is
the
literally
opposite.
built upon the sky. We went and looked at the sky and we made measurements and then engineered a globe Earth model based on those observations. To then turn and point at the sky and say, look, it matches the globe Earth model.
Yes, that's how you do it.
Is very fallacious.
No,
the
that's
second
exactly
one,
how you do
motion.
it.
The globe model claims that the Earth is
understand.
a tilted, wobbling, rotating 1,037 miles per hour and revolving around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. At the same time, it is claimed that the Earth flies through the galaxy 500,000 miles per hour and
That's
through
an
the
argument
universe
from
1.3 million miles
You don't
per hour.
understand it.
So this is a
Doesn't
claim that has
matter.
to be
It's your-
verified. I
it's
have
your
the wrong
fault.
picture here, but of course, this is a positive claim that we are in fact spinning. And in fact, it's antithetical to all observations and direct attempts to measure these claims per Einstein. But when I was a student, I saw that experiments of this kind had already been made, in particular by your compatriot Michelson. He proved that one does not notice anything on Earth that it moves, but that everything takes place on Earth as if the Earth is in a state of rest. So again, if we were denying or questioning the assertion being made that the Earth is tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving, flying through space, and then you tell us, oh, well, we can never actually measure it. Everything on the Earth.
We can measure it. But it's called relative motion, Austin. This elementary school children understand this. You're on the school bus going to school. You can play catch with the person across the aisle. You treat the bus as if it's stationary. You don't include in your throw across the bus the 55 miles an hour that you're driving down the road, Austin.
Tune, but Cece's driving the bus.
Okay. Oh, you're a little loud. Back up from the mic.
Sorry.
Earth happens as if the Earth is rest. We don't have some type of burden to prove that it's not moving.
Yes, you do. When you say
the vacuum of space, the globe.
When you say that the Earth is not moving, you have the burden of proof. There you go. There's your claim without evidence.
Model claims that the Earth's atmosphere exists within a vacuum without the air pressure equalizing into the available space. So here's a depiction
There's the strawman fallacy.
of the globe model and what it claims. Of course, this violates natural law, as gas will always fill the available space. Gas pressure, air pressure, same thing. Air at most means gas. So it would fill the available space. This is contrary to natural law to claim that it just sits within a vacuum. So you would have to actually be able to verify a mechanism that would cause that, and simply saying the word gravity as if a deity doesn't do that. Of course, here's a depiction of something being flat. Seems we have to cover the basics so everyone gets it. Flat Earth, flat is not a shape. It is a description of a surface. It is an object is flat, and it's called a plane shape. So more specifically, Earth is a topographical plane. So all of these on the right here are flats. These are plane shapes. Flat is not a shape, okay? You can have tons of different shapes that are flat. It's a general description of the surface. Of course, globe is a shape claim. Here are some evidences of flat Earth. We have mirror flash tests. So from long distances, this is from, I think, roughly 18 miles. We used infrared, and you see the mirror flash and don't see it, and it goes through the horizon. So how does that work? There's the horizon that's supposedly curvature of the Earth, which is the water, and then we see an infrared, a mirror flash from like just 1.5 meters off the ground. We see a mirror flash come through the horizon consistently when it's on the beach.
Doesn't work for you there,
so
buddy.
It still doesn't work. Even if it was refraction, how's it going through the horizon? Once it reflects with line of sight, that debunks the globe. That's flat Earth evidence that establishes a horizontal line of sight, as do long distance laser tests, or we can just believe that every time something debunks the globe, the laser always bends at the perfect exact rate of the curvature of the Earth, which is just an unfounded claim.
No, it goes into a cone, so you can see it from a wide area.
We also have tsunamis that never wrap around Antarctica. Here's a depiction. So we actually have a very famous one in 1960. The earthquake lasted 11 minutes. It was a couple days worth of crazy waves and tsunamis, and they actually seem
Antarctica's in the way. It stops it
to bounce back from the Antarctic region. Now on a globe, of course, there's a very well-known phenomenon.
Yeah. So I in order to play this, just pause it and do some commentary, I have to play it in fast motion. If you want to hear it not in fast motion, go watch it on there. If you complain about it in the comments, I don't care. The other one is there. You can go watch it there. Like last time I got it, people complaining, even though I gave a little preemptive thing. If you don't like me playing it in fast motion, leave. Okay.
Tsunamis that they wrap around land masses, but they never ever wrap around Antarctica. That's supposedly a landmass on the bottom of a ball. And I know that some people like to push earthquakes and tsunamis, and hopefully we get into that because I just can't wait. So there's a debunk of the globe that can't happen. You would have tsunamis wrap around the Antarctic continent. So I would love to see some evidence of that. We also have tides, amphidromic points, also known as tidal nodes. So according to the globe Earth, we actually have a moon that's tidally locked with the Earth, causing the Earth to have tides and actually pulls the water behind it. That would be an even distribution of gravity causing the tides on the Earth. And we have points all over the Earth called amphidromic points that are tidal nodes. In fact,
I love PhD Tony's laughing at him.
Extreme concentrations in there. And there's not an agreed upon explanation, even theoretically, within the globe model, other than to claim that some of them are close to oceans.
So not an agreed upon explanation, therefore he dismisses it. Where is the agreed upon explanation for flat Earth? Nowhere. You don't have even the first step of it, the beginning of the cause.
Oceanic basins. So there's actually not an answer. This makes no sense other than on a flat Earth. It makes perfect sense. We have the magnetic field. I think I have 3 minutes left. So here is an example of one of the problems with the globe Earth's magnetic field. We have lack of symmetry in the southern hemisphere. Now, of course, on a
and where is the symmetry explained for flat Earth? He won't present this.
Geodynamo model with a magnetic field, you would have the same magnetic field in the north and the south on
wouldn't.
a globe, but we don't have that. And this is just one example.
Lie.
Actually, we have tons of examples, but here's a depiction, of course, of the magnetic flux reading over a plane, and it matches perfectly with Ferrel cell images.
No, it doesn't match. It doesn't match. Not just pictures. They look the same, therefore they are the same. This is kindergarten.
This is exactly what we would expect to see. We would expect that the magnetic field gets weaker towards the south until you get all the way back to where it wraps around. So the data matches a flat Earth, but not a globe Earth. We also have radio transmissions using horizontal line of sight. So oftentimes globers say that's something about bouncing off the ionosphere, but they get confused. There is skywave propagation, which is the claim right here of the globe that it bounces up and down. And then you have ground wave propagation. This cannot bounce off the ionosphere. And I showed last time in the military document that they have a 10-foot tall tower that shoots 500-mile long transmissions that can be picked up. That's physically impossible on a globe.
So
and you have to claim that it just bends around the globe. And again, not even a great explanation in theory how that possibly happened. So in summary, hopefully we get to the actual specifics of the argument and we avoid sophistry, which is the use of fallacious arguments with the intention to deceive. For example, if I straw man flat Earth and everything I think it should be the case on a flat Earth, then therefore it's stupid and I'm correct. So yeah, basically we have empirical evidence that establishes the default position. We can go through all the specifics, and we need to establish that the claim that everything is the opposite of what we observe is actually true. And hopefully we get to that without drowning in fallacies. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Austin. We really appreciate it. And now we will kick it over to Tony for his opening statement. Tony, at your first word, I will restart your timer. The floor is all yours.
Yeah, just a moment. I need to set up my. Sorry, I just need to upload a few things.
Here's my
scene. To let everybody know while he's looking that up.
You can see right up here.
We won't be able to read the $10 and up super chats tonight because we'd have to get out of here early. Austin has a prior engagement, so we have to get out of here by 9 o'clock sharp. So if you have a super chat that's $10 out, that will definitely be read. Otherwise,
it won't go 3 hours of super chats
okay.
tonight.
So ready? Okay. No, I'm not, because I need to convert the presentation into PDF for you.
Oh no!
Just because you don't
Always.
see my file size.
You can just share the screen.
So yeah,
on StreamYard here.
there will
Okay,
be
can I?
an after
Yeah,
show.
just go
and
down to
PhD
the
Tony
bottom in the
is
middle where it
going
says
to
present.
join us.
Click that,
Yep.
and it says share screen.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. So what we're going to do here is,
All right.
can you see that presentation?
Not yet.
Not yet, Tony.
Okay. Let me see.
Even speed up, Tony. Well, yeah, I think I'm caught up.
Okay.
Yeah.
you see
Okay,
this
there it is. It's coming in.
Oh, not
Okay.
quite. There we go.
So this is the distance formula for a spheroidal Earth. Every distance between 2 points
Man,
measured on the surface of
Witsit
the
will
Earth can
have
be well
nothing.
approximated using
He'll say
this
it's a
formula,
fallacy.
provided we know their latitude and longitude. We can test this formula. For instance, we can test the length of the railway track between Tukula and Kalgoorlie, the straightest and flattest piece of railway line in the world. The track separation is 1,280 kilometers. The spherical estimate of the distance is 1,250 kilometers. This formula will always work for any 2 points on Earth's surface. And if the flat earthers want us to take their claim seriously, they need to find us 2 points where it doesn't. Here, for instance, we can look at the submarine cable joining Sydney and Hillsborough, Oregon. Cable length 13,528 kilometers, spherical distance 12,320 kilometers. We can test the spherical distance formula using the propagation of tsunamis. This in and of itself kills the flat Earth, and I'm surprised that Witsit blundered into it. We can see here the tsunami travel times compared against observations of sea level rise at tide gauges. We can compare the travel times for earthquakes against the spherical distance formula, and they always work. You will notice that the first arrival times for all of these waves curve down, which is to say that the further you get away from the source, the faster the wave seems to be traveling.
I love.
I've highlighted the P waves and the S waves there. There are two reasons for that. One is that because the Earth is spheroidal, it's actually traveling a smaller distance than it would be on an equivalent flat Earth. Secondly, it's traveling at greater depth where there is higher velocity. Therefore, these downward curving seismic velocity profiles are proof that the Earth cannot be flat. In the second case, we can go to PKIKP waves, which are waves that travel directly through the Earth from one side to the other. You can see these waves highlighted here in the purple. And they make multiple tracks through this. They rebound. Here, for instance, we see the stacks for global seismometers, and you can see highlighted in red the clearly detectable waveforms for the various PKIKP reflections.
What will Witsit be? What will his response be to the seismic stuff? Is he just going to say, I mean, he's going to hand wave it somehow, but what hand wave will he give? In the chat here, tell us your hand wave prediction.
That's a good one. That's a good one, too.
Yeah, industrial nerd. You tell us in a minute here what you're thinking.
We have flat Earth seismic models, and we use them quite a lot in mineral exploration. We send down seismic waves, they reflect off various surfaces, and they are detected by geophones, and we use these accurately and reliably to determine where mineral deposits might be underground, which leads to the question, at what distance, over what distance scale, are flat Earth seismic models accurate? And indeed, this has been something that has been looked at by seismologists. Here you can see two papers, the effect of ignoring Earth curvature and locating earthquakes. At what distance can the Earth no longer be treated as flat? We've looked at this question. Flat Earth seismic models do not work on distance scales greater than 150 kilometers. There's also a class of seismic wave, the Rayleigh waves, that travel around the Earth from the focus to the antipode and back again. And the same behavior is observed by pressure waves. Here, for instance, is the pressure wave after 6 hours from the Tonga eruption. And here it is 3 days later. These waves start out from the focus, they go around the other side of the Earth, and then they come back. And they repeat this over multiple circuits. We saw this for the Tonga eruption.
Witsit's got a little smirk going, like he's like, oh, I know what you're saying.
We can determine that the Earth is not flat because sunlight makes it onto the bottom of clouds. there is no way for the light path to get to the bottom of the clouds unless you're invoking refraction in the wrong direction. Refraction
Which
should
is
occur
what they
to the
do.
more dense medium, not the less dense medium. And moving the sun further away doesn't make it any easier to get your light to the bottom of the cloud. The side of the cloud will intercept the light beams first. Whereas on a spherical Earth, this is very easy to explain. Now, Witsit made a very dishonest claim in saying that the sky matches the.
Did you get that in the lies here?
Spherical Earth is one of our arguments. No, it's not that the sky is compatible with a spherical Earth. It is that it is incompatible with a flat Earth. If you go, if we double the distance from the North Pole, we expect double the angle. But the elevation of, say, Polaris or any other celestial object as you move away from its ground point does not match. The object cannot have a finite height at that distance. The lines here do not intercept. Similarly, the idea that these photographs have been faked in 1965, I'd like to know what computers that was done on, because in 1965, we didn't have that capacity. We can also go to reciprocal zenith angles. If the Earth were flat, reciprocal zenith angles would add up to exactly 180 degrees, but they don't. Whenever we do these observations carefully, they add up to more than 180 degrees. This is incompatible with a flat Earth, and here are a bunch of publications on the subject where you will note that refraction effects are calculated and removed. On a triangle on the surface of a sphere,
spherical
the
triangles
angles always add up to more than 180 degrees, and in fact, the area of a spherical triangle is implicit is exactly equal to r squared times the spherical excess. So we can and have tested the spherical excess accuracy by comparing it to the area of the triangles that it surrounds. If the Earth were planar, then the triangle should always add up to 180 degrees. That doesn't happen. Here again are a number of references on this point.
Tony is
and finally, and
not
most
messing around.
damningly, GPS simply tells us where stuff is in space using various analytical techniques, and we can tell that the Earth is spheroidal. GPS is utterly inconsistent with a flat Earth, and any claim otherwise is delusional nonsense. That's the end of my presentation.
All right, thank you so much, Tony. Really appreciate it.
He was
and now we will
not
go ahead and
messing
kick it
around.
into the open discussion section in just a moment. But first, I just want to let you know, especially if it's your first time here joining us at Modern Day Debate, that we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics, and we want you to feel welcome no matter what walk of life you're from. If you have a question or a comment for one of tonight's debaters, fire it into the live chat and tag me at Modern Day Debate. Super.
Yeah. Eric Pelding says Witsit's going to save curvature is baked into spherical excess. That will be a claim without evidence.
Chats will go to the top of the list. Tonight we are only reading $10 and up super chats to save time for the end, because we have one of the guests has to leave early. We ask that you keep it civil, attack the argument, and
I
not
can
the
hear you
person.
typing loud
Insults
there.
will not be read, and that goes for the general discourse.
Sorry, dude.
Actually, do I still have 2.5 minutes left? Because I have another presentation that I'd like to show in that case.
Sure. Go ahead. It's your time.
Sorry.
You're still too close to the microphone. But actually, I can maybe...
I'm trying to mute.
It's all right. I'm going to turn it down a little here. So, okay.
Okay. So here, for instance, are the rally waves that I mentioned.
Oh, yeah. The rally waves
can
are
you see?
Destruction.
Sorry, what are you seeing? You're seeing that one.
We see it.
The epicenter and the antipode.
Yep, the epicenter and the antipode. I can't find it on my screen, so I'm wondering what's going on.
Come on, Tony.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Pull it together. All right.
So here
there
we go. So if we're going to assume that an earthquake occurs at the top of the sphere at the North Pole. If the Earth were spheroidal, what we would expect is that the seismic energy would spread away from the epicenter. It would get to about the equator relative to the source, and then it would start converging on the antipode. That's what we would expect. And indeed, that is what we observe.
1 minute. Do you have anything else for the opening?
Yes, I do. So
About 45 seconds left.
Okay, here we go. So here is some data from the Macquarie Rise earthquake. Can you see this?
No, not yet. You have to reshare the screen.
Okay, stop that. Yep. Okay, there you go.
Here, I'll reset it to 1 minute. I'll give you 1 minute.
All right. All right, so here's observational data of seismic arrival times for the Macquarie Rise earthquakes.
Oh, he's not sharing
You
it
can
still.
see the epicenter is the star there. You can see the blue circles are expanding out in a circle from the epicenter. If you now turn your attention to the right, you will see that the blue circles start converging on the antipode. You will get to a point at about this stage where
This
you stop
video
getting
is on
signals. This is because
his
the
channel.
seismic waves have to pass through the core where their velocities are much slower, and now you get them. So what we observe in earthquakes is exactly consistent with what we expect from a seismic model, and is utterly inconsistent with a planar Earth. It simply cannot be explained, and I look forward to Witsit letting the word reflection run through his mouth as though I haven't anticipated it. But thank you. That's my time.
All right. Thank you so much, Tony.
Nice.
And where was I? I was saying that if you have a question for the debaters, $10 super chats and up tonight only. Our guests are linked in the description below, whether you're listening on YouTube or via the podcast. So if you like what you're hearing tonight, please feel free to click their links. Do it as soon as you can. Hit the subscribe button because we have plenty more debates coming your way that you don't want to miss, including on, I don't have the date on there, the 27th, I believe, at 8 p.m. We'll have Stuart Connectley versus Nadir Ahmed. They're going to be debating, is Christianity true? And that's going to be coming up soon, so you don't want to miss that. Hit the subscribe button. And finally, just want to let you guys know about the debate con, coming out.
Oh my goodness!
On Saturday, April 22nd.
I asked James about debating. I mean, they're just talking about this, so I asked James about debating Eric Dubay, and he said I'll ask him if he'll come do it in person. We'll see.
Thank you so much.
I doubt he will.
What's up, man?
Well, apart from, so you asked a number of questions. It seems only fair to answer them. Why do tsunamis bounce off Antarctica and not reflect around? And that would be because Antarctica is atypical of all the continents in the world in having a very deep continental shelf at around about a depth of 500 to 800 meters. So the propagation of tsunamis as they interact with that shelf is very different from the other continents. And the reason the continental shelf around Antarctica is so deep is because of the load of the ice sheet that's on top of it. The mass of that ice sheet depresses the continent of Antarctica and makes the shape of the continental shelf atypical. In fact, I happened to work across the corridor from one of the world experts in tsunami propagation, and he had no idea what flat earthers were even talking about using tsunami data. In fact, if you neglect to include Coriolis effects in tsunami propagation, you get demonstrably wrong answers. You can't match the observations. And
Oops.
All right. Let's just take it one at a time. That doesn't answer the question. If the radius of the waves is going all the way out to Antarctica, then there should be waves that wrap around it. So
He totally answered it.
no,
really, so there aren't. So the
radius
of the waves isn't greater than Antarctica.
it will eventually get greater than Antarctica. Yeah, but that depends on how close you are to Antarctica, what the ray angle is. The amount of diffraction. I noticed that the particular tsunami your claim is that the propagation of tsunamis is inconsistent with a sphere Earth geometry. I've talked to tsunami experts, and they say no, it isn't.
Appeal to authority. I
No.
covered the fallacies.
No. Yeah. Well, you left out one of them.
An appeal to authority is an appeal to an authority that's just the authority. When the person actually is an expert in that field, that is not an appeal to authority.
The fallacies, which was delusion. So if we don't have authority, so if you were at a party and you walk up to somebody who said, I happen to be the greatest MMA fighter in the world, and you said, oh, can I watch any of your fights? And they go, oh, they don't let me compete because there's a conspiracy against me. Well, those guys seem pretty good. Well, that's all acted and CGI. And I also happen to be the world's best sprinter, the world's best fighter pilot, and the world's best chess player. They just don't let me compete because they've got these weird things about qualifications and it's all a conspiracy against me. You are claiming personally to be the world's greatest cartographer, the world's greatest tsunami expert, the world's greatest seismologist, the world's greatest geodesist, the world's greatest geophysicist, the world's greatest seismologist, the world's greatest astronomer, and the world's greatest astronomer. If anybody came up to you at a party and claimed to be the greatest thing and also to have revolutionized our understanding of general and special relativity and to have overturned optics, you've claimed all of these things.
Wow.
And you have no qualifications. You have achieved nothing. You can demonstrate nothing in regard to any of these fields. You've
Can I
got
respond?
no publications, you've got no work. I'll be finished shortly.
I think we should let Witsit have the floor for a little bit. Let's go ahead.
All right. I got to do this. Okay. So you just brought up that I don't have credentials, thus I must be wrong. I literally that's called a credentials fallacy. It's okay to you calm down. Okay, you didn't strawman me and claimed I claim to be the greatest. These different things.
He does think he's the greatest of all those.
Also, I agree that when people dedicate their life to study a field, they obviously have expertise in that.
No, he thinks that he's more expert than all of the experts in those different fields, making him then by default, in his own mind, the expert beyond all of them, the ultimate authority in all of those things. That's what Witsit is doing.
Field and their opinions valued, but that doesn't mean they're automatically right. So your argument isn't correct because someone with the authority position you appeal to says it. That's what the fallacy is. And you also went a long way around not answering the basic question, which was the waves are going to be wider than Antarctica's claim to be on the globe, which means the waves that don't hit Antarctica's continental shelf would wrap around Antarctica, but that's never observed. They actually come back. They reflect back, which makes sense on maybe a
four reasons I already explained.
No.
Okay. Yes.
He didn't understand them.
I gave you the data, and your claim that just because I talked to my mate, that's not the issue. The issue is that there is an extensive scientific literature out there that explicitly explores all of these models and the details of them, how they work, and whether or not they are consistent with the observations. You haven't appealed to a single one of those. You haven't used a single scientific. You're just saying, well, it doesn't make sense to me. Well, okay.
No, you're not answering the question.
It doesn't make sense to you. So what? Who cares?
All right, let's make sure we're on the same.
It makes sense to you.
It doesn't make.
Let's make sure we're on the same page.
Witsit, you don't understand.
Say that the wave's not really
Doesn't
big
matter.
and it hits the continent. Then what'll happen is it'll start to spread out and I get that, okay? And you're saying that the continental shelf is different. Our shelf is different, and in Antarctica because it's deeper, so it doesn't allow it to wrap around. That's what you're claiming. That's irrelevant if by the time the wave reaches Antarctica, it's wider than Antarctica, then the parts that reach it are going to wrap around the continent.
No, because the mechanical propagation of tsunamis is depth controlled, right? The tsunami itself is not a uniform pressure wave from the bottom of the ocean to the surface of the ocean. Most of the mechanical forcing, you can say straw man all you like, you're just reinforcing that you don't know what you're talking about. If the wave can only diffract if it has a physical...
Tony can't strawman Austin's model. Austin is strawmanning the globe model by not understanding it. Tony understands it. Austin does not.
Thing to diffract with, right? If the wave is up here near the surface and the shelf is down here, there will be no interaction between the wave and the shelf. Therefore, the depth of the shelf, and I understand that you don't understand what you're talking about, that's fine. Okay, and it's brave of you to admit it. But now you're telling you just lied. You lied a few minutes ago. What you're saying, you said that you are not claiming to be the greatest tsunami expert on the planet. But now you're saying that all of the scientific literature on tsunamis and on tsunami modeling is wrong, and that your particular understanding of what should happen for these near Antarctic tsunamis is correct, and they're all wrong. That's what
you're not even answering the question. So we can move on. We'll let the audience decide. You didn't answer the question. It's just objective. But I bet most people in the audience didn't know that there's one place that's an anomaly on the Earth that all of a sudden tsunamis can't wrap around them, even though, of course, tsunamis wrapping around land masses.
And Witsit wants to run away from the topic.
Continental shelf that has a massive great ice sheet on it.
Wave that white flag, Austin.
Okay, but the radius of the waves would be greater than the alleged circumference of Antarctica, so it would still wrap around it.
No,
you can just keep saying, we can get more into
only if it gets to interact with the continental shelf, which it doesn't because the continental shelf is too deep.
So it just goes through it?
If you don't understand the physics of it, I'm not going to...
Does it reflect off of it?
Yes, it will.
I thought it didn't interact with it.
No, it doesn't interact with the shelf. It interacts with the continent itself. So it bypasses the shelf, hits the edge of the continent, hits the shoreline, and then reflects off that.
So all tsunamis reflect back from Antarctica, and none of them ever wrap around it. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say that. That would depend on the origin of the tsunami and the magnitude of it.
None of them ever wrap around Antarctica ever.
That's a bold claim.
You can claim that.
Bold claim that one does.
Where's your source? Where's your source?
All tsunamis
I showed a picture of tsunami propagation, and I showed publications.
That's a claim without evidence.
Showed publications of the.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't know.
Just so I'm clear, who's saying that the tsunamis wrap around Antarctica?
He's saying he doesn't know if they do or not. He thinks that they do. So I'm like, okay, well, I've never seen it. You got some evidence of that? I mean, I'm pretty sure they don't. Like it's like a thing.
Up a screen right now, Tony.
Yeah, sure. Just a second.
Because we can get to. I mean, there's all kinds of problems with what you're claiming about earthquakes.
Such as.
Okay, so we have non-uniform wave velocity, anisotropy of the actual waves.
Just words
themselves. We have anomalous attenuation rates. We have shadow zones. You claim that the primary and secondary waves always disperse relative to the core and what they can penetrate, and they always do it, quote unquote. Objectively, they do not. I can drop all kinds of sources from Harvard and Stanford if that's what you would like.
Do it. No, you won't.
Deformation of Earth materials, introduction into the rheology of solid Earth, Cambridge University Press, temperature, iron content, and seismic velocity in the D layer, actually explaining that the anomalous D layer doesn't match the model's predictions at all. I have literally 10 citations right here saying that it doesn't always work, doesn't match the predictions. We have all kinds of issues with the core, with the mantle, with the in-between area called the D layer, where we have.
And here's a really, really important thing, Witsit. All of these things that you think are a problem for the globe, you don't have an explanation for flat Earth. And just saying falsification is independent of replacement isn't going to save you, Austin, because you aren't claiming not globe. You are claiming specifically flat. So you need to provide the explanation for flat that matches better, but you never will. You'll provide exactly nothing.
Have anomalous velocities of seismic activity that don't match the model whatsoever.
Do you know what the D double prime layer is? Can you explain?
It's the area between the core and the mantle.
Okay, it's the area just above the core mantle boundary. And why is it anomalous?
Well, because we have varying anomalous velocities, right? And actual dispersion.
What does an anomalous...
Why are you asking me questions? You claim that it worked perfect. I'm proving to the audience you made that up. It doesn't work perfect.
Okay, well, yes, a model doesn't have to work perfectly to be right. Okay?
And why'd you claim it does?
All models are wrong. Some models are useful, as opposed to the flat Earth model, which is useless. Okay? There is absolutely no practical application for which the flat Earth model is useful.
All technology ever, but whatever.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
You're making that up.
Horizontal radio propagation, radar technologies, the way that we fly planes, the way that we...
You're just lying. You are just barefaced lying, and you know you're lying.
You just got ad-homs, man.
Look at the smile on your face. You know you are bullshitting.
It's because you're using a lot of fallacies.
You can't produce...
Perhaps we can...
You can't produce a single reference in support. All we have is you saying, the D double prime layer has a different viscosity. That's how we know it's there. because of the effect it had on the transition of waves through it. And
You
we
want me
know
to
about
read it?
anisotropy. We know about anisotropy in the mantle. In fact, the paper I referenced was just exploring anisotropy in the innermost inner core. You say this as though it's something that scientists are unaware of. No,
I didn't say that.
we're aware
No,
of it, and we're refining our understanding
Okay.
and building a more full understanding. The fact that we discover stuff that we didn't know about before is not an excuse for rejecting the entire spheroidal model.
Okay,
Flat
this is
Earth
all
models-
fluff.
Flat Earth models don't work. Flat Earth seismic models don't work. I showed you the references. I
Can I
showed you
respond?
the references. If you want.
Let's can you respond, please? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that because there's some anomalies, all of it's wrong.
That is exactly what you're saying. That is 100% what you're saying, Austin. You even referenced it in your introduction.
I never said that they were unaware of it. These are all strawmans. So what I'm actually doing is addressing your claim in your opener that it works perfect. It
He never said perfect, did he?
does it, and it's not even close. And I'm just going to list some of the problems. So we have the existence of the ultra slow and super rigid zones. So the current model predicts that the speed of
And how does the flat Earth predict it better?
seismic waves should be relatively constant in the Earth's mantle, but observations have revealed that regions where seismic waves travel much slower or faster than expected are frequently occurring. We have the African and
Did
Pacific
that
LL.
paper conclude that therefore the Earth is flat? Can you just tell me?
That's a straw man.
No,
So,
no, it isn't a straw man. You're citing this paper. What was its conclusion about the geometry of the Earth?
all or nothing fallacy.
Um,
You know what that
All or nothing fallacy is 100% what Witsit is doing here. And he doesn't even see it. He is saying because there's an anomaly, all of it is gone. That's the all or nothing fallacy. 100% what Witsit's doing.
is?
yes, I do know what that is.
Define
but you can't just cherry pick bits out of a paper that
Define
you
it.
barely understand, that you
Define
have no expertise to understand, and
Everything
then
you said is
say,
fallacy,
well,
bro.
therefore that justifies me in the conclusion that the Earth is flat. The topic under debate is whether or not the Earth is flat. If you're introducing these publications must support your position that the Earth is flat, and they don't.
Okay, that's incorrect. That's called an all or nothing fallacy. So I don't
No,
have to
it
believe
isn't.
Once again.
Please show. I don't have to believe everything that a source says to invoke them. In fact, as a hostile witness, and this is actually a rebuttal
No, hostile witness doesn't help you here, buddy.
to your opening presentation's
I
positive
didn't say
claim.
that seismic models were
Calm
perfect.
down, man.
So it's a rebuttal. It's a straw man using your own
Let him finish
terminology.
his sentence.
But
Tony,
I didn't say
I
it.
know, but just let him finish the sentence, then you can refute it. Go ahead.
You invoked this as evidence the Earth's a globe, and actually you claim exclusivity that it would only work on a globe, and we know so
Correct.
because of the verifiability of it. But actually, that is not
You need to present evidence of how it works on flat Earth, Austin. It works only on the globe. It does not work on flat Earth at all.
true. I didn't say these people think the Earth's flat. I didn't invoke this as evidence of flat Earth. I'm rebutting your inaccurate claim to the audience that it matches the globe perfectly, or that it's close to perfect, and that it can only work on a globe. No, I only got through
didn't say
one
that.
thing on the list, and you freaked out.
I didn't say, but you're attributing to me. Okay, I know all of the stuff that you're about to say, right? There are low viscosity zones. There are high viscosity zones. Yeah, mate. I studied seismology for my PhD, right? You're not telling me anything new here, right? And you are presenting things that aren't known to the general public, but seismologists all know. And there are no flat Earth seismologists. We can prove using seismology the geometry of the Earth.
I know a
And it
flat
is
Earth
not-
seismologist. So what does that mean? What does that have to do with anything?
Introducing, show me his publication.
I'm not saying his name. He has a YouTube channel though.
Show me his publication.
A flat Earth seismologist. That's genius. Who?
What are his
Okay.
He has a YouTube channel. People in the chat, find the flat Earth seismologist.
qualifications? Where does he
know.
work?
Okay, he doesn't know.
A
See,
guy on YouTube is not a seismologist.
he is a seismologist, but the problem is, if I was to say his name, you would probably go harass where he works or something. So I
He should
just want to point out, though.
I want to see his publication. Where is his
Okay, well,
publication?
I'll try
Where is
to
his
get-
publication establishing that the Earth is flat?
Okay, straw man. So I'll
That's
see
not
if
a
he's
straw
working.
man.
What a straw man! Asking for references is not a straw man.
Never met a Glober that's not like emotionally impulsive.
So perhaps we could dig in deeper into this low viscosity zone evidence. If you guys wanted to talk about that specifically, that might be more interesting.
What?
Yeah, like I think
Doofus.
this will be cool. Like, let me just list off some of the freaking anomalies or discrepancies, and then you can teach me. You probably know more about it than me, but
He
you were a
does.
bit misleading
There's no
saying that it works
question
really well. It
about
doesn't.
that.
We have all kinds of problems.
It
So
works really well, mate. You know, that is bullshit. These anomalies that you're talking about, they are velocity anomalies of less than 1%. They are detectable, but the velocity variations are really tiny. You know, to say that a 1% in one, you know, these are fractions of a percent in velocity, and you're putting them up like, well, the model doesn't work at all. No, one of the reasons we can reject the flat Earth geometry is that you can't do flat Earth inversions on on velocity. You can't do tomographic. You can't do flat Earth tomography and get consistent velocity results. They don't produce consistent results, and you get massive tomographic anomalies. Multiple percents. So the stuff that you're saying is imperfections in our model, it's vastly worse if you use flat Earth models.
You're incorrect. You just claimed that it's always less.
This is a great one here from Micah Ray. Says, hold on, he's claiming that information is coming from a flat Earth seismologist, but wants to claim PhD Tony is doing an appeal to authority, talking about PhD Tony's own field, but Austin is appealing to the authority of a flat Earth seismologist.
Less than 1%. That is not true either. So I don't know why you keep saying this kind of stuff. It seems like you're trying to be misleading, but I'm just going to read off the list. Okay.
And that's poisoning the well fallacy.
Well, you are intentionally misrepresenting things. I don't.
No, I'm not.
Okay. You said you did a
Well, it is a question of fact. We could pull up the source.
What I said was in general,
Yeah.
these things
Just give me just a second and I'll let you go. Okay, man? You've talked most time. Kind of just a second. Okay. So we have the existence of ultra slow and super rigid zones. I explained that. We have the African and Pacific LLSVPs, which is called large, low shear velocity provinces, or regions in the Earth's lower mantle where seismic waves travel slower than in surrounding areas.
How does that prove flat Earth, Austin? All that shows is that there are things that we don't know to every single detail about science. No problem with that. Science doesn't understand everything. It doesn't claim to. That's why we continue to do new science, to figure things out.
The lack of equal distribution doesn't make sense in the current model. We have the anomalous D layer. We talked about that, where we have all kinds of anomalous discrepancies within seismic activity. It's not just velocity. It's all kinds of stuff. We have anomalous surface wave velocities as well, right? And so I have all the different sources here if you want to look at them, but it's from Oxford Press, Geophysical Journal International. These are Springer International Publishing, Geophysical Journal International, Origin of the Pacific and African LLSVPs. I have all this data here, Cambridge University, saying we have tons of anomalies, and it's way more than 1%. I don't know where you got that idea.
What do you think the term anomaly means in science?
Okay, in this context, it means that the model has a certain prediction and that the data is anomalous to the prediction. It doesn't match.
No, that's not what it means. So
yes, it does.
A scientific...
Oh yeah, Witsit, the not scientist, is telling somebody who has peer-reviewed publications what peer-reviewed publications mean.
Scientific anomaly is a deviation from a background average. So when we talk about a velocity anomaly, we measure that velocity anomaly relative to the background average. So saying that there's a velocity anomaly is just saying the velocity isn't uniform. Similarly, when we talk about temperature anomalies, we don't, all we're saying is that the temperature has varied from the background value. That's what the scientific definition of anomaly is. And the same is true with gravity anomalies. We're not saying that seismic models cease to work. We're not saying that gravitational models cease to work. What we're saying is that there is a deviation from uniformity, and we don't expect uniformity because we can see from the surface of the Earth's properties are not uniform at the surface, and we can see, from the existence of mid-ocean ridges, subduction plates, et cetera, we can see that it's not uniform at depth.
Completely different. Isotropic, it's much more homogeneous and isotropic in the underlayers of your own model as opposed to topographical obstruction. That's not the same at all. It's entirely different. If you understand what gravity in the geodynamo model was, you would know that it's much more isotropic and homogeneous of a predicted model. In addition,
gravity in the geodynamo model?
You claimed it was 1%, and I have a citation here that's saying that it's over 40%. So that seemed a little different. Okay, I'll drop you the citation. So, like, do you agree that you maybe misspoke, that it's not always under 1%? It says this represents.
Well, if there are anomalies that large, they must be extremely localized.
Okay, so we have P-waves, of course, for the audience, primary waves in the lowermost mantle. That's about 4.5 to 5 kilometers per second, while models predicted the speeds of about 7 to 8 kilometers a second. This represents a velocity discrepancy of about 30 to 40% compared to model predictions.
I'd like to see that paper.
Okay. So where did you get the less than 1% thing?
Well, I looked up tomographic results for the upper mantle.
Okay.
They agree to within less than 1%. So, I didn't make that claim out of thin air. And I would like to know the other question that I have for you is, what is the geographical scale of this? You aren't giving me the paper.
I will drop the paper for you in here, but like the point is that you're
insisting on debating something and then not giving me access to the paper.
I just said I have like 10 papers here that support everything
Link
I'm saying.
the paper.
I just said I'll drop them. You
No,
drop
they
them
right
don't.
now.
None of them support anything that you're saying.
Link
What you're
them.
They
saying,
do.
you know, unless what you're saying is there are minor variations in the spheroidal model.
40%.
To be clear, he's hesitant to drop them because the first law of Flurf. Flurf citations never support the Flurf claims. When you look at these papers, none of them will support flat Earth. None of them.
Then yes, that depends on the geographical scale that I can't comment on because I don't have the fucking paper because you can't put it in the chat apparently. Because
I can. I'll drop them all in the chat, but I want to make
Stop
sure I'm
talking
getting
and
I only
start
want the one
dropping
with the
them.
40%. Don't drop them all. I'll be here all day trying to read them. I want.
Okay, there you go. It's in the private chat, bud. There you go. Even cited for you. Okay, so let's just kind of recap here, right? So, like, in reality, the mechanism for these waves isn't even agreed upon. They don't even know what the mechanism is. I want to make sure I don't misspeak. So I have like the notes I took here.
You
right?
are misspeaking.
There are all kinds of different
Definitely.
proposed mechanisms that aren't even. You have the acoustic mechanism, the convection mechanism, the standing accretion shock instability theory to propose the mechanism. They don't even agree how it works. Now, the anti-flat Earth proponents, what they do is they bring this up to say we know exactly how the waves work, the primary and secondary wave, the P and S waves in the Earth. We know exactly how they distribute. We know what exactly the layers are, and we know that it goes through the globe, and we can predict it every time. In reality, that does not happen.
Your task, Witsit, is to show how it works on flat Earth. That's your task. Where is it?
What they classify as primary waves go where they're not supposed to go, and the same goes with secondary waves. So the waves that aren't supposed to penetrate the alleged core do penetrate it. We have all kinds of discrepancies with the velocities, up to 40% in certain areas, right? We have all kinds of discrepancies. They don't even know the mechanism, and then there's an entire layer between the core and the mantle where everything is off. It's completely chaotic and unpredictable. So, and then that's why I pointed out, in fact, earthquakes causing tsunamis don't help you because the tsunamis never wrap around Antarctica. It makes more sense in our situation where they would bounce off of Antarctica. So you've created some narrative where it makes sense in a globe. But
You say this, you assert this, and you've got absolutely no observational evidence supporting it. I showed tsunami travel times compared with sea level records. I did it in my presentation. We take observations. You're just making assertions. You don't use observations. This Garnero et al. Paper reckons that 7% is the size of the P wave. Is the size of the P wave anomaly.
Wrong.
It does.
Wrong.
Read the abstract.
Oh, so you didn't even go to the citation. You read the. See, this is the problem.
Mate, in 2 minutes, I can't read an entire scientific paper.
But I cited it, page 149 through 158. I'm pretty sure it says it right there. I don't know why you're like.
That's the entire paper, mate.
Okay, well, it says right here that it predicts
It's
4.5 to 5 kilometers a second compared to the prediction of it predicts 7 to 8, and it was measured 4.5. So that's more than 7%.
Measured. How did they measure it?
A seismometer.
Seismometer.
A seismometer
Okay.
cannot measure velocities at the core mantle boundary.
Oh, what did they use to measure it?
So what they do is they calculate the velocity using tomographic models,
And by the way, the model is a globe.
don't they? They don't observe it. They don't measure it. No, this is an important
It's an indirect
distinction.
measurement.
They do a calculation from the things that they can observe, right? They
Wow,
can
we got to
observe,
the. Go ahead, sorry.
well, if you're not interested in having it explained to you, that's fine.
No, it's hilarious. You just admitted that it's just calculative assumptions based on models, which is a begging the question fallacy. So if you want to move to the next subject, we did.
No, it isn't, because we can exclude flat Earth models. We have assumed the Earth is flat. We've tried to model it assuming that it's flat, and it
doesn't
work.
We tried to model it assuming a
never
globe.
worked.
It doesn't work.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does work.
I just told you why it doesn't work.
No, you didn't. You cited a bunch of scientists who don't agree with you, and this is where we get back to the delusion aspect.
Such a fallacy.
You think that you are capable of analyzing and properly interpreting these papers, and you aren't. You cherry pick bits and pieces out of them, and then you present them as though you fully understand it, as though the authors would agree with your conclusion, how you have interpreted the data. But you have no qualifications that would permit this. Instead, you have delusional self-confidence that you can read stuff that is meant for actual specialists.
All fallacies.
Shut up, Witsit.
No, all true.
Ad hom fallacy.
If you turn up at an airport and tell them that you've read the manuals and you should be allowed to fly a plane, what do you think they're going to do? Are they going to let you fly a plane? If you turn up at a hospital and tell them that you're the world's greatest brain surgeon and they should let you operate, do you think they're going to let you do it? No, they're going to want to see your qualifications. You don't have any. If you don't have any,
Appeal to credentials.
fallacy.
Shut up, Austin. Quit crying.
If you don't have any qualifications, then let's see your achievements. Let's see what it is that you have done, have contributed to human understanding and human technological development, or
That's
any
subjective.
flat earther.
Okay. First of all, that's completely irrelevant, and there are all kinds of flat earthers that did a lot of things, and a lot of the people that think there's a globe, they assume a stationary topographical plane to do most of their technology anyway. So it doesn't really
Oh my gosh, he doesn't understand any engineering documents.
matter what you're saying. This is all, my man. Chill. You just monologued. This is all sophistry. Everything you said was a fallacy. We've already spent 30 minutes on it. The truth of the matter is I just named off just a fraction of all the problems with it I have written down.
Oh my gosh.
You misrepresented the truth in your presentation and acted like the model works perfect and debunks flat Earth, but that is not true.
How does it match
the
flat
model
Earth?
works perfect at any point, and you keep on repeating.
Works every
this
time. That's what you said.
What I said was that
Works every
the
time.
model represents reality well.
You said works every
model
time.
is accurate. The model is accurate every time. Okay, let's go back to
Let's bring up the PIK.
The
PIK IP waves. You brought those up.
Okay,
Right.
I'm sorry, I can't understand what you guys are saying right now.
I'm just I want specific, instead of like these like big, like, oh, you don't do anything. Let's get into the specifics, right? Like, stop using all kinds of fallacies. They don't make you pass logic for a PhD, I guess, but it's just a bunto of fallacies. And you personally attacking me, just wasting time. I don't have a lot of time tonight, so.
Austin thinking that he know logic.
You want to get into specifics?
Time, so let's get
more
into
ad homs. So we have PIKIP, right?
We can actually show up. Here are an infinite number of. Are
you sharing the screen again, Tony?
I will try and share the screen.
Okay, so PIKIP wave amplitudes do not match the predictions. The atmospheric conditions mess them up. You have the wave frequencies not being consistent, and you have the wave polarization being inconsistent with the model predictions. So even the PIKIP waves you brought up don't work. The P and the S waves, they aren't like some amazing
The mere
model that always work.
existence of PKIKP waves proves that the Earth isn't flat. A wave that goes through the Earth.
Austin, all of these things you must show how they work better on flat Earth.
From the source to the other side cannot be on a flat Earth, can it?
First of all, you're assuming it's going down vertically through an assumed spherical model and assuming the density layers and the elemental composition of those layers. And you're using a horizontal sedimentary layer model that's been debunked.
The elemental composition has nothing to do with it, mate.
You're using your density layers. You're using a sedimentary horizontal layer model, which has been debunked. It's been debunked. Your sedimentary model layer has been debunked.
Citation.
Can you see this presentation?
Do you need to assume sedimentary layers for it?
So there's nothing about sedimentation in this.
Well, you don't use horizontal sedimentary layers inside of your model?
We use.
Why would Witsit?
You don't know what sedimentary layers means. What you mean to say is this a radially symmetric model that's being developed? Yes, it is.
No, seismology is not with geology.
No, seismology has nothing to do with geology.
Really?
So top. The top part of top left is the ego, the confidence in himself that's wrong that Witsit has.
Layers of the Earth has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, in reality, yes.
Okay, but there's something called the great unconformity.
Before we move to the next point, let's hear what he has to say with this so we can get off the screen.
This is an infinite number of predictions. Okay, these curves right here. These curves represent predictions of when particular phases from particular earthquakes are going to be detected by seismometers at a particular angular distance from the focus. And we can see, so whenever there's an earthquake, you could disprove this. You could disprove this model. You could simply point out that this model is incredibly wrong, is just absolutely inadequate and doesn't even get close to reality. You could do that by just looking at observations. You could find one earthquake where the pattern of first arrivals is utterly incompatible with this. And let's return to this stack. You can see here's the first 10 minutes down the bottom, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. You can see that the waves have traveled as far as they can go, 180 kilometers within 20 minutes. But the waves keep bouncing around back and forth for hours. And they sample the various, they sample the various forms of the world. And you haven't even addressed Rayleigh waves. Rayleigh waves, as I pointed out previously, travel from the epicenter to the antipode and back again through multiple cycles. This is not possible on a flat Earth. Explain to me how it is.
Where do they go to and come back from?
They start from the epicenter and they
Epicenter
radiate
of what?
the earthquake.
Okay, and then they radiate, and then they come back from where?
Epicenter of what? Austin is so far out of his league here, he doesn't know what epicenter means when you're talking about earthquakes.
They radiate out to the antipode. Oh, maybe it's better if I just show you.
So they do a full symmetrical loop around the globe,
yes,
and then they hit each other and bounce back.
And then they come back.
Wow, it's almost like there's something that reflects them, and they don't just.
Oh my gosh.
Fantastic. I was hoping you'd say that. In fact, I warned you during my presentation that
I don't care.
that wouldn't be the case.
You
set a
made
trap for
10
him.
different false claims
He
already.
told him he was going to.
Like, it's been
You're delusional, mate. If you weren't
chat,
delusional, I'd care what you were saying.
I just for the chat to know, right? I have 1, 2,
Here's his
3,
ego.
4, 5,
Ego,
6,
ego,
7,
ego,
8,
ego,
9,
ego.
10 cited sources in here that explain exactly what I was saying
No,
earlier.
they don't.
Right?
No, they don't. They
So
disagree with you.
It's a fact that
Every
the
one of them
entire
disagree with you.
seismic model is completely anomalous and flooded with
Then
discrepancies.
why do we get paid? Then why do we get paid to do underground surveys for
People
minerals?
think the Earth's a ball. They want to explain
No,
earthquakes. They
all
assume
they
the Earth's a
want
ball,
is
dude.
results.
And this is what I want to. Can we move
There's
to
no
another one of the
assumption.
subjects?
We can assume the Earth is flat, and we
Hey.
can show that the flat Earth models don't work.
Okay.
We can make your assumption. We can take your, my PhD was actually in flat Earth seismic models because the mathematics is easier, right? We know how to do this and we get accurate results over short distances. But when you try and do it over long distances, it doesn't work.
Even on the globe.
Working. Pardon?
Even on the globe. So basically, what you just admitted
Yes,
was
they
for
do
one.
work on the globe.
Can I
They don't
respond?
work perfectly because we don't have perfect information about what's in the interior of the globe. So we are learning.
Okay, so-
That's
Can we
why
let
research
Witsit have a
guidelines-
response real quick?
Yeah, I just want to point like it's been whatever half the debate, and like this was your point, and I gladly just talked to you about the thing that you know more about. But I want to point out that you did admit to everyone that you don't actually directly observe them or measure them with any type of equipment. It's a calculative model
indirect,
assumption.
yes.
You then said that we know with extreme accuracy using a flat model what it goes out to 150 kilometers, but then outside that it doesn't work. But it doesn't work outside of that even on the globe model.
Yes,
I
it
just listed all
does.
kinds of anomalies. I dropped
No,
all of my
you didn't.
sources. So
Oh
if
my
we can move
gosh.
on to another subject, that would be cool.
He's created a logical fallacy there, and I'm not willing to let onto it. An imperfection.
What is the fallacy?
The fallacy is saying that spheroidal seismic models are imperfect means that they are equally inaccurate as flat Earth models. That is not the case. Flat Earth models are demonstrably, vastly, incredibly less accurate than spheroidal models.
When you use a flat Earth model,
Wibbling over details.
Can I ask you a question, please? I don't know the answer to this. When you use a flat Earth model, what depth are you using in your model?
We can go down to arbitrary depths. That was actually the point of my PhD, was adapting. We can go down as far as you like. We've got numerically stable routines.
Can I go down 5 million miles?
If you want to have 5 million miles of stuff in there, sure.
Okay, so this is my point. You're claiming to have represented the flat Earth with your seismic data, and you assume thousands of miles below our feet when the flat Earth knows that you can't verify anything past 7.8 miles.
Oh
and
my
there's
gosh.
actually a dielectric plane that's within the inertial plane or the block domain wall of the
Lies.
magnetic field that
Claims
is
without
not
evidence.
materially accessible. And that's what all science and physics say. So you strawman flat Earth. I covered that in my presentation, though.
No, you didn't. Look, this is gibbering nonsense. These sesquipedalian regurgitations of utter gibberish don't impress anybody, because anybody with an ounce, you use this to sort of convince your flat Earth buddies that you know what you're talking about.
Nailed it.
When you just rabbit off a bunch of
Just ad homs.
polysyllabic gibberish,
Ad
and it's no, it's a description, mate.
Do you want to address my point about the depth assumption you applied to a strawman version of a flat Earth?
Well, the reality is that the reflections from depth attenuate
Strawman. What's strawman a flat Earth? You don't have a flat Earth model to strawman.
very, very quickly if you just have an arbitrarily deep. The sources that we're looking at, the larger sources, if you apply them, it doesn't work. It can't work. And I explained to you why the PNS waves. You look at the arrival times of the PNS waves and how they seem to be getting deeper. On a flat Earth, the wave, a P wave coming from a source, has to go down, go across, and go up, and that is extra mileage on it. On a spheroidal Earth, where the surface is over that, it's taking a shortcut through, right? And it's traveling at greater depth. So the fact that the PNS wave arrival times curve down is direct refutation of the flat Earth models. You cannot have the observed material. You say that, but again, you're delusional.
You need to present the model where it works on flat Earth, Witsit. You didn't do that. You don't have a model. You've said you don't have a model. You know you don't have a model, but we can try. We can make a model of flat Earth. The distances don't match because on flat Earth, all of the distances are screwed up. There isn't enough time for those waves to get there.
Hey, you say stuff. You say stuff.
My point.
And
Okay,
then,
Tony,
and
let's
then,
let him
well,
respond to your.
what's his evidence? Ask what's his evidence.
Yes.
Okay. So for one, you're building all the interpretations of
Evidence, observations, mate. Where are your observations validating your position?
Nowhere.
Yeah, so
No.
we have the
Don't
same.
argue with me.
Laugh with it. You don't have it.
Don't use your sophistry. Show me your evidence.
Where's the evidence?
Show me the evidence. Observations.
You're cracking
Where are
me
your
up, bro.
observations?
Yeah, like so we can use the same data
He's
that
running.
you have, but the problem is
No,
that
you
you're
can't.
interpreting the data based upon all kinds of assumptions, like the different layers of the
Then
Earth, the
do the
depth of
same
the Earth.
analysis without the assumptions.
Okay, but we can't. Well, the thing is, we can't verify below 7.8 miles. So you're making a calculative model assumption based on all kinds of theoretical ideas of the layers, and it admittedly doesn't work. And they're constantly
It
changing.
admittedly
it.
does
no,
work.
that's bullshit. That's
Your
bullshit.
PhD's in
admittedly
pseudoscience.
It doesn't work. It is admittedly not completely accurate. That is very, very different. That's
No.
like saying that radar isn't completely accurate, therefore radar is useless. Okay,
No,
we can just make up the distance to things because radar isn't 100%.
It's nowhere
accurate.
close to as accurate as radar. Not even
Yes,
close.
it is.
40%. 40%.
Assuming your claim is true, through a body that is of a thickness 20 kilometers, right? So it would be in that. It would be in that for about 0.4 of a second. Well, no, 1.23, 2 seconds.
All
So it would be about 0.8 of a second anomaly. So there's
Said
a
it was less
0.8
than
of a second
1%.
anomaly on a tiny subfraction of the wave packets. And you're claiming on that basis that the entirety of seismology can be thrown out, even the bits
No.
that the oil companies and the mineral exploration companies rely on to make the computer that you're using.
No, I like to argue with debate the people in like their field of expertise, and I've demonstrated that this is just a glorified begging the question fallacy. You presuppose that the Earth is a sphere. You then make
Salad.
No, we
calculative
don't.
assumptions.
Salad.
You yourself said you don't make
Flat
direct.
Earth model.
Salad.
We've tried flat Earth. How many times do I have to say it? We have tried flat Earth models. We've used them. And then you say, you just assume it's a sphere. No, we've tried modeling it as flat and it doesn't work.
Yeah, but you
Get
never
that
rebut.
through you've got this cobweb of delusion around you. You can't even take in information. I've explained this to you 10 times already in this debate.
No, you
We
ignored
have
my
flat Earth
rebuttal
models
though.
and we have used them.
Okay, look, you
And
got to
they
calm down,
don't
man.
work.
All right, you can't just scream and thus get to interrupt me. You need to chill, okay? Like, the point is that I rebutted. You said we use the flat Earth, and I said no. You made all kinds of like depth assumptions that flat Earth doesn't actually make or believe at all. You took the globe idea. You took the globe. Listen,
All right,
man.
Johnny, let's finish.
You took the globe idea of the depths and how to interpret the waves and then tried to put it on a localized horizontal region. And then you came on the internet and claimed you tested flat Earth. So, you had to know the depths. That's what all seismic's built on. And we can't verify past 7.8 miles. We do not make fairy tale claims about what's beneath that.
Yes, you do. You make everything, all of your claims are fairy tale.
And throwing it on a horizontal region and then
of your
saying it
claims
doesn't
are
work
fairy
on
tale.
flat Earth is ridiculous.
No, that's not what we do. We allow the velocity profiles to vary. That's what tomography is. So we start from a base model, and then we allow the velocity profiles to vary in response to the observations. So we don't just make assumptions. And when we allow the flat Earth models, the flat Earth tomographic data to do that, it doesn't produce consistent results. You get different velocity profiles for the same region from different earthquakes and different seismometer combinations. The flat Earth combinations can't work.
That happens on the globe.
No, it doesn't.
I just cited it.
No, you didn't. What you
cited
was
10 papers.
What you cited was minor imprecisions in our knowledge and understanding of the Earth at great depth. That is not the same as saying that the model doesn't work at all.
No, first of all, you're just saying it's minor, but it's up to 40%.
Oh
we
my
have the
gosh.
S-wave shadow zone. Wait up, man. So we have the S-wave shadow zone, waves that are completely blocked when they encounter the liquid outer core, resulting in a shadow zone, the opposite side of the Earth as well. But this shadow zone extends from about 103 to 142 degrees from the earthquake epicenter and is characterized by a lack of S-wave arrivals. However, some S-waves can be converted to P-waves when they encounter the boundary between the Earth's mantle and core.
None of this helps you, Witsit. None of this helps you. None of this should happen on flat Earth.
Allowing them to travel through the liquid outer core and reach the opposite side of the Earth as a P wave. So whenever their model doesn't work and it goes through where it's not supposed to, they say, oh, well, we can convert it. And vice versa. You have P wave shadow zone issues. You have P wave reflection. You have P wave diffraction. You have S wave scattering. You have discrepancies in P wave velocity anomalies, magnitude discrepancies. So we've spent most of the debate on this. Can I bring up one of my points now, dude? Because we buried
No, absolutely not. So you don't
it's just
get
the
to
string of
spout
claims.
a lot of bullshit about the discipline that I'm an expert in, and then move on. If you want to move on to another topic, I get the last word on the subject that I'm an expert in.
That's absolute.
Like that, bro.
Absolute.
So all of that stuff that you were just saying, that you were just nattering about, has no, we understand how sound waves work, right? We can do experiments on the propagation of sound waves through solids in the laboratory. In fact, we get rocks from volcanoes, we put them at high pressure and temperature, and then we run seismic waves through them. So you claim that we don't know what's happening with the seismic properties at depth is untrue, because we do experimental recreations of conditions inside the Earth using rocks that come from inside the Earth. So that's just nonsense. And the other stuff that you flouted sounded absolutely correct. There isn't a seismologist on the planet who would disagree with you, and none of them, save for your anonymous friend who has no publications that we can reference, will agree with you about your conclusions.
Okay, cool. Now we're going to move on.
And if, one final point, if seismology is completely useless, completely inaccurate, and utterly without value, why is anybody paid to study it?
It's a straw man fallacy. I didn't say it was completely without value. It just built upon a begging the question fallacy. So affirming the consequent. Reification fallacy.
Yeah, he just spouting off every fallacy possible so that he can try to get it covered.
All right.
Absolutely
so anyway,
not. We tested the flat Earth. Again, you're going to have to shut up with this nonsense.
You straw man the flat Earth.
There is no flat Earth model that can explain the observations. And until there is, you're useless and irrelevant.
You straw man the flat Earth.
No. This is
what flat Earth model was strawmanned? We need the actual real flat Earth model that so that we don't strawman it. Where is this model? Just present it. You never did.
how science works, mate. Science is about explaining what we observe in reality. Flat Earth cannot explain what we observe in reality, and when confronted on the subject, it just goes, yeah, we can't explain it. So what? What does that matter? Well, it actually matters. It actually matters, mate, because we do think we get results in the real world. Lives depend on seismic models and tsunami propagation models being accurate, and billions of dollars of infrastructure depend on them as well. And people pay good money to understand the processes that drive them and how quickly they arrive. And you don't get to say all useless.
Austin's tired.
No, I pointed specifically why we can move on, but like just begging the question of the model.
You don't get to say it's just wrong and then move on. No, if you want to move
I specified why it was wrong.
Shut up and move on.
Well, you're the one that's actually avoiding substantive specificity like it's the plague. You know, like I'm bringing up specific problems.
I'm the only one that brought in. I'm the only one that has produced. I'm the only one that has produced measurements.
No, actually, I just showed. You said less than 1% had to correct you in front of the whole room, and now you're pretending you've been teaching me. So, hey, we can move on now. So, like, there's something called ground wave radio transmissions. Okay? And so we can shoot them from, according to the military, 3-meter tall tower, a horizontal line of sight propagation over 800 kilometers, right, from like a 3-meter tall tower. Yeah, sure. I'll drop a citation. So the point is that I want to see if you can answer the question, which is that if we shoot the propagation, I actually showed this on my last debate, right? The military document. If I shoot horizontal ground wave propagation from 10 feet up and I shoot it 497 miles.
What's the frequency?
Right? How could I reach my target almost 500 miles away?
What's the frequency?
If there should be 32 miles of vertical earth
What's the frequency, Kenneth?
Horizontal propagation of the radio wave.
Wave guiding.
Wave guiding.
Yes.
Okay, you want to explain to me what you're attempting to say?
Drop the citation there, buddy.
To say that there are physical principles that we can use to guide waves.
Like what?
In this particular case, I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're.
Citation.
It's okay to say you don't know.
Drop the citation.
That doesn't. So, but that doesn't mean that. And again, you haven't shared the reference with me, so how would I have any idea that what you're even claiming is real?
Well, it's funny because I dropped 10 references with you that you ignored, but now you want to
shut up and drop the citation.
Well, you only want to reference whenever you want to try to come at flat Earth. It seems you want to ignore the direct and specific reputations of your misrepresentation.
They are minor imprecisions.
No, it's 40% isn't minor.
And 40% for a tiny fraction of Earth's mass. For a geographically limited and very depth limited layer within the Earth.
We have huge discrepancies low down as well. So we're not going to go back into that because you're just going to make stuff up.
You brought it up, mate. You brought it up.
I was making a point.
Don't bring it up. Good point, Tony. Good job.
I said you ignored all the other.
Again, they are minor. These
Did you watch my presentation?
Well, apparently you want to talk about seismology the entire time. You brought it up again. No. You don't get to just bring up stuff and pretend that, oh, no, it's settled this way. Okay? If you're going to reference the seismic stuff, we'll go back to the seismic stuff. Okay?
No, I think I already
exposed. If you don't want to talk about the seismic stuff, don't mention the seismic stuff.
Well, I know there's going to be like really zealous people in the chat that no matter what, they're going to say you're right because you appeal to your PhD over and over. But people that can critically think will hear that I had
Austin,
to correct you and you were wrong. It's whatever. It's a begging the question fallacy. How do the radio waves work?
That you're delusional.
How do the radio waves work?
This is the simple reality, Witsit. You are delusional. You imagine that you have
You're
an
not very professional.
I'm not at work. Am I at work? Am I getting paid
you're
for
in an
this?
intellectual setting and you're being
No, I'm not. I'm talking
fallacious.
to a delusional man.
Self-projection. So basically, this is the thing.
But I have observations from reality. You haven't even given me the reference that you allege claims the phenomenon.
You literally said, and I quote, "We don't make actual observations. We make calculations assuming the model."
I showed you observations of tsunami travel times. Are those observations?
Come on,
well, the tsunami travel times don't help.
He wants to go back.
Seismic waves observation is the propagation of rally waves observed. and measured. Yes, it is.
Well, they're not directly observed as they go through the entire.
Rayleigh waves don't go through the Earth. That's why they're surface waves.
So they're the surface waves anomalies I've already brought up to you that there are.
Yes,
I cited it in the chat.
Minor anomalies. They don't get you to. They can't explain why it goes around the Earth multiple times from epicenter to antipode and back again. You didn't explain that.
They don't always do that.
They do. What? Pardon?
They don't always do that.
No, because the earthquake isn't big or isn't always big enough. But for earthquakes,
what about the ones that are really big and still don't do that?
They're too deep.
Oh, so basically they always do something that they don't do.
Rayleigh wave formation is a result of P and S wave interactions at the surface that create these sort of accordion style deformations. They're the most damaging seismic waves, by the way, and they propagate once at the surface and created, they propagate around the surface. They don't return to depth.
Dude, so let's move on.
Let's move on.
No, you raised it. You raised the question, and now I'm answering your question. And now you can't.
He keeps bringing it up. Let's move on. Let's move on. Stop bringing it up if you don't want to get kicked to another room again.
You did. You brought up seismology.
You know what?
You lied about Rayleigh waves. You lied about and you're trying to pretend like minor inconsistencies are somehow enough to invalidate the entirety of science.
You just keep trying to say stuff to make it sound bad. You're like, oh, minor discrepancy. No, I said 40%. There's all kinds of surface wave anomalies. You interrupt incessantly. You straw man incessantly. You constantly ad hom. You're not good at the
You can't have 2 sentences without lying.
Okay, so again, projection. So can you explain the radio waves? Okay, so you can't explain the radio waves. What about how the magnetic field isn't symmetrical, as the globe Earth model would predict?
The globe Earth model does not predict that. I studied geomagnetism for my honors in mathematics. The Earth's magnetic field, there is absolutely no claim of symmetricality for Earth's magnetic field. That is absolutely. Cite your source that tells me. Cite your scientific paper that tells me that Earth's magnetic field should be symmetrical.
Yeah, I will. There's a paper right here all about the asymmetry of the magnetic field from Harvard and how they're using supercomputers to try to fix the discrepancy. Now, of course, it's not trying to be perfect. It's not supposed to be perfectly symmetrical, but it's supposed to be overall symmetrical with the geodynamo model coming from the center of a sphere. So the northern and southern hemisphere should be symmetrically dispersing from the center, but it's not. But it's not.
That's entirely dependent on the conductivity of the material in the mantle. An uneven distribution of conductive material in the mantle will result in gravitational anomalies. You're also ignoring and while a lot of geodynamo researchers like to assume that the mantle just isn't conductive, it actually is. Yes.
Well, you're going against what the scientists. So the point is that I just now broke down that it should be symmetrical. It's not symmetrical. And they actually say that they would have to...
You claim that it should be symmetrical, but again, you're delusional, Witsit. Where is
Harvard
your
claims
evidence?
it. Harvard claims it.
Well, you haven't shown it, have you?
I'm about to... You're constantly asking for citations. I have to go find each one of them, man.
Shut
the
up
point
and
is that
paste
you've offered no citations other than what you had in your presentation.
Show us the citation. Show us the citation.
Okay, I have to find it. I have tons of files. But the point is that you can deny
talking
it, but everyone else at home can go look up asymmetry of the geomagnetic field based on the geodynamo model, and they'll see I'm telling the truth. And so actually are you claiming that the mantle's causing it? So are you claiming that the southern hemisphere has an entirely different distribution within the mantle?
Yes, in fact, there's a sub-Pacific anomaly.
It's called the South Atlantic anomaly, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what's in the southern hemisphere's mantle that's making it so much different than the north.
I don't know.
Right. Okay. So this,
but see, you need to demonstrate. You have made the claim, the claim that all scientists, all geomagnetists, believe that Earth's magnetic field should be symmetric. Prove that.
Why are you always strawmanning?
Prove that.
Just prove your straw man. So first of all, I never said all scientists anything. I'm not fallacious, so I don't say things like that.
Everything he does is fallacious.
Any one thing. Only like globe proponents that gaslight say that. But the point is that based on the fundamental understanding of what a geodynamo model is, if you understood a dynamo process and how you actually
there's no guarantee of symmetry within the dynamo.
I couldn't hear what he was saying.
So they claim that there's a dynamo process which has convection currents that come from the core that create the magnetic field. And so since the north and the south aren't symmetrical, they say there must be something going on in the core that we don't fully understand that's causing the southern hemisphere to be significantly weaker than the north. It has nothing to do with the mantle.
Well, I'm am your evidence. The evidence. So you've pulled a Swifty here. Your assertion was in your presentation that because there are asymmetries in Earth's magnetic field, therefore the Earth must be flat. No, that's not true. I can tell you just from variations in mantle conductivity, there should be asymmetries. And your claim that there shouldn't be asymmetries is false. Your claim that the paper you're referencing suggests that the geodynamo model is completely wrong, or that the flat Earth, the northern hemisphere.
So,
no, delusion. You're delusional.
You asked me to cite the papers. I just dropped 3 of them in the chat.
Yes, mate, and none of them prove that. None of them will claim that the Earth is flat, right?
Strawman. I never claimed that they
do any of these based on papers that you just dropped claim that the Earth is, say that on this basis we conclude that the observed geomagnetic field is inconsistent with a spherical Earth?
It's inconsistent with the
Do any of them say that?
geodynamo model. I just cited it.
No,
so just so the audience knows I'm not lying about citing it, because you're just ignoring them. So there's the Southern Hemisphere geomagnetic field, the new insights into secular variation in geodynamo space. Science Reviews 206, 207 through 233. We have the Southern Hemisphere ionospheric asymmetry and total electron content and its relationship to large-scale Birkeland currents. And we have the Southern Hemisphere geomagnetic anomaly, evidence for a hemispherical difference in core mantle boundary heat flow. So there you go. There's 3 of the papers, and they can listen back to the stream and see that I'm obviously actually just speaking accurately about your model that you don't understand.
No, you are so delusional. The idea that the observations don't agree with a particular model requires that the model be revised. Fine. But that doesn't make the model completely useless and in need of being scrapped, which is what you're suggesting. You're suggesting that no spherical model with a geodynamo in it can explain the observations. That is not the conclusion that any of these papers reach. What these papers say,
before Q&A, guys. 2 minutes before Q&A.
Yes, they do. It will be in the bit of the paper labeled conclusion.
You want to bet?
Almost certainly, yeah.
Yeah, so they admit they can't even use supercomputers to mathematically fix this problem yet. They have no idea why, because of course, based on the geodynamo model, the core should be evenly distributed on all sides of it. So it should be symmetrical on the outside as well, because convection currents supposedly
according to the model
it doesn't work. Now. It doesn't work. So the radio transmissions you had no answer for. You don't understand.
So of course, Witsit, how does the magnetic field of the Earth work on flat Earth? Because it's inconsistent. It's not the same everywhere. So where's the perfecter explanation for flat Earth? You don't have it. And you're talking about the radio propagation that you refuse to present to him to give the citation. He can't answer it if you don't give the citation.
In the magnetic field, you basically just conceded that the waves don't ever go around Antarctica. So we can move on to another point in the last minute. I don't think
you claim that tsunami waves never went around Antarctica, and you never proved any. You never provided any observational validation. You never provided any observational validation for that whatsoever.
In my presentation.
No, you didn't.
I showed a picture of a very big wave of in 1960.
A wave. And
a tsunami.
Yes, you're claiming on that basis that all tsunamis behave the same way as that tsunami.
No, I'm saying
their location, their mechanism, and their magnitude. That is not a valid citizen.
No, but if you understood how logic worked, I can't prove a negative. So I'm saying on the evidence I've seen, I've never seen where they go around Antarctica. You even gave an excuse as. Please stop. You gave an excuse as to why they didn't go around Antarctica. You said that there's a reason, and then I said. Okay, if you have evidence that they wrap around Antarctica, please let me know, and then I'll look into it.
My claim is that the propagation of tsunamis in all circumstances is very consistent with our models for tsunami propagation. That's my claim.
They're not. Though.
And you have to go into the scientific literature.
Time.
I just want to add one more thing. none of the papers that he's referenced say what he claims they say. Again, this is just delusional. That the models of the geodynamo process are not consistent with observations requires that they be modified. Fine. But none of them are going to say, therefore, the geodynamo doesn't exist, or therefore, the Earth is not spheroidal. The fact that scientific models have imprecisions in them, as I said, all models are wrong. Some models are useful, except for the flat Earth model. It's not useful. It is never useful.
It is.
Well,
no, it's not.
That's a bit of an overstatement. It can be used on very short length scales or to grossly simplify the mathematics that you deal with.
Or explain all celestial phenomena and earthquakes and tsunamis. Okay, cool.
All right, so let's go ahead and move on to the Q&A, shall we, gentlemen?
Yeah.
Yep.
I read some of these questions from this one guy who was talking about the weight of things on the full moon, or when the moon was near and when the moon was perpendicular, and he couldn't measure the distance, but he didn't have the precision. You watch it. It's going to be stupid.
Awesome. Okay, so let me go ahead and switch over my graphics here and put 30 minutes on the clock, since that's about how much time we have before 9. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, $10 super chats and upper what's going to get priority tonight, so please be understanding of that. And I'm going to put 30 minutes on the clock right now. There we go. And the first question coming in from... Sorry. Gotta go all the way up to this. It's a long list. I hope we can get through all of them. Okay, from Arcane Visions for $10, they say to Austin, can you explain the three-body problem and why supercomputers are unable to mathematically model just the orbits of the Earth, Sun, and Moon under current heliocentric theory?
Yeah, because the dynamic relationship assumed, which is built upon the kinematic
They do model it.
and geometric assumptions, the mass distribution relationship can't even be mathematically theorized. So they have to break it all down into two-body equations, then try to get temporary solutions, and then build an overall assumption. So yeah, even supercomputers can't make your model work, and it's all built upon math. Then it seems likely that maybe your model is wrong. Yeah. So
the model is...
We're
Always
not going
right.
to be able to have time to have everybody to respond to both questions. To each question, so I'm sorry, but we're just going to have the person who's been asked respond. I'll try to get any questions for you, Tony, up to the top too as well. From Coconut Cream Pie for $10, they say, where is the sun? However, to answer this question, we need two axioms first. One, the sun exists, and two, the sun is a higher elevation than Mount Everest. Use evidence for your answer. I'm not sure who that's for, so you can both respond to that one.
For Austin, use evidence for your
we can
answer.
bounce radar waves off the sun. We can also point to the fact that after a coronal mass ejection, it takes 3 days for solar storms to reach Earth. If the sun is local, why does that take so long? Why can we predict solar storms before they get here?
Okay, so yeah, you think that's you assume you send radio waves to the sun and think that somehow proves it's 93 million miles away. That's absurd to me. And why do the radio waves take a certain amount of distance, even if that was true, which it's not, by the way? They created an entire new method of interpretation whenever they allegedly bounce radar off the way. You should stop just reading, leaving everything on McToon.net. But anyway, there would be a
Thanks for the call out, Austin, but it's not my research. It was somebody else's research.
different medium than what you assume. And yeah, so the sun is local, but it has an apparent position based on what we perceive. So yes, the sun exists. Yes, it seems to be higher than
Evidence. Remember, they asked for evidence. You won't give any.
Mount Everest, but it's also within an azimuthal grid of observability. So we can only see so far. We have a visual curved limit to our visual space. And so we see an apparent position. We don't see the actual position of some physical, tangible sun.
Why
and,
not?
Understanding
Evidence.
this fact,
Where's
you
the
can
evidence?
explain every position of the sun all throughout every single year.
Where's the evidence?
On a flat Earth.
What I
so
find
Tony, I got a question for you,
what I find-
Tony. Sorry, Tony. I'm sorry. No, for you, for $10, the question for you says, if we know the mass, distance, velocity of the sun, moon, and Earth, how is it supercomputers can't even mathematically model the orbits, aka three-body problem, and how can heliocentrists claim to have a working model?
Right here. They did.
Okay, so the issue is
Amazing.
mass distributions within Earth and within the Moon. These are not constant, and they cause perturbations in the gravitational attraction between Earth and Moon in particular. That's what causes the instabilities that your interlocutor, that my interlocutor, is asking for. But I find that irrelevant to the topic of conversation. The topic of conversation is the shape of the Earth. And what I find interesting about Witsit's answer to his last question was that he made a lot of declarative statements about what's happening.
No
and
evidence.
Absolutely zero observational evidence for it. Didn't even reference observational evidence. We are talking about the shape of the Earth. I presented the evidence, the spherical distance formula, the propagation of Rayleigh waves, the propagation of atmospheric pressure waves. These are observational phenomena that are completely unexplainable on a flat Earth.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much. From Arcane Visions, once again for $10. Thank you so much, Arcane. They say to Tony, once again, Bay of Fundy at 6,128 square miles has a mean tide range of 38.4 feet, which equates to moving 413 trillion pounds of water. With that large of a pull force, can people also jump higher at high tide?
No,
gosh.
what's happening at the Bay of Fundy is that the bathymetry and topography there are funneling the tide so that it's moving a broad wave, but it moves into a funnel and it gets sort of lifted up. That's why the inertia of the water as it is responding to tidal forcing brings it into this funnel. The water level rises that dramatically because of bathymetric and topographic effects, and this is something that flat earthers refuse to take into account in their discussions of tides.
Got it. Thank you so much. Once again from Arcane Visions for $10. Thank you again, Arcane Visions. Tony, I weighed a rock every hour.
This is
during
the one.
new moon when pull of sun/moon
So
should
stupid.
be strongest since they are aligned, and saw no change in weight, 23.73 grams. Why does the sun/moon pull water but not my rock?
23.73 grams. 23.73 grams. His scale was accurate to only 1/100th of a gram, if it's that accurate. And he's asking why a 23 gram object didn't have a 1/1000th of a gram variation between full moon and not full moon when it's you should not. You need to first go and show what the prediction is for the globe and then test it and then see if it matches. You didn't do the actual application of the globe because he's so dumb.
The problem there is the accuracy of your instrument. The tidal effect is not sufficiently large to be picked up with only 2 decimal places. I work maintaining a superconducting gravimeter, and superconducting gravimeters are more than accurate enough to detect tidal forcing. You can see it come across. We also see solid Earth tides in the GPS records, and we also see loading due to atmospheric tides. So flat Earth arguments that are based solely on water don't hold any weight. The the tidal effect on the solid Earth and the tidal effect on, say, test masses inside the superconducting gravimeter are detectable, measurable, and agree with the theory.
Got it. Thank you so much. Next super chat comes in from Nick for $10. Thank you so much, Nick. They are a critic of you, Tony. They want to say, did you miss Austin's last debate that he created a lot of flat earthers with his demeanor, and tonight you did the same, and that you did a disservice to the globe? How do you respond to that?
I respond to that by saying, yeah.
Got it. Thank you so much. And then from Arcane Visions, once again for $10, they say, to Tony, between solar noon and midnight at equator, the speed a person experiences would change by 2,074 miles per hour, Earth rotating with orbit versus against. Yet we can't feel it, measure it, or detect it. Please explain.
You can measure and detect it.
We have a system for measuring the accelerations that we feel, but if that system were so sensitive that it picked up the rotation of the Earth and other things, it would be barely useful. It would not be useful at all. It provides no evolutionary advantage for us to be able to feel accelerations that small. They are tiny, and our body just isn't sensitive. The systems we use to detect acceleration simply aren't sensitive enough to detect changes of that magnitude. But we can detect them with instruments that are sensitive enough. We can build instruments that are sensitive enough. This is one of the advantages we have over people who lived, say, 10,000 years ago, is that we can build vastly more sensitive instruments, and we can measure and observe the effects and demonstrate that they're occurring.
All right, thank you so much. I'll let you both respond to this one. Shane Taft is saying for $9.99. Thank you so much, Shane. They say that this right here is why every day there are more flat earthers and less globe earthers.
Yeah, it's like the number one thing I get is that the way that people defend the globe just comes off a bit fallacious, and it shouldn't be needed if the Earth really is a globe. But yeah, it's all good. That's why I do this.
If somebody's delusional enough to think that Witsit presented any observational evidence for his model, I can't help him.
Yeah. If you're a flat earther because of what Witsit said, it's because you're dumb. So what? You're dumb. The dumbest 0.0001% of human society will always exist. Those are the flat earthers.
Just watch the presentation back.
Got it. Thank you both so much. From Troll Nerd for $10, they say, thank you so much, Troll Nerd. They say, to Witsit, it seems to me you don't understand, like most non-scientific people, that terms like anomaly and theory have different meanings in a scientific context than in a colloquial language.
Anomaly means the data set doesn't match the predicted data set and it needs to be further explained and expanded upon. 40% discrepancy.
Oh my gosh, he keeps going back to that.
Okay, it means that your current understanding of that specific phenomena is incorrect. That's just the way it is. Now,
But you need to present the better one.
I listed a lot of them, but we would have had to have like impatience and not incessant interrupting to go through the specifics of each one. And it clearly just wasn't like a viable, option right now. But yeah, anyway, it's all good. To each their own. The moderator good, by the way. I'm not taking shots at you. I'm just saying like it clearly was a little bit way too heated, worked up to go through like the depths of all these different specifics. But I encourage people to listen to the terms I said and go look into it. You'll be surprised that it's kind of like the Wizard of Oz curtain that is seismology.
I did see a lot of comments in the chat about my moderation, and I will say that I am all for letting the debaters dictate the narrative of this debate. If they want to have a dumpster fire, that's on them. If they want to have a nice cordial conversation, that is also on them. It's not my job to control that. Thank you so much. From Arcane Visions for $10, Tony, a plane 7 miles high is carried along with the spin of Earth. How does fluid atmosphere carry a solid in sync with Earth spinning 7 miles below? What altitude must be reached for this to no longer occur?
Okay, so the fluid dynamics of the atmosphere has been entrained by Earth's topography for 4 billion years. So that can you repeat the question? Because I think that's just an answer to it. Unless it's acted upon by another force, it's just going to keep on doing that. So,
do you want me to repeat it?
Repeat the question.
You got it.
Yeah.
A plane 7 miles high is carried along with the spin of the Earth. How does fluid atmosphere carry a solid in sync with Earth spinning 7 miles below? What altitude must be reached for this to no longer
It's not in
occur?
sync. It's moving at a different rate than the ground speed on the ground.
There are multiple levels on which that question is kind of meaningless. As you go higher, the atmosphere gets thinner and less able to. But it's not a question of the atmosphere carrying the airplane. The airplane has its own inertia when it takes off and applies a force relative to the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is moving. By 100 kilometers, the atmosphere is fairly thin, though atmospheric drag effects are significant. So at 200 kilometers, atmospheric drag effects basically pull your orbits out of your satellites out of orbit. So,
all right, thank you so much. From Flanker 420 for $10, they say, I am an astrophotographer and amateur astronomer. Why can I see spherical planets and moons with my optical telescope? I also track the sun that stays the same size all day. How is this possible?
Yeah. So for one, you just saying it's a sphere doesn't.
Begging the question, you can tell that the planets are a sphere. You absolutely can. Denying it doesn't help you. You need to actually show evidence, which you won't, Austin.
Actually mean anything. And you normally have to layer like hundreds of pictures on top of each other to get any type of real resolution.
So?
That's what actually happens. But it doesn't even matter if there were spheres up there. That doesn't prove that the Earth's a sphere. It's insane to think that.
It's not insane to think that. There's reasons why those are spheres, why the planets are spheres. The same reason that this planet is a sphere. Gravity pulls them into a spherical shape. Gravity pulls the Earth into a spherical shape. That's why they're spheres.
And when it comes to the angular size change of the sun, we have an azimuthal grid of vision. So I'm not going to share my screen, obviously Q&A, we don't have a lot of time, but you can go look at the Walter Bislin's model. So thanks, Walter. And Walter Bislin flat Earth model, you'll see that as the sun moves away from the observer in that azimuthal grid of vision, the sun stays the same size because it's reaching your curved space visual limit. And this, of course, is the same thing used for time and day and stellarium within, even the globe paradigm. That's how we actually map out the sky. We take an azimuth and altitude. So within that celestial hemisphere, you would have a curved visual space limit. And so you would only perceive the sun on that limit. So it would stay the same distance from you.
Nonsense.
And you wouldn't see an angular size change other than throughout the year, which is what we observe.
BS.
All right, got it. Thank
Do
you
you
so
have
much.
any observations? Do you have any observations to that?
I'm sorry,
that
no,
question was for
Tony.
both of you.
I'm sorry. Was it?
It wasn't addressed to Witsit.
You're right.
Clearly, but it was. But
Proceed.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
So,
this
do you have any
Go ahead.
observational evidence for what you just said?
Nope.
Yeah.
No.
Everything that we've ever done when it comes to taking measurements of the sky, we take an azimuth and an altitude, and it gives us a celestial hemisphere.
has
and
nothing to do with
Solarium
it.
also use that.
You
So
just
we've
made up
all
crap.
angles
Words.
ever taken to the celestial objects. Yeah.
I missed your observations.
All
You
celestial angles ever.
just made a
Okay.
you just made a series
Let's
of
not go
claims.
all around on this.
You didn't produce any observations.
From Coconut Cream Pie for $10, they say, another question. What and where are the stars in the night sky? Only axiom, the nighttime stars lighter. The nighttime stars' light is fainter than sunlight.
Yeah.
Great
What
question.
was the question for?
Both
I
of
missed
us.
it.
What
I
and where
missed-
are the stars in the night sky?
If they're in the dome and they're fainter than the sun, how can we see them but not the sun? Weird.
I believe that's for you, Witsit, because they're asking
Yeah.
where the stars go in the daytime, I believe.
Yeah. So we like the stars move over top of us, and you can only see the stars from so far away. Of course, the sun lights up just a portion of the Earth.
Why? Why would that only light up a portion of it if it's above the earth a few thousand miles? You just assert that. You didn't provide evidence for that.
As we observe for all recorded history. And so you know, light's obviously going to make the stars less visible. They move over top of us, and then they reach your limit of perspective, which is curved visual space,
There's no such thing as that. You just invented that nonsense.
which comes back to our azimuthal grid of vision. So just to say this real
More
fast,
BS.
so everyone understands, you have an azimuth, which will be like your horizontal directional angle that you take. You have your zenith, which is directly above you. And then you have your altitude angles, right? Coming up from that horizontal up to the zenith, you have altitude angles. And then you can continue that behind you. This is how we get positions of this. This is how we
None of this means anything for why we would not see something that is not blocked.
map out the sky, right? And we get a coordinate system, a grid system. And that gives us an azimuthal grid of vision. And so that's just the limit of our perspective. And that's why we can't see.
All right, so he did all that stuff, and then he's like, and that's the limit of vision. No, it's not. None of that is the limit of vision. That's just describing how we can plot things. It doesn't say why you can't see something, because it's not blocked but far away.
See the stars forever. They move away from us. And they're beyond our limit of perspective.
There's no
Okay,
such thing as a
Got it.
limit of
Okay,
perspective
let's
like
move on,
that.
shall we? We have about one question per minute that we have left in the Q&A. So we have to move on. From Arcane Visions for $10, they say to Tony, per NASA, radius of Earth is 13 miles greater at equator than at the poles. Does a flight from Finland over the equator have to increase altitude to make
Oh
it
my
over this
gosh.
increased radius? Why
Oh
or why
my
not?
gosh, is this person stupid?
Okay, so planes fly at.
Oh my
planes,
gosh.
when they take off,
What
they
an
set up
idiot.
and they configure their wings and the various flaps that they've.
I just want to say, Arcane Vision, you are one of the stupidest people on the globe. You just... the elevation above the ground. My gosh, it's so dumb. The difference in radius of the Earth. Oh, how can you put it away for such a stupid question? The Earth is not a perfect sphere. It's slightly oblate. It's a little bit wider. The elevation is above that oblate surface. So no, it doesn't have to change its elevation, but the radius difference is definitely different when it gets farther towards the equator than over the pole. My gosh, you're stupid.
Got so that they will stay at an equal pressure. If they go above that pressure, they lose lift and they sink back. So they'll just stay at the same pressure altitude as they go along, unless there's some pilot intervention. So and the pressure, that ISO pressure, isobar altitude will stay the same height above the surface of the Earth as you move along, roughly speaking. But as long as they follow an isobar, they don't need to do anything to get over that bump, over the equatorial bulge.
You're muted, brother.
Thank you. From Arcane Visions, excuse me, from Arcane Visions for $10 to Tony. If Pluto were the size of a BB that's 0.73 inches in diameter, the sun would be 8.45 feet in diameter, with a distance separating the two of 6.8 miles. Is it believable to you that gravity holds that BB in orbit 6.8 miles away?
Yes. Well, I mean, you can't do that calculation, but you know the sort of yes. The gravitational forces involved just scale down. So if there was nothing else around, if that was the only configuration, if those were the only two bodies you had, yes, that would be the gravitational configuration you'd reach.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Incredulity is all he has.
T. Baggins for $10 to not sure yet. How do airplanes fly hundreds of miles straight forward without consistently and routinely dipping their noses down to compensate for the curvature of the Earth?
Dude.
I just explained this. They're following isobaric. They're following an isobaric
it's like
altitude.
First day of
so they are
at flirt
configured so
school.
automatically. If they go above the isobar, they'll lose lift and they'll just drop back onto the isobar. So by configuring their wings and their flaps and various other controllers appropriately, they can just follow the isobar without any intervention. They do not need to adjust for curvature of Earth because the isobar curves naturally.
And they do this actually adjusting horizontal.
We got to move on. I'm sorry. Awesome. I'm sorry. From Earth is Life for $10 to you, Witsit. When did you become a seismologist?
Oh, I'm not a seismologist, but I just know
then
that people
shut
that
up
get
about
a degree,
seismology.
they think that they can just pretend that they have it all figured out, but in reality, they have all kinds of presuppositions, reifications. When you're talking about things thousands of miles deeper than we have access to, that's called pseudoscience, and
No,
it's cool if you
not.
want to try to figure it out, but don't
not
misrepresent it. Like
just because you say it's pseudoscience doesn't make it pseudoscience, Austin. You are not the arbiter of what is and is not science.
you know about it. So, I mean, all I had to do was go look into it a little bit, and there are well-known discrepancies and anomalies that don't match the predicted value, do not have current explanations. I was just pointing them out because, the globe typically misrepresents the efficacy of their model. That's all I'm doing.
Okay, from Arcane Visions for $10, they say to Tony, Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky, has a diameter/distance ratio equivalent to viewing a dime from 375 miles. Can a light source the size of a dime viewed from 375 miles be as bright as Sirius?
Yes.
I regard the question as largely meaningless. I mean, I don't care for this. If it's as bright as a star, sure. If you set off a fusion bomb and you have a straight line to it, you're going to see it. It's an insanely hot, stars. We can tell from their spectrographic analysis are producing their energy through fusion. We can also detect the byproducts of this fusion when we point neutrino detectors at them. For instance, we can follow the trajectory of the sun as it goes around, as it appears to somebody on Earth, as it goes underground and around and back up. We can track it using neutrino detectors. So the claim that it always stays above the Earth is easily invalidated. But yes, if you have a bright enough dime at however much distance that is, you will see it. The photons will get to you.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now have more than one super chat per minute left. So send any super chats further at your own peril. We have way more than enough to get through the next 10 minutes. So once again, from T. Baggins for $10, they say to Tony, please calm down. Why do lakes have tides? Why do lakes not have tides to the same degree like the oceans? Shouldn't the moon have the same effect on bodies of water? That's strange.
I don't understand why.
It's a matter
happen.
of length. Wave height is a function of how long a distance you can apply the force over. So the reality is that the reality is that affects the size of the waves that you can have, but also, and this was what made me laugh when Witsit was talking about tides. When he said that the gravitational effect of the moon is constant. Tides only occur because the gravitational attraction isn't constant, but over a small distance like a lake, it is pretty constant. So the distance from one side of the lake to the moon to the other side of the lake is not that big. So that's why you don't see large tidal influences on small bodies of water.
Got it. And then from Zaraxerin for €10. Thank you so much, Zaraxerin. They ask to Witsit, X-rays show the skeleton. If there is a broken bone, there is an anomaly. So in your opinion, X-rays are always false. Can you give a paper on how P/S waves work on flat Earth?
Yeah. So first of all, I didn't say that the moon's gravity was always constant. I said it would be an even distribution relative to its position over the Earth. In addition to that, the point is that he claimed in his presentation, because I'm trying to keep it really quick, that it always works. It doesn't always work at all whatsoever. No, of course you have certain anomalies. Of course you have certain anomalies. You can go watch it back. Word for word said always works, and it doesn't. There's huge anomalies up to 40%, and there's way more we didn't get into. So it's about the fact that it's invoked to claim that it's proof of the Earth being a globe when it clearly is not. It's not even understood.
All right, thank you so much. From Cool Lambo for $20 Australian, I think. Austin Eggs are $1 at one store, but $2 at another. What shape is the Earth?
What? I totally clocked.
All right.
The Earth is
From
stationary
Scott-
topographical point out another ship.
Okay, from Sky Scion for $4.99 to PhD Tony. Literally became like. Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. They are criticizing you for your demeanor once again.
Fantastic.
Respond or no? Okay. Eric Air pleading for $10 to Witsit. Please give the reference for the radio wave propagation that Dr. Tony asked for.
Yeah, sure. I mean, he ignored all my citations, so yeah,
Well, you
I'll
did
drop it.
provide this one.
I'll
I
drop it
have
in the stream.
pasted all of the things that you put in the private chat, and I can put it in a document or something, whatever James wants to do as far as sharing it with the audience later. I'll ask him about that afterwards.
Yeah, cool. If you could drop it, I know there's like a Discord. I can try to get them in there, but yeah, I showed it in my last. I showed it in on screen on my last debate as well. So
Okay, from Earth is Life for $10. They say
don't have it.
What's it?
Could just read the title.
Do you agree with this statement? Sydney and Johannesburg are 6,863 miles apart on flat Earth.
no, not necessarily.
Not
Sorry,
necessarily.
actually verify.
What distance are they apart?
I don't know.
That right there is a failure. Austin, you failed. The distance between those two places is well known to a very high precision. And it matches the globe. It does not match any flat Earth model ever, any flat Earth map ever. It's a complete failure for you. If we didn't know these things as people, thousands of years ago, then yeah, then you could hide behind that. But because we know these things to a great accuracy, you don't get to hide behind them. People drive it, people fly it, people have surveyed those distances. You have nothing, Austin. Run, because you are a failure.
Okay,
That's useful.
Yeah, your model's been proven wrong, so chill out.
From RS385 for $10. How do you explain planes and boats going around the Earth if your world is flat? If the world is flat, what are the edges of the world made of?
Okay, I actually covered that in the freaking presentation.
didn't.
Circumnavigation east to west is just going around the north. The fact that people still ask that question and saying no one goes north to south around a globe,
Oh,
Earth,
there's a
that
bunch
never
of people that
happens.
have.
They claim it does, but it's
It
just a
does.
perfect. Stop interrupting, man. You have impulse control issues. It's just a perfect example of how they misrepresent the truth. If you look at it, they actually dip
Right
over just
here.
a portion of Antarctica, pop back up. They never go over and circumnavigate north to south. So I wonder
This
why
guy
there's so
did.
much lying going on. I don't really know.
This
So
guy
yeah,
did.
circumnavigate north to south seems pretty simple to me. And actually, it's been proven
Right here.
that sailors in the south are normally off by roughly 14 to 15 miles a day using the globe model, but we won't talk about that.
What is
This
up
guy-
by 14 to
this
15
guy
miles?
did.
Sailors in the
Let's
south.
move on. From Earth is
Seller?
Life for $10. They ask, why does Walter Bislin? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Why does
Bislin.
Walter Bislin's flat Earth model clearly state that in order for the model to work, light has to bend in an impossible way?
Because he realized that he couldn't actually show it's impossible to map out the sky on a flat Earth, so he had to
He
come up with some type of way
showed
to be
that it's
refuted, and he
impossible.
claimed that the light would have to physically bend based on refraction by strawmanning a position that he made up. Then he put arbitrary stars in random positions that he also made up, not using
He's talking about Walter Bislin's flat Earth model, where he took a flat Earth, he put the sun, the moon, where flat earthers claim it is, and then showed the paths that the light would have to take in order to match observations. And it's absolutely ridiculous. It has dramatic, horizontal, unexplained, and vertical trajectories that the light must take. There's absolutely no explanation for any of these things. Witsit only has just magic and wishes to make it work.
real stellarium data, which works perfectly. Then he claimed that they would have to curve from his arbitrarily placed stars. And in reality, the position is that the light isn't physically bending. It's just an optical effect based on the azimuthal grid of vision, and every single celestial object can be perfectly mapped out. So the better question is, why did Walter Bislin have to strawman egregiously lie based upon arbitrary placed stars to claim it wouldn't work on a flat Earth?
Explain how this azimuthal grid of vision makes things that aren't there appear to be there.
All right, and then from Thomas Yates for $10, they say, why does every single globe proponent melt down? They're asking you to
because it's frustrating that Witsit can just barefaced lie like he just did. He just gets up here, he launches into polysyllabic torrents that his followers lap up uncritically, and then he makes bald-faced lies about the status of the scientific literature, claiming that the spherical model doesn't work, claiming that the spherical distance formula has been debunked, claiming that seismology is a load of junk, claiming that seismology is pseudoscience. He cannot name a single scientific institution on the face of the planet that will agree with him, nor can he name a single scientist on the face of the planet that will agree with him. Yet nor does he have any training in science. Yet he has the temerity to to cast aspersions on hundreds of thousands of people who work very hard at their profession every day, and because he knows that they all prove him wrong. So he's coming from a position of complete ignorance, complete lack of qualifications, and he's just lying about my colleagues.
Appeal to emotion in that house.
Okay.
Shut up, Witsit.
The last
Shut up,
over
you
$10
loser.
super chat that we have is from Globe Merkers. They are asking me to mute debaters when they are interrupting people. And I would do that, except for that StreamYard does not allow me to do that. They are allowed to unmute themselves. So then it becomes a power struggle. And if that happens, then what I'm going to do is end up having to end these debates as soon as that happens. And I'm not going to do that. I don't think you guys want that to happen. So let's just let people have their arguments how they want to have them, shall we? Okay. 1 minute left. We'll get one of these less than $10 super chats in from Sparky Site for £5. They say to Witsit, why don't you push the length contradiction nonsense anymore? Is it because you've been exposed to it? Is it because you've been exposed in yet another lie?
Okay. Actually, all the people that exposed me, like FTFE, MC Toon, they got thoroughly dismantled. Bryant Myers, right, the professor of physics, has
Witsit,
fell off the face of the earth and stopped doing YouTube about
no
flat Earth.
clue,
Actually
Witsit.
emailed me about it. It's because I was completely correct, and length contraction is needed to explain the fringe shift that was missing relative to the sun, and all the Globers think I'm talking about relative to the Earth itself because they don't understand it. So what I actually said about it is exactly what Einstein said about it in his 2015 and 16 published paper called The Special and General Theory of Relativity. And it is that the apparatus...
It's a book. It's a public... It's a general public book, not the actual paper of relativity.
Contracted just the right amount. That objects in motion contract, but you can't tell from that reference frame. You have to be outside that reference frame to notice. It contracted just the right amount to make the Earth look like it's stationary, and you just happen to not be able to detect that the Earth's in motion. I didn't stop bringing it up for any other reason other than I like to talk about a variance of subjects, and it seemed the Globers were just bleeding out on the ground regarding that, so I just kind of gave them a break.
Witsit got
So if Brian
demolished on
Myers
that one.
supports you, why isn't he here arguing with the Earth is flat?
Everything you say is Strawman.
Why isn't he here? Why isn't he supporting your position?
I didn't say you supported me.
Okay. So you're cherry picking somebody's nonsense. You're cherry picking somebody's interpretation, and then you're.
All right, we have to get going, y'all. It's 9 o'clock. I know Austin has to get out of here, so let's go ahead and wrap it up, shall we? Just say bye to the audience.
All
Real quick.
right.
I'll guys do that quick, and we'll close it up.
Yeah, you can go ahead first. Go like a quick, concise, conclusion if you want to. I'll stay around for that. Go ahead, Tony. You got it. Anything you want to say?
So Witsit was unable to address the distance formula and its accuracy when applied to seismic waves, railways, submarine cables. It's very accurate.
Tony's going to come on here afterwards.
Never claimed it was perfect. He isn't able to explain Rayleigh waves and the fact that they propagate around Earth multiple times. He claims that minor anomalies will explain this. They don't. He claimed fallaciously that spherical Earth models are fatally flawed. They aren't. That's why seismologists still have jobs. They provide useful and meaningful results that are grounded in reality. Witsit spent most of this debate cherry picking from papers that he is not qualified to understand and misrepresenting their results as though they support a flat Earth when they absolutely do not. None of these authors would agree with Witsit's interpretation of their results. So he is lying when he says that these things dismantle seismology or observational science. They do not. It's just a barefaced lie.
Okay, we really want to get letting it out of here now.
Yeah, I'll just say a couple real fast.
Here comes
just
more lies.
rewatch my
String
presentation
of
at the
lies.
beginning. Notice the fallacies that I said. You knew would happen, and then just listen back to the debate.
Yeah, and Witsit used almost all of the ones that he said he was going to use.
It's nothing but exactly what was in the presentation, and he admitted that you have to assume the globe model. You don't make direct observations with measurements or any type of instrument. That you just make calculative assumptions based on the model. He misrepresented all type of anomalies and discrepancies, and based on the lack of efficacy of the actual model, no rebuttal for any of the flat Earth evidence of long.
For reference, don't ever go first when you're up against Witsit. When it's time for closing arguments, let him go first.
Wave, ground wave propagation, etc. So I encourage everyone to just look into it, research themselves, and hopefully we can continue to progress where it gets more and more cordial and it's not such a taboo, let's fight to the death type of conversation.
Then stop lying.
Yeah.
All right. Gentlemen, thank you both so much for the spirited debate. We really appreciate it. Thank you both. You are the lifeblood of the show. I want to thank all the moderators in the audience and everybody in the audience who sent in questions and super chats. We really appreciate all of the discussion and all the comments and everything else. I also want to say thank you to James for creating this platform. And I think that's everybody else. So finally, share it if you want to spread it.
All right. I'll pause it there. And I'll get myself going here. I'll get the Zoom call. I'm going to make the Zoom call and send it off to Industrial Nerd. I'll send you Zoom. Industrial Nerd's on by Facebook. So I'll send you a Zoom.
Sounds good.
Join in that one, and I'll see you in a Zoom in a few minutes here. So, all right, hold on. I got a bunch of stuff to do in a short time here. So first to do this, fire up Zoom. I'm going to close out that live chat from there. All right. We'll review the lies and claims without evidence that Austin made. See if we missed any. And I'm going to get this sent off to both Tony and Industrial Nerd. So we can have them both join. So here we go, new meeting. Thank you everybody for joining. I'll jump into a little feedback from you here in a second. And I did like that there was a a time limit, because my goodness, Witsit, or the Q&A part just could go for forever. So, and somebody mentioned that, yeah, Modern Day Debate likes the FE money, the Flat Earth money. Yeah, what that idiot's name? I don't know where he gets his money, but what a moron, absolute moron. All right, let's see. So I got to email this out to Tony, and all right, firing up Discord, it was off. Firing up my email client, it was off. So I had, for that scene, I had seven things on the screen at the same time. So it was a little intensive for the computer. So I shut down a few more things than I normally do. But now they got to catch up. So, all right. So got the email going. Here's the Zoom call to Tony. I got Discord up, and I'm sending it out to Industrial Nerd. Discord is heavyweight on the CPU. It's a little sometimes I'm like, that's heavyweight. But whatever. Okay. So sent out to both. We'll get them here in a second as they join. While they're doing that, let me get in here, close that, find, no, there. Okay, all right. A few of these super chats were funny. All right. The Stringer News one says his whole presentation is poisoning the well. Yes, that is a classic thing that Witsit does. Sparky NJ says Witless is a true fallacy master. His ploy about using the hostile witness is a mix between cherry picking and stolen concept. Absolutely, the hostile witness thing is purely based on cherry picking. It only works to take what they said out of context. I've got both of them in the room here. I need to get it set up here. All right, guys, if you talk, they'll hear you. Greetings, Tony.
Tony, that was awesome, bro.
All right, hold on. Industrial Nerd, you are way louder than Tony.
Sorry, I gotta move my mic away a little bit.
Something. So, all right, I'm looking for I updated my OBS, so I gotta fix some things here. Tony, that was man, you kicked him around the room an awful lot.
I tried to. It's yeah.
He thinks, of course, he's gonna be like, I won, but no, no, he did not. And you gave him the thrashing that he needed to have.
Yeah, I felt so. I could have done better, I think, but in retrospect, but I tried my best. I tried to prepare as much as I could for what he was going to say.
And you see, the reflection thing. Explain to us, because he didn't actually go into it, because he knew that you set that didn't. Trap. He figured that out and then ran.
That's right. So so we can I just closed that window actually.
If any of the papers that he referenced, if you have those, because we know they won't support him. It's the first law of Flurf.
Okay. Oh God. I thought I had that open. Where is it? Okay, here we go. Here's one of his papers. I like that it shows up at the National Library of Medicine, for instance.
You can put it in
so-
the chat.
Yeah, I'll put it over here. That was one of his. That was one of his papers. That was the only one I
Industrial Alert,
bothered to download.
Can you grab that and put it in the live chat?
Yeah. And he didn't share. He didn't end up sharing the radio propagation thing.
Of course not. It would not have helped him.
Yeah. But I don't need to be able to explain away that observation to he completely ignored the distance thing, which I guess he had to.
Yeah, he did.
And I should have perhaps hammered him on that a bit more. But I kind of wanted to stick with the seismic stuff because I feel like the Rayleigh waves really just destroyed his position. I would like to give a special shout out to Jose J.G. Boom.
Oh yeah,
who I regard as a complete fuckwit who has dedicated significant effort to harassing me. So it's good to see you here, Jose.
Jose, what are you doing, man? He does admit that he's a bit of a troll. So Jose, tone down the trolling here. All right. Well, I actually wanted to swear a little bit at Witsit, but I was able to keep myself in check there. But he is just a Witsit to my mind is delusional. He does just lie. But he also seems to believe his lies. And that makes him a pathological liar.
Yes. But I kind of thought that you preempted me a little bit actually on your last episode where you were talking about Witsit believing he's the world's best seismologist, geodesist, geophysicist, etc. But I was going to make that point. Like if somebody came up to you at a party and said, I'm the world's best MMA fighter, sprinter, fighter jet pilot, etc., you'd ask for some proof.
Yeah.
And if they couldn't offer it, you'd come to the conclusion that they're just lying or they're delusional. So it was and it seems strange to me that flat earthers don't see that. Like they can't see that that somebody who's making all of these outrageous claims can't be grounded in reality.
Yeah. So the I don't know what particular paper he was talking about that was 10 feet above the ground and they were able to get 500 kilometers or something like that. But typically it's lower frequency things. But again, I haven't seen it, and he was obviously reluctant to share it with you.
Yeah.
If it's less than about 30 megahertz, that would be well explained by bouncing off the ionosphere. If it's over that, then I'd love to see it.
Yeah, there's a and there may be techniques for guiding waves nowadays that I'm not aware of. But I don't know, and I can't comment on it, so I'm not going to. I'm not going to be drawn into a debate where I'm technically deficient. Gary White Benger's here. Wow. Always good to see him.
Gary,
I was going
Gary
to
gets the Vicky treatment for the time being. Right. He's supposed to. He agreed to talk with Professor Phil Bell and can't.
Yeah, he can't. Well, I mean, being kicked off here will give him more time to hang out with Clara Bell. that relationship seems to be going well.
Clarabelle?
Yeah, I think it's one of his cows, but
Oh,
they, he is so sensitive on that. Like I just got sick of sort of talking to him, and I just gone, shouldn't you be out on date night or something?
yeah.
And his reaction was so vivid. I've just
The thing is, he
sticking with this.
He doesn't watch these. He's in the chat and he just pastes his same old nonsense in there, but he's not watching this.
Yep.
So I think Gary IOW wants to come in here, and he knows his stuff on radio propagation. So let's get him maybe to talk a little bit.
Okay. I'm happy to learn.
Let's see. I'm looking for you. Could you send me a message on Gary? You can send me a message on Discord, and I'll send you the link to pop in and explain a bit.
Flanker 420 says, Witsit saying we don't see spheres in space. It's we can see the moons of Saturn and Jupiter moving into the shadow of Saturn and Jupiter. We can film it, and we can see the phases of those planets as they move around in their orbits. So claiming that they're not spheroidal is gibberish. He was bullshitting, but I didn't want to focus on that. It did occur to me to sort of bring it up, but I wanted to actually focus on stuff that's in the Earth, and on the Earth. I didn't want to talk about motion or that sort of stuff. I wanted to, we have evidence on the shape. It's just the shape.
Yeah. All right, Gary, you want me to message you? I'm busy doing a live stream, Gary IOW. You gotta find me.
Yeah, it's probably easier for him to find you. If he's on your Discord server, it should be reasonably easy, right?
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, he'll get it. I've talked with him before on Discord, but it's buried somewhere in the list, so he'll get it. There, he got it. There it came. All right. He said, I don't know how to find you. All right, there you go. There's the Zoom link. So yeah, and yeah, it's the thing is about Witsit is he'll go into topics that he knows nothing about as if he knows everything that there is to know about them. And you're like, well, I'm not very knowledgeable on that topic. So I don't know why is that evidence for the thing is, and they always miss this. Is it evidence for flat Earth and how it supports the flat Earth model that he did not want you to strawman? Of course, if there is a flat Earth model, then you could use that model to test it, but there is no flat Earth model. How could you strawman the flat Earth model that doesn't exist?
Yeah, that's true too, and I should have punished him more than I did on that. Like, if you don't have a model, then you're irrelevant. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what inaccuracies you point out in the spheroidal model. If you don't have a model that's better than it, you need your model to perform better than the model you're competing against. Otherwise, you're irrelevant. So it's. I should have hammered him on that a bit more.
And he's like, and that's his constant thing is he found a small misunderstanding in the globe, therefore flat Earth. I mean, that's essentially what he's saying. He's not presenting the evidence for flat Earth. He's just like, I falsified the globe. Well, you didn't actually falsify the globe. You just identified something that you don't understand.
Yeah, he's not presenting affirmative evidence, nor is he presenting negative evidence. His claim that stuff can be made consistent with the flat Earth, it's not actually evidence for a flat Earth.
All right, we have Gary has joined us. Gary IOW.
Hello, Gary.
Oh, nothing yet. Sometimes it takes a little bit to get the audio working. I see your
Can you
audio.
hear me?
Oh, there it is.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah. There you go. Can you hear me now?
I can.
Yes.
Oh, good. I can hear myself coming back as well. How do I stop that?
So well, yeah, that's probably something on your side. So I've gotten Manabrat Set got the paper that Austin was talking about, and Industrial Nerd and Tony, what did I say was going to be the issue? What about this this particular paper?
You said wavelengths,
Yeah, what wavelength did I say? Do you remember?
low wavelengths, I believe.
Specifically around 30 megahertz.
30. Yeah.
Yep.
Specifically around 30 megahertz, because that's where the ionosphere will reflect them. Now, would it surprise you at all? No, it won't. Just give me a second here.
No, it won't. No, you're trying to build up the suspense here.
I know, right, dude? You're killing us.
All right, I'm not sharing it to you guys. You'll have to listen to me read it here. An empirical investigation of high frequency ground wave propagation. Now, high frequency is a relative term under the sponsorship of Defense Nuclear Agency, Johns Hopkins University, blah, 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 using a frequency band of 20 to 30 megahertz and a portable broadband disc cone antenna. 20 to 30 megahertz. What frequency did I mention?
You mentioned 30. Yes. It's uncanny. You're psychic.
Amazing. Amazing. That
Now, to clear things up, 30 megahertz is 30,000 hertz for people who don't know the mega engineering notation. No, I'm sorry, million hertz, not 1,000 hertz.
Yeah, I was about to say.
All right, I'm going to see if it mentions ionosphere in the paper. That's the quick and easy one to look up.
30 million hertz. Yeah.
So what do you say about that, Gary?
I can't get my camera working. I'm trying to get my.
You can watch on the.
I'm trying to get my camera to work. Well, that's the top end.
Try searching for Iono.
Yeah, it didn't.
Hang on a sec. Hang on.
Oh, there it is.
Right, okay, that's better. Sorry, I had the YouTube thing going at the same time. Okay, so 30 megahertz is the upper limit of the HF band. It goes from about 1.8 megahertz up to 30 megahertz. That's classified as HF. Anything above 30 megahertz is VHF, very high frequency, so 40, 50, 60, 70. And when we talk about HF propagation, we're talking between 1.8 to 30 megahertz. That is determined by ionospheric propagation. So VHF, you will be talking about tropospheric propagation, sporadic E, auroral, backscatter, that sort of thing. So what these flirfs don't understand is that all radio waves are not born equal. Depending on the frequency you're using depends on how far you can go with it. So VHF radio 88 to 108 megahertz, your stereo FM stuff, a range of about 50 miles. That's why they put the transmitters on a high hill so that they get the biggest coverage. But with with HF propagation, it will go around the Earth. You've got ground wave propagation, ionospheric propagation, F1, F2 propagation. So I don't know how you can explain this to these idiots.
Well, this diagram does a good
I
job.
just don't know because they don't understand
Gary,
it.
if you look at the live stream, you'll see.
And I can't get my camera to work. If I can get my camera to work, I will. But
Well,
for
No,
some
no,
reason,
just
it doesn't
look at the
work.
live
Just
stream.
look at the live stream that I'm
Now I
sending
can't hear
out.
anybody. Fuck.
This is Witsit's paper. You absolute moron. Austin, you absolute complete moron. Have I mentioned to anybody that there are the laws of FLIRF? FLIRF citations always contradict the FLIRF's claims.
Yeah.
And this is no exception. Austin. It's specifically talking about how it's done in the ionosphere, and it's specifically using frequencies that reflect off the ionosphere. Oh dear.
Yeah, and there's a skip zone where you can't get to. This
Yep.
is like the shadow zone that he was referencing. Yeah, we know about the shadow zone and we know why it's there. And it's
I mean,
part
it's
of the
called
reason-
the ionosphere for a reason. Yeah.
Yes.
There's ions. My goodness. I mean, how much of a shot in the foot could it be?
It gets ionized by the solar wind.
Yes. Why on the flat Earth is there an ionosphere at all? Why does it propagate only for 30 megahertz and under? It goes a little higher than 30. There's a drop off. But why at 40 megahertz or 50 or a gigahertz does it not go, Austin?
It'll go up to about 50.
There it is. Well, Austin, once again, shot yourself in the foot. Oh, jeez. And I mean, Austin, this picture, you could have read the paper, right? You could have at least read it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the dome. Apparently the dome makes it happen, but not under a certain or over a certain frequency range. So, all right. I'm going to see. I may have. So when you first came on, it wasn't. There it is. I'll ask you to start your video and see if it works for you, Gary. Now, see, I'm just seeing an OBS screen, so something's weird about it. Anyway, that's great. Anything else on radio propagation there?
Yeah,
Gary?
for some reason I can't get my video to work. So,
Oh, were you going to show us something? Okay. I don't know. I didn't hear if you answered, I didn't hear the answer.
no. Just so you can see my ugly mug.
Oh, yes.
I'm
well,
listening to you on YouTube,
Okay.
so there's a bit of a delay.
Oh, yeah. You should not listen on YouTube.
Yeah, just hit the mute on YouTube and listen on the Zoom, Gary. I learned that
that'll
a while back.
Industrial nerd learned it the hard way.
Yes,
Remember,
I did.
I debated Psalm a long time, like over a year ago, and the
Yeah,
whole
I know,
time
I know,
he had that.
I know. I'm perfectly aware of that, but
It's got a
for
delay.
some reason I can't hear it on Zoom.
Oh, yeah. It's routing through your OBS. It looks like. So now he'll respond in a delay here.
7 seconds
I know.
later.
Yeah, he didn't. Austin did not answer.
No, I've got voice meter running.
Tony, he didn't answer why it takes 3 days. 3 days for the solar flares to show up on Earth if the sun is local.
Yes. He didn't answer a lot of stuff. He just ignored that. But it's one of the things that occurred to me recently when I saw a forecast there'll be a solar storm in a few days. So if the sun is local, what are these waves walking, or are they driving? Like they're coming at a fairly modest speed in that sense.
Well,
if it takes them 3 days to get here.
And even more curious, if they're over the flat Earth, then the part of the flat Earth where the sun is directly above is definitely a shorter distance, right? If it's
Yes.
if it's 2,000 miles or 1,000 miles or whatever that distance is, You wouldn't want to straw man your model that you don't have, Witsit. Why does, let's say it's over Australia when the solar flare happens. Why does the entire Earth get it about the same time and not Australia first and then maybe the United States significantly later, since the distance is dramatically different?
Yes, exactly so. So, the point of first if this solar storm is traveling so slowly, then there should be a significant time delay between the ground point where it first hits and the rest of the Earth, because the distances are significantly larger. It's just nothing makes sense on flat Earth, and it's the whole thing. All that Witsit does is stick a whole bunch of polysyllabic words together, without any observations, without any validation, without any sort of reference to reality. He just vomits this stuff, and people are supposed to believe it, and flat earthers do.
Yeah, and they're like, we're making more flat earthers. Well, you're fooling more dumb people is what you're doing.
Yes, it's so true.
So what? We don't want more dumb people. We have enough. We're full up on dumb people, but it's not really a success story to say, oh, well, more dumb people fell for our lies.
Okay.
Well, while you were debating him, we're trying to track two things: his claims without evidence and his lies.
Yep.
So we have a live document that we were working on. I have it here up on screen. Let's see, his azimuthal grid of vision, claim without evidence.
Yeah.
Just he went over this. You have an azimuth, you have a zenith. Therefore, things that are far away appear the same size to things that are close. You didn't explain that. That was actually a claim without evidence.
Yes.
He claimed the Earth is not moving. No evidence for that.
Yeah.
He claimed the laser test. He actually referenced Lake Balaton, which I'm surprised they still reference that because they measured the lapse rate. The lapse rate. Yeah, it was a lapse rate of 1 degree Celsius over 10 meters. It will curve the light at the same radius as the radius of the Earth, the measured radius of the Earth. And if it's less than that, right? If it's a 1 degree over 1.5 meters, like they measured at Lake Balaton, it's going to bend the light down and bounce off of the water. And wouldn't you know, in the pictures, you can see the laser across Lake Balaton is reflecting off the water. There's a whole big smear right in front of you between them and the laser, where it's continually bouncing off the water and scattering. Let's see. I predicted that because you brought up spherical excess, but he didn't touch it. My prediction was that he was going to claim it was baked into the evidence, but he didn't touch it. So his propagation of tsunamis, that was a new one. I hadn't heard that before.
That was.
Had you heard that? You seem to have predicted it.
I had heard that. There's like I said, I went and I literally work across the corridor from an expert on tsunami propagation, and I'd been told that the tsunami waves don't curve around Antarctica, and I'd asked him about this. So and he told me that if you don't include Coriolis effects in your tsunami propagation models, you get the demonstrably wrong answer. You don't match the observations. So yeah, I had heard it. I don't know where they're getting it from, but they're just wrong. And the tsunami modelers don't agree with them. So yeah. Well, nobody agrees with them. So, but the tsunami modelers just as bemused by it as we are.
Exactly.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. I need to go AFK just a moment.
Okay.
I'll be back.
All right, so let's see.
Aw.
Number 6. Oh, I'll skip that one.
We gotta wait for Tony for that one.
I've never used them before, so
that and Tony being the world's greatest everything. He had a long list. Like I couldn't write it all down.
Yep. All right. So, well, the no tsunamis wrap around Antarctica ever. He made that really clear. Ever. Which is a strong claim, and he made it. So, all right. He said that Tony claimed that earthquake predictions were perfect. He multiple times he said perfect. He put those words into Tony's mouth, but I don't believe.
Yes,
Tony
so
said
everything multiple times. I tried to bold and italicize and underline depending upon the frequency of use of them. Tried.
He claimed there is a flat Earth seismologist. Amazing. I don't know how a flat Earth seismologist could do their job, because how could
that's a great question for Tony. How would a flat Earth seismologist be able to do seismology?
Amazing.
With a gravity-o-meter.
and he has a YouTube channel.
Oh.
Okay, if there's a flat Earth seismologist, then he should have some published papers talking about flat Earth, I suppose. Tony, Tony doesn't have his headphones yet.
No, I can hear.
Oh, okay. So Witsit claimed that you are the best chess player ever.
Did he?
No, Tony, you were making a lot of claims that you were the best of everything. So I had to put that in his claim. So
I was, I was making the point that if
I know it's rhetorical, yes.
If somebody came up to you at a party and just started spouting, this nonsense, like you'd go, well, can you prove any of this? And when they couldn't, you'd just go, nah. You'd excuse yourself. You'd find somebody else to talk to.
Yes.
Or you'd,
I don't know. I can't be unique in this. I've run into people at times that do like to talk about how they are the greatest, all sorts of different things, or they had all these different. They used to work at this job and they used to do this job, and well, funny enough, I used to do this. Like, I don't know. No. There's no time in a life for you to do all those things.
Yeah.
I loved your list of the world's greatest thing ever that Witsit claimed to basically have.
Yes.
It's,
and I left out some of them. I'm realizing.
it's the Ipsy Dixit fallacy, which is it's right because I said it's right, or it's right because Witsit basically claiming himself to be the authority by just making these assertions. Azimuthal grid of distance is why we see things. Says who? Says only Witsit. Yes. That's not an explanation for anything. You need empirical evidence for that. So he claimed, multiple times he said that you claimed perfect earthquake predictions.
Yeah. I don't think I did.
Yeah, I don't either.
And I didn't, the accuracy, I will say they are always accurate within within certain parameters of accuracy, and that paper that he sent me, wasn't doing the 40% change thing. It was doing 7%. So I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, that's another thing. He can't do math.
You spanked him, Tony. You spanked him.
Oh, thank you.
It was brutal.
It was a good spanking.
One of the better ones.
Like that spanking turned me on. It was so good.
He just doesn't realize that you spanked him.
Well, I'm not. Obviously, you're not going to puncture the delusions. Witsit's sort of surrounded himself with, but hopefully, you can make it clear that he's got nothing in terms of observational evidence or observational support.
He talked about the flat Earth model that doesn't exist. He talked about the block domain wall. And I'll show you the block domain wall for flat Earth, of course. So the magnetic field of the Earth is not the same everywhere. But he claims that the flat Earth is a magnet like this one, right? This is a magnet in the middle, and that there is a toroid around it. Please excuse this sphere and imagine it's a toroid, and that the flat Earth is in the middle here, right? That's where the flat Earth is, and the block the block domain wall is the place where north and south are equal in a magnetic field. So he claimed the block domain wall, which would mean that the north and south would be equal across the entire surface of the flat Earth, but it's not. It's very inconsistent. It varies in direction and intensity all over.
Yeah, and there are multiple reasons for that. They kept on going on about, well, supercomputers can't do that yet. I believe I did share. People are asking in the chat for the 40% paper. I did share that. I did. That's the one I shared in the chat. I think that's the one. That's that one.
Let me look here to see if I have.
And the Industrial Nerd did share it previously. So
okay.
I mean, I think they think that the Earth's magnetic field is kind of like a bar magnet where you can put iron filings on it and get a symmetrical pattern. But we know it's not because of the varying densities of rocks and whatever throughout the world. It's not. It's a very what's the word? It's a weird conglomerate of density around the world that affects the magnetic field of the Earth. It's not a bar magnet like they believe it might be.
Yeah, well, the one of the first school seminars that I went to at when I was starting my PhD was about quadrupolar models for the geomagnetic dynamo. And they were able to show that you could have a quadrupolar dynamo, and it would show as bipolar at the surface. The currents as they propagated out would sort of self-attenuate to some extent, and you'd only see the two poles. So it goes to show just how difficult it is to get this stuff to work. But and just how little we can be certain of in our reconstructions. But that recent paper I showed Pham and Tkalcic about anisotropy in the inner core. That anisotropy, there's a cylinder of anisotropy that is tilted with reference to the pole of rotation. So that may give us some extra information on what's going on in the geodynamo.
Oh well, it won't surprise you. It won't surprise you when I show you the citation. Put it up on screen here in a second. Here, give me. It's the first law of Flerp again, because he's like, here's this paper, blah blah. Therefore, Earth flat. But of course, it's not. It doesn't support him. So, all right, here we go. Here we go. I gotta drop it in the right spot here. All right, it's copying. It's ready. Here we go. Oh. Wrong thing. One more. There we go. And the paper, ultra low velocity zones near the core mantle boundary from broadband PKP precursors. Right?
Yep.
And, I need to, it's zoomed in way too much. Hold on.
And he corrected me. It's the Pacific. I said it was the Pacific.
All right, hold on.
Drops of at least 7%. Like, these are...
So Witsit can't do math. So when he's going to do something like determine how much off a prediction is, he's going to get that percentage wrong because he can't do the math. So all right. I'm There we go. All right. Ultra low velocity zones near the core mantle boundary from broadband PKP precursors. Just right there. It's got a view of the globe right there, showing where where this is happening, and where they're identifying these anomalies, as you said, Tony, right there. Tell Austin, this doesn't help you. Hint, this doesn't help you. This is a globe, Austin, not a flat Earth.
But he's doing his old trick, right? To say, well, there's stuff that we don't yet know. There's stuff that, doesn't agree with the models. Therefore, the model should be rejected in their entirety. That's not how science works. That's not how epistemology works. You don't just throw away everything you do know. If we discovered after a genetic test tomorrow that the people who raised me aren't actually my genetic parents, that there was some sort of mix-up at the hospital, that doesn't justify the conclusion that I'm therefore an orange. That isn't a valid syllogism.
It's the all or nothing. The fallacy.
Tony, you are my father.
It's the all or nothing fallacy that Austin, when he goes over his fallacy list, he's telling us the fallacies he's going to use. That's what he uses, the all or nothing fallacy. If this isn't an absolute perfect prediction of everything, then everything is complete garbage.
Yes. And it's, I keep on using this quote, that all models are wrong, some models are useful. It's a useful thing to bear in mind when you're discussing science, because you can get carried away with saying this is our model and therefore it's accurate. It's reality. Reality must be it. So I was reading an interesting article about this sort of thing the other day in statistical terms, and their example was the global financial crisis. And they had these financial instruments with, all these loans pulled in, and the security of these instruments was calculated under the model assumption that the value of the things inside were not correlated. But in fact, they were highly correlated. So if one failed, they all failed. And because they were using the wrong model for the financial viability of these things, they thought that a bunch of investments were sound, and they made them, and everything went tits up because the model was wrong. The model in which they were basing their purchasing decisions was actually grotesquely inaccurate. Don't assume your model's a reality.
That's the reification there.
Yes.
Okay, guys, if you're hearing some weird sounds from me, you probably are.
We don't hear any weird sounds.
No, we don't, Gary.
Okay. Well, I'm just transmitting on 7 megahertz using a digital mode just to get some plots so that I can show them to you, where they show on a Mercator map curved lines. Now, radio waves travel in a straight line, as we know.
Yeah.
But on a Mercator map, they will come out as curved lines.
Yep.
So I'm just going to broadcast for a few minutes some digital stuff on 7 megahertz. And I need to go and have a quick wee, so I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Commercial break.
Well, while he's doing the Riley, I got a couple super chats here. Sparky NJ says Witless is a true fallacy master. His ploy about using hostile witness is a mix between cherry picking and stolen concept. And I know that I read that before, but it is absolutely worth bringing up again. A hostile witness is not evidence. Just show evidence. And Hugh Jars Huge Arse then comes around, and this is perfect. He says, if you have positive evidence for your position, the fastest way to win any debate is to present it. Mucking about with fallacies is broadcasting that you don't have a valid argument.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it is, and this is sort of the you can't use them all, like the fallacy of authority, that appeal to authority, appeal to qualification, etc. You can't use all of those because at that point there's nothing to distinguish a delusional nutbar from a scientist, right? If the scientist can't use his qualifications, can't use the rest of science, we're in fantasy land. We're completely divorced from reality at that point. So all of these fallacies he's talking about are just excuses for his fantasies to be accepted as substitutes.
Tony, your use of the word delusional during the debate as many times as you did was perfect. I loved it. I laughed every time. I'm not sure if everybody heard me or not, but sorry for not muting my mic, but that was brilliant, dude. That was brilliant.
He is completely delusional. He believes his own lies.
Yeah.
I think like a lot of flat earthers stop talking about certain topics because they're like, I can't back that up. He doesn't. He goes full bore into every single one, thinking that he is smarter than everybody else. So, the Sun Express says the Krakatoni Fund and Titicaca because reasons.
Reasons. Well, that's very kind.
Justin Neal says Witless is the king of intellectual dishonesty and word salad, nothing more. Yeah, you can tell, and he hasn't done it as much lately, but you can tell when he presses play on his mantras, right, or on his things, and a lot of the time he gets his hands going too. He's like do 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 do, right? You can tell when it's just something he got memorized by rote, and he hits play. He doesn't understand it. Just comes out.
Yeah, that's it's sesquipedalian regurgitation. He just uses long words to sort of baffle that he's in sequences that he's memorized in order to baffle his audience into thinking, well, I didn't understand that, therefore it must be meaningful. It's not. It's bullshit. It's just it's idiotic fluffery.
Tony, I loved it when you were using your hands and you were doing big swinging motions during the. I forget what the topic was, but I saw you going all out. It was great.
Rally waves. I was discussing the rally waves. I had
great.
I had the presentation ready, but it was very awkward to sort of get the screen going with them. So
and he didn't understand rally waves, I don't think.
No, he doesn't. He was going on about surface wave. He was going on about surface wave velocity anomalies. That doesn't help you. That cannot explain the observations. It's not enough. And I should have hammered him on this, but it's not enough to say there are anomalies. You need to explain the observations. We can. You can't. And yeah.
Let's see. Ted Iacocca says, how can anyone strawman a model that doesn't exist? Can Witsit steelman his model of flat Earth? No. Yeah, you don't get to use strawman if you don't present a model. We can just choose any old flat Earth model or invent our own on the fly to mock you if you don't have a model. We have free
and when he
rein
admitted
to
that
do
he didn't know what the when he admitted that he didn't know what he didn't have the first idea what the distance from Johannesburg to Sydney was, like, well, then you're fucking useless.
Yep.
Forgive my crudeness, but you are absolutely fucking useless.
There are not strong enough words to put in front of useless that exist. So completely appropriate.
I have a few plots here.
Okay.
Can I share my screen here?
Yeah, hold on a second. I gotta set it up so that it's visible when you do it. So give me a second. All right, yeah, you can. Oh, I need to set it so you can share it. Give me one more second. By default, it doesn't let people share. Okay, you should be able to share now.
Okay, so this is F propagation.
We don't see it yet.
No, I know, I haven't shared it yet.
Okay.
So in the atmosphere, you've got two layers, the F1 and F2 layers. During the daytime, they are discrete. So you have the F1 and the F2. At nighttime, the two layers combine to become the F layer. So here in the UK at the moment, it's nearly 3 o'clock. So the F layers have combined into the F layer. So let me share my screen. Oh, hang on. Can you see that? That
Yes.
should be a map. So you can see where I am here, and you can see all of these lines are curved. So this is where I'm being heard in all of these places here. So, oh, hang on a sec. Let me stop that. Let me bring this up. Okay, Hong Kong. So this is a contact I made into Hong Kong.
We're not seeing it right now.
Let me share this.
Okay.
Google Earth. There we go. Share. Right. Now, if you look at it, it's a straight line because radio waves travel in a straight line. But if you move it round like that, you can see it going all the way over to there.
So it's made it there.
We have, yeah. I can't remember what frequency that was on. That was on 10 meters, so that would be 28 megahertz.
Okay.
So I don't know how to say this, but when you look at that on a Mercator projection, it's a curved line. It goes up to the north and then it comes down to the south. But when you look at it on the Earth, you can see that it's a straight line because radio waves travel in a straight line.
Yeah, even the fact that it's a straight line when you're over it, and it turns in it becomes more and more circular as you increase your angle to it. So at 90 degrees,
well, it's to do with great circles, Tony.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Let me try and find something else that will. So, hang on, let me share this for you. Share screen. That one. So this is my logbook, and you can see here a Mercator projection. This is dark. This is daylight. I can change that to a great circle. Now you can see. So if I want, we all know Australia is in the south. But if I want to talk to Australia, I need to point my antenna northeast. If I want to talk New Zealand, I need to go from 5 degrees all the way down to 60 degrees northeast. So this is a great circle map centered on where I am on the Isle of Wight. This is how the world looks to radio waves from where I am. Or you can have it as a Mercator projection.
Yeah, none of the angles work for any flatness, do they?
Well, the Great Circle Map is an azimuth equidistant projection, but you can center that on any city anywhere in the world, and it will look different for every city. So if you center it on Berlin, it will look different to what it looks like from me. If you center it on Singapore, it will look different. If you center it on Sydney, it will look different. But they're all azimuthal equidistant maps. So there are many great circle maps. And if you're a flat earther, which one do you choose? Sydney, Singapore, Berlin, London, Belfast.
You remind me of a paper I was reading recently, actually, about the influence on the ionosphere of a gamma ray burst that actually seriously impacted the travel times for radio waves from between various control stations. So this gamma ray burst is detected, and it has this effect on the ionosphere. How is that happening according to the flat Earth?
Gamma rays don't exist, people. That's it. That's Witsit. He's like, I don't concern myself with things that happen in imaginary places. That's all he says.
But we can demonstrate that gamma rays exist on Earth.
He doesn't care.
Okay.
And we can demonstrate that the solar wind and also the 11-year solar cycle has an effect on the ionosphere.
Yeah.
I mean, at the moment, it's coming up. It's getting really good. It's coming up to the peak. There are more sunspots. It affects radio propagation.
All right. I need to move on. We got a couple more super chats here to read up. But somebody asked about what is Walter Bislin's thing, and so I'll show you. I'll put a link in the chat to this. This is Walter Bislin's thing here. Now, this shows a demonstration on flat Earth how the light must move in order for it to match observations. And as you'll see, the track of that the light has to take it to get to different places is very unusual. It has to bend in directions and in a manner that you would never expect. There's no plausible mechanism for it. And this is just showing, kind of going through a handful of different observations. Sunsets due west on the equinox. Doesn't matter where you are. So you see that up there where the sun is coming from on flat Earth, the light has to bend in weird ways. Why? It's inexplicable.
Because you're on LSD. That's the only way I can see this working.
That would help.
So there's the sun above flat Earth, and then it has all these bendy stuff. Now, the refraction causes light to bend the opposite direction. So this is completely unexplained. And why is the sun able to get a different distance for different places? No explanation for that. None of this is explainable. Just saying azimuthal grid of vision doesn't explain anything. It's just a hand wave, a way to trick his gullible followers into sending him more money. That's it.
Yes.
So that he doesn't have to work can actually have ramifications for the things that he says and does.
They call those grifters, Toon. Grifters.
Absolutely. Tony, if your work didn't actually produce results, how long would you remain doing your work?
Probably not very long, because people would cease to pay me for it.
Exactly. But Austin, he can just proclaim things to exist in a certain way, and there's no ramifications for it. Nobody ever actually tests that or has to put what he says into action, into motion, and produce results from it.
I mean, how does this light thing work with them, with their sun and moon going around the equator, the tropics?
It doesn't.
It's only proven by LSD.
LSD
Yes.
is the king.
It's the only proof.
So you've got this sun, and the light goes to the equator, but then it magically goes further to the outsides on northern.
Why? Inexplicable.
Why?
Inexplicable.
And it would be trivial to disprove that, right? The light paths cannot be preserved with altitude. So if you made, the fact that celestial navigation was used for planes accurately and without any adjustment, in and of itself instantly debunks this. This is a possibility. Back in sort of the more pioneering ages of plane travel, but still, it worked, and and it wouldn't have if this was true, because the stars would appear to be in different positions.
Yeah, the celestial navigation completely relies on the stars being in certain positions and the Earth being a certain shape.
Yes.
And for today is 1 year since I issued the challenge. And for some reason, no flat earther has been able to show the process of doing celestial navigation using.
And we've just had
flat
the equinox, haven't we?
Yep, we just
Where
crossed
the sun. Yep.
All right.
Rises.
I think you're being a bit harsh there. I mean, Flatsoid got within 500 miles or something.
It was so far off. Can you imagine being it was kilometers, I think, 500 kilometers off in celestial navigation.
And that's good. That's a good estimate.
You cannot pilot a ship with that kind of crappy positioning. All right, no. Turing test 2 says for 10 pounds, there are lies, damn lies, and Witsit. And Ted Iacocca says sad flurf liesmology. That was from when you were talking with him about seismology.
I must get a seismometer.
A seismometer.
Yeah.
I can understand a person not knowing the name of the instrument unless they're claiming to know more than experts on that topic.
Yeah.
If you claim to know more than experts on that topic, you at least better get the name of their common instruments correct.
Now, with a lot of these, we're going over the list, so we're pre-truncating the list here. So let's not go too far into everything else that's on the list now, guys.
Justin Neal says.
Wondering.
Justin Neal says for you says cheers to Tony and Toon. Witless's next level top left.
Yeah.
Tony, who are you backing?
Who am I backing? I have to say that I am convinced that I haven't seen. I have to say I haven't seen much of Flatsoid, so I don't know what he's doing. So I'll have to watch a video on him. But for me, Witsit is the worst, and maybe not the stupidest though. So,
but he is pretty stupid.
He is pretty stupid.
Witsit's thing is the topness, not the leftness.
Yeah, Witsit is very, very top.
Wait, don't take off the wig.
I'm trying to get it on straight. I think I got it on backwards. Hold on, I'm having a wardrobe malfunction.
We've got CC impersonator in the house
with his clip-on hairdo.
So you know, Tony, Industrial Nerd is backing CC.
Yes, yeah. Industrial Nerd is a huge fan of CC.
Look at that.
I have to say they don't come much stupider than CC. Like it is.
He's left, right? CC's
Yeah.
left. Witsit is top, but Flatzoid is top and left. He's the perfect,
Okay.
a perfect amalgam of both.
The perfect
top and
ratio.
I'll
left.
have to before I commit. I'll have to at least watch your video because
And remember, people, take this seriously at your own peril. It's a farce. All of it is a farce. Ted Iacocca, Lee's older brother, says, I love when Witsit says sophistry as if he isn't projecting. What a child.
yes.
Everything he
That's all,
does
he's a
is
dummy.
sophistry.
Deadpool 22. You got it there, man.
Flatzoid. Yanush Tacos. I always get says the sizometer is also useful for dick measuring contest. But watch out, Witsit is cheating. He brought all of his fallacies. Or fallacies.
That's a good one. That works on multiple levels.
My shoe man used to use a sizometer.
Gary IOW is a new member at Newton, and I can thank you personally. Thank you, Gary.
That's all right. I've been a member before.
Sid Allman says MC Toon maniacally laughing at Witsit, priceless. Yeah, so Tony, it was fantastic. I'd pause it, allow a little laughter, and then play again and play it out at a little faster speed, which helped.
Okay.
Which helped especially with you because I was able to stay awake then.
But you got broke, MC Toon.
There were a few times. How do you come back from some of the things he says? It's just you just laugh. Philip Harwood says, "Damn, I'm too late. I'm late to a big debate. Got stuck for an hour in NSW. That's New South Wales, I suppose. State elections. That sound right, Tony?
Yeah. So that's right. They're having their big election today. So
and he says, you do Australia proud, PhD Tony.
Oh, thank you.
You do. I used to live there, Tony.
Oh, nice. Whereabouts?
Yeah. In Port Macquarie, Canada.
Oh, okay. I grew up near
Newcastle. I loved it in
Yeah.
Newcastle. Newcastle was brilliant.
Yeah, I grew up in Newcastle, so I've got a soft spot for it.
So
Yeah.
if you're from Newcastle, are you a Geordie?
No.
No, it's a different Newcastle.
Are you a member of the Toon Army?
Well, we definitely are members of the Toon Army. I'm fairly certain. Interestingly, I'm not sure that this is widely known, but I got to chatting with somebody in the chat, and mentioned that I'd grown up from Newcastle, and he's gone, oh yeah, I went to Merriweather High School. I'm gone, oh,
Merriweather. That's where I lived.
That was right next to my primary school. I went to Adamstown Primary School, but I went to high school at Broadmeadow. And he's gone, well, maybe we played sport against one another. And I said, oh, I had some very good friends from Merriweather High School, and I started naming them. And he's gone, you're joking, all right? And it turned out that we had actually met previously. So we had physically met one another back when we were teenagers. But he lives in Japan now, and I've moved down to Canberra. But yeah, so without talking to people in the chat, I wouldn't have reconnected with this guy. So that's a good thing.
Very nice.
Amazing. I lived in Merriweather in Patrick Street.
Right. Okay. Well, I lived in Adamstown, obviously just across the hills there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Nice.
I'm going to give my address.
Streamers One says air marshals took Witsit off the dielectric plane. The dielectric plane was one of his claims.
That's good.
Yeah. It's just patent fucking nonsense. Like when he spews this sort of garbage, and you just go like, there's absolutely you have just jumped the shark, really. and you know you've lost when that's your reaction. Like, as soon as you start just spewing meaningless nonsense, which he does quite a lot, you just go, it's
and his gullible followers are like, oh, that sounds sciencey.
Yes,
that's all they have.
Yeah,
right. And if you interact with them somewhere else, they're like, oh, Witsit said this, blah blah. Like, oh, well, could you explain in your own words what he meant?
Yeah,
I never have gotten an answer to that question.
Yeah.
Serene News 1 says Krakatoni eruption in 3, 2, 1. That was near the end of the
I think we were all looking forward to that.
I know, right?
It just is just a little spurts.
I don't think I went that hard on him. I mean, compared to some of the times I've gone off, I thought he got off fairly lightly. To be brutally honest. So yeah, it wasn't a full-fledged eruption, I don't think.
Yeah, this one, the Copper in Quarter says, if you guys like gold refining videos, swing by my channel after the Toon Show. I do like gold refining.
He does refine
videos.
Silver too. I like his as well, too.
Really?
So.
All right. Well, tell you what, send me Copper in Quarter. Send me a DM. Get on my Discord server. Someone can put a link to it because it always expires. I have some questions for you because I have a large number of high quality circuit boards with a good amount of gold on them. So
I was talking about it with him too, but I don't want to give away the details because I'm not sure 100% either. But yes, we're on the same page.
All right. I got partway through, and then then winter hit in, and I stopped. Lord Illuminous Pooh says witless flating, go fig. Falleting? Oh yeah, that's when Filleting? Is that when he goes off on his random fallacy list?
Yeah, I think it's a play on words, right?
Yep.
That I am not going to discuss with a man of your tender years, because that qualifies as grooming.
Yes.
So.
My goodness. I was just today dealing with the safe sport certification and the background checks for the people in our organization for Ultimate Frisbee. So,
all right. Great sport. Fantastic.
I do enjoy it. Tim Pryor says, Austin, $2,000 right now if you can prove the earth is flat. Now that I'm going to caution you on that, because that's exactly the same type of wording that Dearth has. How do you measure prove the earth is flat or prove the earth is anything?
You need to be a bit more specific.
You have to be much more specific. That's why my challenge is very narrow. So and super measurable. That's the other thing. You can't measure, prove. So measurable would be, here's the exact process to do celestial navigation. No globe involved. It's clear to any outsider. Another one that I want to do is on eclipses. Really easy. Here's the eclipse for prediction for October 2023, later this year. Right? Show using flat Earth, not the globe, the same prediction to the same quality. I tell you what, I'll be less. You don't have to be nearly as accurate, but you still can't.
Sorry, what is that? MC2?
This is the Eclipse Almanac.
Oh, Eclipse.
2021 to 2030. The color edition, by the way.
I like it.
10 years. So they've gone out decades and predicted these. And Austin's answer to this is claiming that NASA admitted on their website that they cannot predict eclipses with the globe model. That's his claim. But on their website, they actually specifically say they use VSOP 2000, VSOP 87 and ELP 2000 spherical Earth solar system models. So I don't know what he's talking about. Oh, that's right. Austin lies. It's a lie. It's a lie.
Yeah. Witsit's got it nailed.
Yep. Let's see. Gary. Oh, Gary, you gifted 5 memberships. Thank you for that. Thank you. Oh, you did it twice. Oh, there it is. It
Yeah.
came through. Okay, next one. I'm looking at one at a time. I don't know if did you do 10 and then it like split it into 5s?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
2 5s.
Okay.
Yeah.
Street News 1 says MDD can go suck a tree. Absolutely.
I have to say, I thought
How the fuck?
I have to say that I thought Kaz was okay.
But that's more possible than a flat Earth. So
Yes, you can.
At least you can suck a tree.
Tim
Wow.
Pryor says, Austin, if our model's wrong, then stop using our technology, ding dong. Tony, I love the distance of the fiber optic line under the ocean there, under the Pacific. That was great.
Yeah.
And that type of thing can be validated through ping times because light only travels a certain speed. And on flat Earth, that distance would be probably, I'm just guessing, probably about twice. So the amount of time that you can get a ping back from a router just on the other side of that can verify whether or not it was the length that it must be for flat Earth.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was the line I showed was the Hawaii submarine cable, and on the website for it, they give the lapse times for Hawaii, which is on the cable, and for Solomon Islands, I think, which is on the cable, and for Sydney, so you can check it stepwise through the through things. So it's just it's just every time I think Google are currently constructing an optical fiber cable from the west coast to Japan, so somewhere
The west coast of Australia?
No, the west coast of the US.
Oh.
But they're in the process of constructing it now. So it may be an opportunity to sort of, while it's happening, document what's going on.
Yeah, the problem with the northern routes like that is they're close enough for flat Earth that it's within the slop for something like ping time.
Yeah.
There's a propagation delay when you send light or radio waves through a physical medium, and it's normally like 66%. So
of the speed of
radio
light,
waves, RF will travel through copper at 66% of the speed of light in a vacuum, and light will do the same through a physical medium such as an optic fiber.
Yeah.
And that can be taken into account for timings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's these, whenever you check the lengths, they are accurately estimated by the spherical Earth formula, and that was one of the reasons, for instance, that the Takula Kalgoorlie line is so good is because it's almost exactly the same as the distance between, say, New Orleans and there's a train station in Western Texas. It's almost exactly the same as that. Though there's a bit of deviation for those ones, but wherever you test it, it gives a pretty good answer. So if this is easy. If flat earthers wanted to convince us that our models are wrong, they could get the observations and they could show us where they're wrong.
But
they
see,
don't.
In Witsit's head, if it's 1 kilometer off, it's wrong and everything is completely thrown out. So that's the type of science denialism that he does. It's typical of science deniers. They have their perfect version that they demand for the globe, and if it isn't perfect, therefore flat, right? That they'll accept any old nonsense that's just vague and inconclusive and doesn't make any solid predictions to support their idea that the Earth is flat. But if you can't be 100% perfect, well then screw you.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, when those guys did the triangulation across North America.
Yeah.
They predicted that this town is, let's say, 10,000 meters away from town A. And when they did the trig, they were within half a centimeter of it.
Yes. Yeah. And they did this by measuring these baselines, these occasional
That's
baselines
right.
across. So like there's in Salt Lake, there's a Salt Lake North and a Salt Lake East, or sorry, North and South station. And they constructed these stations, and they're like 30, 40 meters high so that they could see them across this distance. And they're about 11 kilometers apart. And they're right next to the actual lake. So their elevation change is very slight. So they used different methods to measure, but typically they'd use like an 8-meter bar to measure the distance, and they go end to end.
And multiples of them.
Yeah. And they did it with a tent over the top so that the sun wouldn't hit it directly and heat it up. And they had a thermometer on the bar so that they knew the temperature of the bar so they can calculate the thermal expansion. And they used, I forget the name of the alloy that is particularly insusceptible to thermal expansion. It doesn't have zero, but it's very slight and is well known. So that all of these different things that they did to measure the distance, and they didn't do it once. They would go at
multiple
least
times.
Once there and once back, measuring the distance between them
over 5 or 6 months as well.
Yeah, it would take a long time to do these things. So they did that, and then they used the triangulation network that they had done starting on the other side of the country. They get to Salt Lake, and they're like, oh, well, we're only off by 2 centimeters or something like that. And of course, a flat earther would say, oh, well, 2 centimeters.
It's wrong.
That's not perfect. I demand perfect. Therefore, Earth flat.
Yeah.
I've been reading that an awful lot more, and I'm nearly ready to do a video
I was
on
reading up on that as well.
The reciprocal zenith angles.
Yeah.
Almost ready on that one. NA says the worst thing about Witsit is that he thinks he is smart. He's not. He's not.
His smug grin.
It's smug, yeah.
Can I interrupt for just a second?
Sure.
Somebody tapped out "Thanks God It's Flat." "Thanks God It's Flat" is a comedy channel who is pretending to be a flat earther and isn't actually a flat earther. So I don't think that they deserve to be timed out there.
And
making,
even if it's not, I don't see anything that he said that would justify being blocked. So don't do that. They moderators, they need to be either named 33UC, Gary Wybenga, or say something really, really bad that YouTube might flag my channel for. So I don't mind them making fools of themselves and having an indelible record in the chat of them making fools of themselves. Please let them do that.
Please let them be stupid.
We shine a spotlight on their stupidity for future generations.
It will be here forever.
Yeah, so yes, traycation bad is what I'm talking about. Those types of accusations. Virginia Botanist says, wonder if Witsit ever learned about Descartes in high school. Logically assuming anything outside one's own mind is a begging the question fallacy.
Earth is life. I love how Witsit squirms whenever I ask him about the distance between Johannesburg and Sydney.
Or Sydney and Perth.
Indeed.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, you're looking at 4 time zones at least.
Yeah.
Tony, you'll know.
It's it depends how you're measuring time zones, but it's 2 hours difference between us and Perth. I think it's 3 hours at the moment because we have daylight saving and they don't. So
why does anybody do daylight savings? Please stop it, people.
It's horrible.
Sparky NJ says, I have a headache now. Thanks, MC2. Mr. Toffees says, Tony, awesome job, man.
Thank you. I appreciate the support.
Oh, you did well, man.
That was
Thank you.
You just kept kicking him around the room, and then he could not stop bringing up old stuff that you'd already pummeled him with.
Nailed him to the wall, Tony. That was epic. That was great. I loved it. Loved it.
I was trying to, and if he wants to keep on sneaking in snide references, we can return to the seismic stuff. And it's Oh, well done, Jose. Good for you. I'm glad your skills at sampling are so good.
Jose, stop trolling. I don't know. I do enjoy sometimes popping on Jose's channel, but don't troll, man. Don't troll. I do want to say this. So this is the book Relativity, the Special and General Theory, written by Einstein, came out in 1916. Witsit constantly references this book. Now, this book was aimed at the common population, right? It's not his paper on relativity.
No.
But so Witsit's never, to my knowledge, read Einstein's papers on relativity, the four of them. The four of them that he published in 1915 about general relativity, to be specific. He thinks this is his publication on relativity. Because
so nothing to do with his paper of 2015 then?
2015. Oh, yeah, he mentioned, he get the year wrong. That's okay. Then nitpicking that is a good for a chuckle, but it's not. So when he says, according to relativity, he's actually saying, according to the popular mass market publication that Einstein wrote, that isn't the general theory of relativity. That's what he really means.
Yeah. Well, what he really means is his interpretation of that. And this is the thing. This is the point that I wanted to sort of hammer home. How do we know that his interpretation is correct? Because he says so. That's all the evidence we have.
Yeah.
He's never passed any tests. He's never done any assignments. He doesn't have any qualifications, and he doesn't have any achievements. He's done nothing. So, so we don't have to accept that his interpretation is correct until he demonstrates it somehow.
Absolutely. Just saying thusly. It's back to the Ipsy Dixit fallacy. It's correct because he says it's correct. That's it. That's all he has. Stringers one says the hostile witness is an ad hominem fallacy that ignores the veracity of what is said in favor of prejudice about who is saying it.
Yeah. So he wants to rely on the validity of the scientific publication, but not rely on the conclusions that they come to.
Yeah.
So it's facetious nonsense.
Tesla Bit and Radio. Austin came into an intellectual battle of wits with PhD Tony unarmed again. Yeah.
It is bullying in many senses, but I kind of think that you need to. This is the other thing about the MMA analogy is that if he thought he was the world's greatest MMA artist and got into, that's what people are here for.
There you go.
Here for
this is Raccoon.
Oh, puss.
That is.
You got something gorgeous to say? Can you say something? And you don't notice, really, but she's tiny. She's really tiny.
Yeah, no, we can tell.
She's super friendly. Where Turtle, Turtle is he's aggressive. He lays around the room like, I own this. and then the puppy runs in like, hi, and just plays, and then Turtle's like, gets angry. It's definitely it's a good analogy for you and Witsit. Turtle's
Right.
laying there like, I own this place. And then the puppy comes running in, just playing around, like right, just bouncing up and down, and then eventually Turtle starts hissing and growling, and then runs away. It's
a fight you're not going to lose. But my frustration is that this is an intellectual thing, so you need to have some level of intellectual accomplishment to realize that Witsit is just full of shit. Even as emphatically as I hope to demonstrate it. But Witsit doesn't get hurt. I mean, if Witsit were claiming to be the world's best MMA fighter, he'd get hurt.
Yeah.
There'd be physical consequences for what he's claiming. And one of my is that the real Witsit in there?
It is. It is to sound like the nonsense he would say.
Well, in the words of John Cleese, the problem with stupid people is they don't realize how stupid they are.
Yep.
Well, I think. Well, this is why I think Witsit is delusional. If he can't understand the errors in his own perspective, and I mean, any scientist will tell him the same. But all scientists have to be wrong. He has to be smarter and better informed than every scientist on the planet. Otherwise, he's wrong because they all disagree with him. And he doesn't say I'm smarter and better informed than every scientist, but he does say. But he does,
he elevates his claims above all of them.
Yes, he elevates his
for
claims
it.
above all of them. And he keeps on going on about this sphere of perception, like it's something that's real. I thought you were busy, Witsit. I thought you had something to do. And it seems kind of insecure that you're here, right? I mean. It's
he's a narcissist. He has to come.
It's pretty.
Yeah, he has to work on his ego.
Well, there are a lot of psychological problems you have.
Yeah.
Witsit, and one of them is just your pathological lying. But whatever.
Oh, he's there.
Oh,
He's in the
there-
chat.
Yes, Witsit.
Yeah.
Yes, Witsit. There are anomalies in rally wave velocities. That doesn't mean that rally waves don't make multiple circuits of Earth, does it? No.
Witsit, you need to explain it better on flat Earth. It's not enough to just say you don't get it.
You need to come up with a model that does better than the spherical model, and you didn't present anything. You didn't even present anything even approaching something that could be tested.
Well, he knows as
Yes.
soon as he presents something that could be tested, it will be tested and shown that is wrong. It's easy to
Hey,
show
Dimitri,
that all of his stuff is wrong.
None of these papers support your position. If they did, the authors would be here arguing for flat Earth and not you, an unqualified loser with delusions of grandeur.
But does Witsit like the CC hair? That's all I care about.
That's all that matters. Witsit, who do you support for top left? Do you want that t-shirt? It can be yours. So yeah, Witsit, I don't know if you saw that one, I predicted it, Witsit. The frequency of the RF waves was less than 30 megahertz. Shoot yourself in the foot.
He
harder,
doesn't
Witsit.
know what
Shoot
megahertz is.
yourself harder in the foot, Witsit. All right. Bet you won't pull that paper back up and explain Ray 2. Probably not. Don't care, Witsit. We're here to mock you. Understand. This is worth. It's worth this. Austin.
I bet Witsit that he will never be able to accurately estimate the distance between two arbitrarily selected points on Earth's surface.
That's safe
And I
money.
bet you that that's the only, if you could just find 2 points on Earth's surface that didn't obey the spherical distance law, we'd be at least a little convinced to indulge your fantasies. But you can't, nor can you produce accurate predictions of earthquake arrival times, nor can you produce accurate models of tsunami arrival times. None of this stuff can you do, which makes you completely fucking useless, Witsit. Look at your life. You are completely fucking useless. There is absolutely nothing of any practical significance, value, or importance that you can do. You can achieve nothing. And this is the other thing. This is the other thing about it, Witsit. You use all these fallacies about appeal to authority and appeal to qualifications. Well, if we throw out all of the qualifications, if we throw out all of the authorities, then delusional nutbars like yourself can make unsupported claims about reality. No, that's not how reality works, and that is not how science actually progresses. You have to produce something that comports with observable reality, and you don't. You go into all of these technical details about these fields that you don't fucking understand, and you say, well, because there's technicalities here, there's mild imperfections in these models, therefore the entire thing is pointless and can be thrown out. No. And pointing out imprecisions in somebody else's model doesn't make your model valid. It doesn't make your model worthy of adoption. You base your entire case around, well, there are some problems with the spherical Earth model, and then you can't do anything. You don't have a model. So given a choice between our model and a model that doesn't even fucking exist, and if it did, couldn't do anything, can't predict distances between points, can't be used to compute velocities, can't be used to solve GPS data, can't be used to predict tsunami propagation or earthquake propagation, is absolutely fucking useless in every single way that people want a model to be useless, then you're irrelevant.
That's a good way.
And can you explain?
Do you think Lay and Wallace say
HF
that the Earth is flat, mate?
Can you explain HF radio propagation, Witsit? Of course you fucking can't. You've no idea.
Yeah. I lost.
Yes, Jose. I say a lot. Well spotted.
I do too, Jose. Doesn't matter. Don't troll. I want you to stay here, Jose, but don't troll. I don't want to. Right. All right.
Yes, mate. I can. Jesus, Witsit. For fuck's sake, none of these papers
they don't help
support
you, idiot.
any of your claims that the Earth is flat. None of it matters. There are imprecisions in seismic models. Yes, that doesn't allow the syllogism that the Earth is there, that a flat Earth is therefore physically possible. No, that doesn't follow. That there are imprecisions in I explained this earlier to everybody, but I'll explain it again to you. If, for instance, I have a genetic test that the parents who raised me are not actually my genetic parents, that doesn't allow the interpretation that I'm an orange, does it? No, that's not a valid syllogism, right? It's not. That's not how logic works. Anyway.
Tony.
Sounds like you and Witsit need a room, Tony, or another 5 hours.
Witsit. Everybody in here sees how well you're doing in this debate.
He kicked you around the room for 2 hours, Austin. That's what happened. Your narcissism ego doesn't see that. We all get that, and we're laughing at you because of it. You are the subject of our laughter, Austin. Be very clear. We are laughing at you. You are dumb, Austin. You are dumb.
Well, and
Understatement.
delusional. If you think that you won and you did so great in that debate, you're delusional. You have lost your connection with reality.
He never. I don't know how long he's not had it, but it's disconnected more than ever. Yeah, and all of these problems that you think that are here, Austin, are immaterial because you need to present how they work better on your model. That doesn't exist.
They just don't.
So your absolute failure of a model. See, you do need to support it though. Your whole falsification is independent of replacement doesn't actually do anything because you are claiming a replacement. So all of the things that you have identified that you don't quite understand or you think are an issue for the globe are also an issue for your model because your model doesn't exist.
There was someone in the chat, Pat in the chat, asking to give him a link to join in, which would be fun. It would be highly entertaining.
Oh my gosh.
Part 2.
Oh my gosh. I don't want to wake up the entire house and the neighbors.
Fair enough. It's the deranged prattling that he says about this, sphere of perception, etc., etc. There is absolutely no observational evidence. He is oblivious to his own contradiction. So he says that you can't use the fact that the sky observation matches the spheroidal model. You can't use that as validation because it's designed to. But then he goes on about this sphere of perception thing, which is designed to explain celestial observations, and claims that that's proof for a flat Earth. It's idiotic. No, I never claimed that Rayleigh waves always go around the globe. I never said that, Witsit. Never.
You see, Witsit, we have a little better memory than you, maybe. You claimed they never do. We actually wrote it down. You claimed that they never do, and then Tony asked for the citation.
Yes, and I didn't say they always do. I said, and you may remember, we had a discussion about the conditions under which earthquakes can be large enough and close enough to the surface to generate Rayleigh waves with sufficient energy to persist for multiple laps of the Earth. Do you remember that conversation about how those conditions are only met sometimes, not all the time? Do you remember that conversation? Or are you lying again about what I said?
So here is to Austin's claim, falsification is independent of replacement. We have a replacement, but the falsification part is easy. One time of Rayleigh waves going around the Earth and coming back to its original point and, meeting back at that point when the earthquake wasn't directly underneath the North Pole or the center of your dirt pizza, falsifies. That one time falsifies flat Earth. So 2 of them, 3 of them, 4 of them, 10 of them, 100 of them falsifies it over and over and over because, Austin, you don't have an explanation for these Rayleigh waves coming back to the point of origin together at the same time. You have nothing. Right? We all know. We can imagine on your dirt pizza how you might say that it happens. There might be an edge, or right. It's worse for you if there's no edge. If there's no edge, there's no explanation for why they would reflect back. But if there is an edge of the dirt pizza, and if you keep going over that dirt pizza, you'd fall into space, of course, then there would be a reflection, but they would not come back at the same time. They would come back inconsistent. There'd be an antipode that's opposite, or that'd be at a different spot, not an antipode, but a different spot where they would coalesce into the same spot.
Yeah, so the return time of the Rayleigh waves would depend on proximity to the reflecting boundary. not at all be a function of distance from the source, and that's not at all what we see. Also, if a circular wave reflects off the inside of a concave circular reflector, then it basically becomes flat. It's not perfectly flat. You'd need a parabolic reflector, but so it radiates out as a wave, and then it would come back as a pretty much straight line,
somewhat flattish wavefront.
Yeah, somewhat, and that doesn't happen. So no, they don't always reflect back
Austin,
from Antarctica. That's just a lie.
You're just an idiot. Another lie.
How about Krakatoa when that blew up? Went around the Earth 7 times.
There's no. We in atmospheric pressure waves, as I explained after Tonga or Krakatoa, these pressure waves circle Earth in exactly the same fashion and are observed. So any explanation you've got has to explain the atmospheric pressure waves and the seismic. And again, you make claims about Antarctica that are just irrelevant to the fact that we can accurately model tsunami propagation and earthquake propagation using spherical distance formula. And you can't do it on a flat Earth. It doesn't work on a flat Earth. And if you want to prove that it can be done on a flat Earth, go and do it.
Let me remind you of what this person said, Austin.
The person making a positive claim has the burden of proof.
There you go, Austin. You have the burden of proof. Show how it works on your model. You don't have a model, you failed. You provide a model, we'll test it, we'll find that it doesn't work, you failed. No matter what, Austin, you're stuck. You're in a corner, you painted yourself in a corner, you claim the Earth is flat, you claim, and there it is. You've made the claim. And since you made the claim...
You make a positive claim of specificity, you have the burden of proof of specificity.
You have the burden of proof, but you've never even attempted to satisfy it for flat Earth. You are
get the dick
you are a
flute
failure
on.
in life, Austin.
It'll be fun.
It's and these papers, you keep on coming out with these papers. Yes, these papers do not argue that seismic evidence supports the claim that the Earth is flat. It just doesn't happen. But they will say that the seismic evidence is consistent with the Earth being spheroidal. Yes, and does that paper say that the Earth is flat, mate?
No.
I don't even know what you think you're doing.
It's the first law of
I don't even know what you think you're doing.
Dig the hole. Dig the hole, Witsit. Dig the hole deeper.
You're getting random references that are going to discuss this in a way that is completely compatible with modern science. That's how it got published. This can't be evidence for what you're arguing for. It is idiotic. It's just stupid. It doesn't matter how many papers you throw up. None of them are going to support the Earth being flat. None of them. Not one of them. Jesus. And this is why I think you're delusional. If you had even a tenuous grasp on reality, if you could see reality with a telescope at night, if you were that close to reality, you'd realize that what you're doing is just self-defeating. But you are so up your own ass, trapped in delusions, that you're doing stupid self-defeating stuff and can't even realize it.
Hey, Witsit, you're talking about the Tonga. How did it match the flat model? Oh, yeah, that's right. There is no flat model. You failed. You failed. You failed. You failed. You're a failure in everything, Witsit. You need to show how it works on your model, not how you don't understand it on the globe. It's a failure. All you do is keep digging that hole. I love it. Keep digging.
That there exist anomalies in models show us that science isn't over yet, right? Science is actually never going to be over. I would think that somebody, with even primary school understanding of the scientific process would realize that there are things we don't know yet. The existence of anomalies is not this get out of jail free card for I can just make up shit and substitute it for it. This prattling about azimuthal grid like that's meaningful. You have no verification or substantiation or observational evidence for this. You just regurgitate it as though it's meaningful. It isn't. And anybody who knows what they're talking about knows that it isn't. And it's just, you pull up all of these fallacies that will allow any deranged nutbar to say whatever they want.
Tony.
So, Clive Wells, you're right, but there's ways around that too. I don't know if Austin does, but yeah, I would be surprised if Austin has actually read these papers. Of course, we know that none of them actually support flat Earth.
I'd be surprised if he could spell debate.
It is the first law of FLIRF, and it has never been falsified. Your citations always contradict you, Austin, but do keep posting them. They make for good comedy.
Look, and you're still at it. Like, yes, any result that is worth publishing in the scientific literature is going to contain new information that we didn't previously had, and new refinements to our understanding of reality. That is why they get published. But if their conclusion was, as a result, we believe the Earth could be flat, they'd say that, but they don't. And they don't say it because it isn't true. Witsit, no scientific papers. No scientific papers back you up.
So he's talking about Ray 2. Hey, post a link to that again, Austin. I think you don't understand it. I know you don't understand it, Austin.
Read the super chat, tough guy.
Yeah, and why is there a...
I'll read it. He says...
Why is there a skip zone?
Hold on, Tony.
Why is there a skip zone where you can't get the...
So what is the skip zone?
Hold on. Let me read this. Witsit says, and hold on. First, Justin Messenger says there's another $5 from Witsit. No, it's another $5 from the... He's not employed. It's from somebody else donating money to his derpy cause. He says, gotta admit it's hilarious. You said my citation debunked me. It does. And you did not even say Ray 2. Ha ha. How embarrassing. You don't know what you're talking about, Austin.
Yeah, we're really concerned about the opinions of deranged people on whether or not our argumentation is valid. You'd be surprised how much time is spent in scientific institutions where I happen to work, worrying about whether or not Witsit thinks our syllogisms are correct. It's a concern. People are losing sleep every day.
Austin, people are not waking up to flat Earth. Dumb people are finding it. Dumb people. The people that think the Earth is flat are dumb.
Yeah, Witsit gets it. I didn't say the skip zone proves the globe. I said that the skip zone is consistent with the globe. There's the difference, right? All of our observations are consistent with a globe, and none of them are consistent with the flat Earth.
So if the Earth was flat there, Witsit, why can I talk to somebody in Hong Kong, but anybody in between me and them can't hear me if the Earth was flat? That's the skip zone.
Yeah. I'll Austin, the skip zone, that just doesn't help you, Austin. All right, I'll put it up on the screen. He wants to be embarrassed again, I suppose. I will allow it. And here's the problem, Austin. You are not intelligent enough to understand why this doesn't work for you. But let me put it out.
If delusion were intelligence, you'd be made, mate. The world would be your oyster. If the amount of delusion you have was turned into intelligence, you'd be a fucking genius. But as it is, you're just nuts. No, mate. Again, you cannot claim, let's break this down again. I went through this earlier, but let's go through it again. Your claim that these papers support your position is based on your interpretation, but you're deranged. Nobody else agrees with your interpretation. Not the people who wrote the papers, not the people who reviewed the papers, not the people who published the papers, nor any of the scientific institutions where the people who actually read and understand the papers work. Nobody agrees with your interpretation. That's because you're wrong.
Oh my goodness, Austin. I can't believe you. You wanted me to talk about Ray 2. All right. Look at the stream here. Here's the Ray 2 again. So let's start. Well, we'll work down from the top. Ray 4 at the right frequency escapes, leaves the ionosphere. The reason why is because the angle of incidence is too steep. This goes to, this is Snell's law. Ray 3 makes it because it bounces off the ionosphere, because the angle of incidence is correct to reflect. It's called total internal reflection in Snell's law. Ray 1, I'll get to Ray 2 because it's juicy. Ray 1 is blocked by the mountain there. And Ray 2, you see, goes around it, and there's a reason why, and you don't understand why. But if you had just listened to one of your Papa Flurfs, Nathan Oakley, this word would have come up a couple years ago. It's diffraction. Diffraction. So the ray of radio wave, the photons, goes around the edge of that mountain and is diffracted by the edge of the mountain to come around the mountain. And if you read here, I don't know what you must not have read it, right? Waveguides along the interface between the air and ground is 1. Rate and number 2, Ray 2, wave travels directly to distant mountains and diffracts from mountain peak. Why didn't you just read your own citation, Austin? Why didn't you just read it?
He doesn't.
You're just too stupid.
He's still not getting the central element. No, these papers that you're citing do not support the conclusion that the Earth is not spheroidal.
No.
They in no way validate that conclusion. And your claim that they do is delusional. It's not real. And you have great confidence in your ability to read and interpret scientific papers, but actually scientific papers require some technical expertise in order to be able to read and interpret. It's what a lot of flat earthers make this mistake of assuming that they understand what a paper is saying. No, you don't. That's what you need qualifications for. But none of these papers support you. You keep on saying that they do. You're wrong.
And that's why we're laughing at you, not with you. Remember, you thought Ray 2 was a problem. It's not. You idiot! You absolute moron! You can't. There's no explanation for skip zones on flat Earth, and there's no explanation for why same power stuff doesn't make it if it's higher than 30 hertz or 30 megahertz.
Okay.
So can I read Witsit's comments and then PH Tony responds to them?
Okay. Okay. No problem.
Substance in this. So hold on. I'm gonna get the last one. Dude, it's a refutation of your claim that the seismic activity proves the globe. Ha ha ha! If any actual intellectual person reads those papers, they will know you got completely exposed.
Exposed.
Okay, so then you should have no difficulty citing the point in those references where they say this is inconsistent with a spheroidal Earth, or this is consistent with a flat Earth. I showed you the papers that say that actually the flat Earth models cannot be made consistent with the observations. We have the observations, we have models of reality. Spheroidal models can be made consistent with reality by refining them as we get more detail. Flat Earth models can't.
All right. Well,
All right,
hold
next
on.
one, or are
Oh,
we?
no,
Are,
here's what we're gonna do. Witsit says he wants to come in here, and somehow he thinks we're scared of him. So I'm gonna make room for him by
Yes.
all right.
Oh, debate part 2.
Oh, hold on.
Yes.
All right. So Gary and Industrial Nerd, if he shows up, I'm gonna ask you to head out. All right.
Okay.
So I'll sit back and let here we go. Do I have it? I don't have your email address, do I?
I'll just keep posting random citations then once I leave.
Yep. All right. I'll send it on I'll send it on Facebook, Austin.
I'd love to talk to this moron.
But you're gonna have to head out if he comes in. It's Tony. Okay. All right. There it is. Sent. We'll see. But I can't believe he keeps bringing up Ray 2.
Well, I like this one. Seismic wave propagation in volcanic environments, a review of challenges and solutions. Tell me, does that paper have the solution that the Earth is flat?
No.
Is that the solution they come to? No, then it doesn't fucking support your position, does it?
Austin, you just digging a hole. Keep digging, Austin. We love it when you do. Eric Burns just put a bunch of random citations from his thesis.
Nice.
It doesn't. None of it helps you, Austin. I don't know what you're thinking.
And this is, all of this is just idiotic, delusional nonsense. None of this achieves what you think it does.
Now, I think what happened is he's jealous that CC is winning.
Yes, he just wants to be top left. He's like, I need to get in there. I need to promote for Witsit for top left, and
that's the only, I think perhaps he's unhappy that you aren't voting for him at top left.
I have officially cast my vote for Flatsoid, though I have watched the video, all of the videos on my channel, so I have one vote for each of them, including Austin, but I did not give it the thumbs up on my channel or on Craig's channel. So that goes to Flatsoid. So far, I mean, I can change it. I can change it if you really want to make that case. So Bob is like, he's not following how Ray 2 is connected. So the Ray 2 is about radio wave propagation, not about seismic wave propagation. So there you go. All right. Industrial Nerd, you're going to have to pop out. Thank you.
Pleasure. Take care, guys.
And Gary, you too. Thanks.
Okay. MC Tune. Thanks. See you soon.
All right.
You guys okay?
All right. Go ahead.
You all right, bro?
Go ahead, Austin. Present your case.
Oh, you guys just seem to be really emotional. So
that's because we're being lied to. I don't like being lied to, nor do I appreciate my colleagues being lied about, which is what you're doing.
That's a cute virtue signaling narrative you got there. But anyway, what is funny is obviously I didn't invoke seismic waves and say, hey, this proves the Earth's flat. You claimed it proved a globe. So then when I go to your own paradigm and I actually invoke specific papers that point out that all your claims in your presentation were wrong, your rebuttal and everything that anyone said this whole time is show where it says it proves the Earth is flat. Do you not know how stupid it is to say that?
Well, had I said any of the things you claimed I said, you would have a point. But I didn't. What I said is that the seismic evidence is always consistent with a flat Earth. And what you have pointed out is not that it's inconsistent. You have pointed out points where the model needs to be refined to better agree with observations. And then you claim that the flat Earth model is it should be adopted in preference to the spheroidal model, despite the fact that you don't have any predictions that can be tested, any tools that can be practically employed with regard to this problem. All you're doing is arguing like seismology seismology isn't finished yet, therefore the conclusion that the Earth is flat is valid. No, it's not. It's not it is not possible.
Such low IQ.
It is not possible to look at the seismic evidence and conclude that a flat Earth geometry is possible.
Okay.
You're wrong to claim that it is.
That's cool, bro. So I don't know why you don't think it's important to maybe go study logic, but you're very logically bankrupt.
I have studied logic. In fact, I've studied formal logic and advanced logic. So your claim that I haven't is again demonstrably false.
Oh, so you must have failed. And I'd like to point out that if the Earth is a globe, the way that you guys behave with incessant mockery and interruptions just makes more people think it's flat.
Then don't lie about us. Don't lie about us, mate, and you'll get perfectly calm responses. But you come in and you lie. You lie consistently. You lied about what I said. You lied.
And one time I lied about what you said.
I didn't have any. You just told me that I had failed logic, which demonstrably, again, untrue. And you
don't know how to employ it.
I am. You're delusional, mate.
That's called an ad hoc.
This is the thing. No, it's a description of reality.
Yeah, that's an appropriate evaluation of your case.
I know you're also not good at logic, but if your argument is that I'm dumb or delusional, that's a fallacy. And everything you say is a straw man. I just corrected you that I'm not claiming it proves that the Earth is flat, and you just keep saying it over and over. And I didn't lie about anything.
So this conversation is over.
One thing I lied about.
You admit that the spheroidal model is superior to the flat Earth model in every way that can be measured and observed. So, okay, thank you for conceding that. Goodbye.
There's another straw man, right? So
it's
like all you have.
He didn't.
I never
test
said
your model.
that
you don't have a model. It can't be straw manned.
You don't have a model.
Yes, we do.
Yes,
you
we
don't
do.
have a model.
What's it called? What's it called?
Well, let's start with IASP 92.
I like WGS 84 is a good one.
WGS 84. So does that explain sea level?
Yes.
Partially.
No, totally different model. Hey, does it explain the magnetic field?
Different model.
Oh, so there are different models for different phenomena.
Yes.
Right? So there's not a globe model. There's different proposed models.
This isn't winning for you, Austin. You have exactly zero.
No.
You have exactly zero things that describe flat Earth, that predict anything for flat Earth. You have exactly zero things that make any sense of flat Earth. Nothing.
Incorrect. So we can explain.
So
we can predict all celestial phenomena.
From Sydney to Johannesburg, how much fuel should I put in?
I can predict all celestial phenomena. I can more accurately predict the magnetic field.
No, you can't.
All of it.
Send it right now.
Yeah, just go look at the magnetic flux stat on an azimuthal projection. It works perfect.
That's not a model. It's inexplicable why these things happen in that particular geometry.
So you don't understand magnetism.
Here's a problem you have, Witsit. You don't have a. How do you explain the aurora australis?
Oh, it's no. What do you mean? How do I explain it? It's towards the edge of the magnetic field, and it's an excitation like a Tesla coil. You don't want to know the answers.
Okay, so how do auroras form?
How are they formed? Well, it's actually
scared. You won't answer. You're scared.
I was answering.
You're not going to answer. You're going to make up crap. Go ahead, make up crap. We want to laugh at you.
I was literally in the process of answering. So, but I got to point this out. Dude.
No, you're not answering. You're avoiding it now.
At the edge of the magnetic field excites the gases in the atmosphere.
Which gases?
The neon gases.
Okay, and where's the measurements of the magnetic field and the specific gases and the colors that they provide? Go ahead. Where are they? These measurements of them.
We have all kinds of measurements of the neon gases in the atmosphere.
Okay.
And neon is what color when it's excited?
Are you new to this?
What color is neon when it's electrically excited?
Can I point something out real fast? This is the
you will accept
Bro, you
that
guys are
the
just
area
really freaking out.
of the the area of the rim of the of your of
Buddy,
the
you can't-
observable Earth.
If you don't know what you're gonna say, you shouldn't interrupt to do it.
No,
You're a little flustered, it's okay.
it's very kind for a delusional person to offer me personal advice, but
Yeah.
I'm not going to accept it.
Gotcha. I bet you took
will
your
accept
boosters,
that
but I'm
you will
delusional.
accept that the area of the rim of the Earth, the rim of Antarctica is larger in area than the North Pole, right?
Yeah, see, I'm trying to explain something to you real fast.
So in order
You're
to
scared.
create an intense
Yes.
magnetic
You're
field,
scared.
such
Austin,
as
you're
the
scared.
North Pole,
I'm not the one
Right.
interrupting.
at the North Pole, the magnetic field is very intense, right? The field lines converge, and that's what creates the helical motion of charged particles, which is what generates the aurora. But if the southern pole is geographically spread out, then the magnetic field lines aren't converging. In fact,
so you don't
they're
understand it.
diverging. So they can't produce
So
the level of intensity of magnetic field required to generate an aurora.
I get you're confused.
wrong.
Yeah, so let me ask you this, see if you can understand it. Where is the South Pole on the flat Earth of the magnetic field?
The South Magnetic Pole?
Yeah,
It's in the ocean between Antarctica and Australia.
gotcha. So you guys have been in this conversation for 5 years, 7 years, and you don't even know what the flat Earth is. Like, it's so funny.
Well,
So-
it would be nice if you
certainly-
presented a model we could
Yeah,
test.
where's that model?
All right, calm
Where
down.
is it? This is idiotic. Like, you've just spent 5 minutes defending the fact that you don't have a model, and then you go, well, you don't know what our model is.
You don't
well,
have a model.
No,
You
because
said you don't have one.
tell us.
No, actually, you
don't
guys are
let us test
the
it.
only way that you can debate me is to make sure I don't get to finish my points, because I would destroy and
Well,
embarrass both
just
of you.
jump right to your point
So-
instead of
How
Okay, then
about you
stop
make a
interrupting.
point?
Stop interrupting.
How about you make a point?
Okay,
Because
stop.
all I
Tony,
hear is you lying.
let's hear his point. It's going to be funny.
Okay, so the fact you guys think that the South Magnetic Pole would be out in the Southern Ocean just goes to show you don't understand anything. And you claim that the geometry doesn't work on a flat Earth. The geometry of magnetism doesn't work. Of course, we have a block domain wall.
Austin, you
in the
don't
magnetic
get to
field.
say these things. The actual South Magnetic Pole has been measured where it is. You can't
No.
just invent where it must be. It actually is in the ocean between Antarctica and Australia. That's its
Wrong.
actual location measured. If you're gonna
Wrong.
say it's wrong, then I'm going to remind
Why
you.
don't you?
of
Why don't
this.
you bring up the?
You do
why
understand
don't
again
you-
that positive claims require the burden of proof.
Well, so you've made
Yeah,
the
why
very
don't you-
positive
why don't you
claim
bring
that
up-
the South
You
Magnetic
guys are
Pole is
scared.
not there. So you're so scared that you're not going to present the measurements to support your claim of where the South Magnetic Pole actually is.
Okay,
Go
so if
ahead
you
and
actually
don't
look at the
present.
measurements of the magnetic field, there's
Let's-
all kinds
I
of
wanna
southern
see it.
anomalies,
I want to see
including
these
the southern.
measurements. Link them.
Ooh.
Link them.
Including the southern pole, and that's in your own paradigm. And of course, the southern portion of the magnetic field is up to 35% weaker than in the north, and the south pole is not the same. It's not symmetrical or analogous to the north pole in your own model with your own data.
Where is
and
it?
of course, listen carefully. On a
Where
flat
is
Earth,
it?
the south
Very
pole would be
specifically,
down
you made
beneath
the claim
us.
of where it is.
You don't understand it.
Where is it?
Okay.
Beneath us.
No,
Show
no,
the
no.
measurement
Let's
of it.
test that claim. Let's test that claim. Okay. So the South Pole is underneath the Earth. Then what's causing the aurora australis?
There you go. So it's actually the outer edge, towards the outer edge of the magnetic field. You're going to have it
Where the
start to
magnetic
converge
field is
back.
at its most
Weakest.
diffuse,
It's
and the
weakest
field
there.
lines are most
No, you don't know
broadly
how magnetism
separated.
works.
We absolutely
where
do.
the-
You don't, Austin.
Well,
You
listen carefully. So
completely
you
don't
have
understand magnetism.
centrifugal
100%.
divergence.
No, that's
and then
just
you have-
nonsense. That's just nonsense, Austin. You
Really,
idiot.
which part of it's
You
nonsense?
absolute idiot.
Can you
Centrifugal
define those words?
divergence in a magnetic field?
Yeah.
What the hell are you
yeah.
talking about?
Do you
Well,
know
you'll
what
get
motion?
there. You'll get there.
What motion on a flat Earth is causing this centrifugal
Absolute
force?
idiot.
So is it a
You're so
spinning?
lost.
It's a spinning disc now.
I
What
think
an
you're
idiot.
not right.
What an idiot you
So
are, Austin.
there's a
No,
vortex.
no.
dummy.
Where is the circular motion that is causing
And there are
this
people in the
centrifugal.
chat
You said
that are
centrifugal.
pretending that
Where
you
is it?
guys are schooling
Where
me
is it,
right now.
Austin?
That's the
Where
funniest
is
part.
centrifugal motion,
where is
Austin?
it?
As soon as you guys stop being 5-year-old girls,
Where is
I'd
it?
happily answer.
You
So,
still owe us the measurements of where the South Magnetic Pole is.
Same
that
measurements everyone has.
That you deflected and refused to provide, and now you made a new claim that you're going to need to support
You make a positive claim, you have the burden of proof.
Yeah, but you guys are censoring me.
No, I'm ready to have you present the measurements of where the south magnetic pole is.
Yeah, so you have centrifugal divergence.
When
and
you make
that's,
a positive claim, you have the burden of proof.
Where is the south magnetic pole?
Dude, first of all, the south magnetic pole is beneath us.
Where?
So that's what
Where's
you don't.
the measurements of it?
We can't get
That's
to
just a
beneath
claim.
us.
Where's
buddy,
the measurements to support your claim?
You have the burden of proof to substantiate all of those specific positive claims.
Don't you hear that? You saying that, Austin. Your
Yeah.
own standard of evidence demands that you now present evidence supporting your claim. Where is it?
So if we take the
You
magnetic
make a positive
flux
claim of
data,
specificity, you have the burden of proof of specificity.
if we take the magnetic flux data and we put it onto a plane projection, then of course that would actually make the Earth the block domain inside the block domain wall, the inertial plane. I know you hate that word, but it's the block domain
doesn't
wall.
work. It doesn't
And you have centrifugal divergence, and see, your boy
It's
Tony here seems to
nonsense.
think that means that the Earth has to be moving, but I'm dumb. Remember?
Yes, you
so
are.
actually, it's a
You
vortex
100%
through
are
the
dumb,
middle
Austin.
of the magnetic field. The magnetic field is centrifugal divergence and centripetal convergence. That's what it is.
It's so dumb.
So as it
It's just-
becomes down
No,
towards
it
the
isn't.
edge,
Citation.
You guys, okay, you
So
guys,
show me the
citation.
reference.
you
for
guys
that.
can't
Show
learn.
me the
buddy.
reference.
You have the burden
for
of
that,
proof of
Witsit.
specificity of your
You guys
specific
can't learn.
claim.
Show me the
So you can't
reference
shift the
for
burden of proof. That's
citation.
called
Tony, would
shifting
you like
the
to
burden of
admit
proof
that you were
fallacy.
wrong about everything? Like when you claimed
You
that
have
it
the
was less
burden
than
of proof
1%,
to
you were
substantiate
wrong.
all of those specific positive claims.
Yes,
whenever you
but
when you guys
being
claim
wrong
that
isn't-
you guys claim that the
being-
Tonga. Okay,
being
you're just gonna
wrong-
troll me. I'm just gonna
denying the
leave.
well-established
Yes, we are
fact or
trolling you,
theory.
Austin. You've seen through our
You're
ruse.
scared.
We mock you
Being-
for being stupid.
Being wrong.
But you're
is
projecting.
not- Being wrong.
Do you want to? Hey, do you want to
Yeah,
take a
positive
live
claims
IQ test
require
against
the
each other,
burden of
MTG?
proof.
Don't care. We're here
Yeah,
to mock you,
that's what I
Austin.
thought.
We're here
Yeah,
to
That's
mock
what I
because
thought.
The person
Quite
making
right,
a
that's what I
positive
thought.
claim has the burden of
All right,
proof.
you want to, Tony?
I'm a stupid flat
Pardon?
earther, right?
You want to take
And
a
I'm just
live
a
IQ
loser.
test together?
Yeah.
Okay, so me and you are going to set
Absolutely.
up. Yeah, we're going to take a live IQ test live and see who's tests better.
Under appropriate controlled conditions. Yeah.
Yeah. What else would it be? Okay. So-
But even if you're intelligent, that is not at all a defense against my main criticism of you, which is
I'm
that you're delusional.
delusional. Yeah, but
You're
you'll stop
delusional.
saying I'm dumb, right? I mean, you know I'm not dumb.
I
So does
didn't
MTG.
say you were dumb
I know you're
ever.
dumb.
I just said
You're
I
dumb.
said
you
you were
can say
delusional.
that. But okay, so real fast, this is the problem. So you brought up stuff like
No,
Tonga
no,
volcano,
no.
and I dropped
No,
specific
no,
articles.
no,
I have
no,
a baby
no,
to sleep,
no,
dude. I'm
no,
not gonna
no,
scream
no,
to talk,
no,
dude.
no. Okay.
So,
Explain to me the term centrifugal divergence and show me your references.
okay, so if you don't know what words mean, that's okay. But so
No,
centrifuge.
Me what it means.
Okay.
You're using nonsense gibberish. I accuse you of centrifugal divergence is a meaningless term. There is
Okay, well,
absolutely
you're not very bright.
scientific
So
reference. Yeah, I did look it up. It turns up in historiography.
okay, can you define centrifugal?
Yes, I can, but that's not what I asked.
Let's hear
You're
it.
shifting the burden there, Austin.
No, he
You're
said
shifting the
that
burden.
what
Let me
he said it
remind
was
you.
gibberish.
Now you have gotten to where you were just basically diverting the burden of proof. You're shifting the burden of proof.
You made a claim that this physical phenomenon,
I really
which
shouldn't give you guys attention, to be honest.
occurs. Show me about it. Teach me about it. Tell us all.
Calm
what
down.
it-
You're a grown
just-
man.
Or did you just pick two long
Buddy,
words
buddy.
and stick them together?
No. So centrifugal
Where
has,
learn about this? Refer us to the textbook where you learnt about this.
buddy, calm down. Okay, you can read Oliver Heaviside's writings. You can read Charles Produce Steinmetz' writings. You can read Jeff and Minko's writings. You can read Nikola
want a
Tesla's
specific-
writings.
A specific text.
Those people would take your little brain and fold it in like a card table.
Austin, none of them think the earth is flat. They're a lot smarter
That's a
than
cool
you.
non sequitur. So the point is that this is well known for a long time. It was changed due to relativistic application, and now we don't currently understand magnetism. We have virtual photons, a mathematical construct, blah blah blah. So I get that you guys
You
think,
don't understand. Just
no,
don't
no.
project.
Modern
You don't
particle
understand.
physics doesn't understand it.
I want a reference, a website even, that explains centrifugal divergence.
All right, MC Toon's going to really whine about this. Go to Theoria Apophysis, and he'll explain. Told you. He's going to act like he's smarter than him. And really, I told you who to go
It's
to.
Ken Wheeler. Ken Wheeler's nonsense. Ken Wheeler gets to say whatever he wants, and you gobble it up. It's just nonsense.
No, it's not. That's not even the reason.
Empirical backing for any of the garbage he says. It's perfect.
Calm
Thank
down.
you.
So
I
actually went and read people like Charles Produce Steinmetz. You've never read him. You couldn't read
Doesn't
him.
matter.
And
Doesn't
I've
matter.
read. I've read people. Charles Produce.
Who are smarter and better informed than you? 10
people that are what?
Smarter and better informed than you.
Do they have to still be alive?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, there's all kinds of people. It depends on what we're talking about. There's all kinds of people. Like, I would say Ken Willer's smarter, more informed than me when it comes to magnetism. Bob's more informed with electricity than I am.
No, he's not. Oh, he's stupid. Oh
Which
my gosh.
Bob?
Bob Nodell is an absolute idiot.
Bob Nodell. Bob Nodell is smarter and better informed than you are.
I said regarding electricity.
True. I'll give that to yep. But he's an idiot.
No, smarter isn't subject dependent, right?
What?
Smarter is not subject dependent.
Well, how are you determine? What's the determination of smart?
Well, you just offered to do an IQ test.
So we're going to go based on IQ tests?
We're going to go on somebody you listen to, and you go, "Wow, that guy's sharper than I am."
Well, I like to read like the fatherheads of electrical field theory. Like I would say that Charles Pro-Science is way smarter than me. Nikola Tesla was way smarter than me. Oliver Heaviside,
living people,
Why?
alive
Why they
today.
got to be alive?
Because otherwise you're claiming to be the smartest person on the planet.
No, I'm not.
Which would be a delusional claim, right?
No, I'm definitely not the smartest guy on
then
the plane.
Who's smarter than you? Name
You'd
one.
have to probably shut up and stop being a 5-year-old, wouldn't you? So I don't read.
Name one.
I don't read a ton of stuff from Main
Name
Street.
one. Name one person who is smarter than you who's alive today.
I'm trying to think of who I would read now that I would say. I don't know what you mean by smart. So, like, if I asked you the same question, you'd be able to answer, right? Name 10 people that are smarter than you.
Brian Cox, Brian Kenneth,
Brian Schmidt
are a
sheep, right? So,
let's see, Leonard Susskind,
Brian Cox,
Roger Penrose, Kurt Lambeck, Clive Wells, let's see, Yusuke Yokoyama, Paul Tregoning, Malcolm Sandbridge. There you go. There are 10 people off the top of my head that are smarter than I am.
And that's funny. You said Brian Cox is number one, but now don't interrupt me.
I didn't say Brian Cox was the smartest person on the board. He was
dude.
just the first person into my head.
Yeah, I get it. Okay. So, like, if I start to name people, what you're going to do immediately, and the reason I didn't take the bait is you're going to say, do they think the earth is flat? Because I'm not stupid.
That's exactly what I'm going to ask.
You are
approach.
You are
so you're very predictable.
But
I could draw a stick figure of Tony and just make him do everything you're going to do. You're not like.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you're very predictable.
Okay, could you get your stick figure to calculate the triple integral of 1/r?
What a weirdo thing to say. So the point is that
can you do that?
You're so good at math.
Because this is the thing.
Let's talk about
knowledge and technical expertise are things. You don't have knowledge. You don't have technical expertise. You can't do the things I can do.
So I would say Ron Hatch is super smart, but he technically is not alive as of recent. You have people like Frank Wilczek, Nobel Prize winner in physics, of course, proposing an ether. He also, I have his book right here, The Lightness of Being. There are quite different people that I think are very smart.
So if we got these people in to tell you that you're wrong, you'd believe them.
No, see, that's where you and I differ. I don't turn my thinking over to other people.
But they're more intelligent and better informed than you, but you're prepared to say that they're wrong because either they're not as intelligent as you or they're not as well informed as you.
Wow,
so
that's
if somebody is more intelligent and better informed than you, then that means you should be willing to shut up and listen to what they say. The fact that
thing
you
I'm not a
aren't willing to
slave and
shut
you
up
could
and
never
listen to
make
what
me
they
do-
say tells me that you
Yeah.
don't actually believe that they're more intelligent
what's
and
funny?
better informed than you.
Is like you could never tell me what to do. In like real life, if you even attempted to make me do something, we both know it would never happen. You would get all nervous and shake and stuff. And like, I'm not scared of you. You don't tell me to shut up. You don't try to tell me I have to listen to what other people say. I think for myself. I gather all
No,
kinds
you
of
don't.
different. Yes,
No, you don't.
Who thinks for me?
Well, you just
Ken
referenced that place where you got the convergent conversion
Can't even remember two
centrifugal
words.
divergence. Well, you know that
They're
shit
nonsense.
that you
It's
made,
stupid,
you know,
Austin.
and you've got your.
I disagree with Ken Willer on all
but
kinds of stuff.
Also, but the point is not.
You guys
that
know how dumb you guys sound?
The point is not that you don't make shit up. The point is that you don't actually think in the way that I would define thinking meaningfully.
Really? So I think about the questions that are currently unanswered. And what you do is you avoid them and run around the internet and pretend they are answered. Okay. I want to figure out.
What I
just
do
try
is
to
I model satellite orbits
Oh.
so that paid by a private company so that we can use gravitational signals to detect mass distributions on and within the Earth. And this is accurate enough as a technique that that the company I'm working for thinks that it's worth paying for. That's what I do. It's
That's what's
based
up.
in reality, it's based in observation, and it's based in being worth something. You don't do anything. You're unemployed. You spend your time sitting in front of a camera fucking ad-libbing absolute nonsense about tides. Your title presentation, I started watching the first.
Okay, I'm not here to listen to your like really emotional gamma male
Tony's
rant
not
about how you're
Tony
obsessed
finish.
with me
Let
personally.
Tony finish.
I think it's weird. You're a grown man.
Don't care.
If you think flat Earth is stupid,
yes, I
and I'm so
am.
stupid.
Close
why
your
would
mouth.
you be
Yes,
so
listen,
emotionally
This is
invested
you
in
need
your
this,
opinion
Austin.
about
Just
me?
listen. Just listen.
Emotionality has nothing to do with either intelligence or being well informed.
It
I
does
have
have to do with being a
problem.
little girl.
I have a temper problem. That's fine.
Why would
I
you be so
recognize that I have
emotional
a
about
temper
another
problem.
man that you think is stupid?
Austin, shh.
Because you lie and you defraud and you are dead weight social loss.
Why aren't you so emotional about presidents and politicians?
The Earth would be better off as humanity would be better off as a whole if you were not here.
See, you're a terrible person. And why aren't you so emotional about politicians that lie?
I am emotional about politicians that
Really?
lie, but
Really?
I can at least understand why they're doing it. And I can at least understand that most politicians aren't delusional. There are, of course, many that are, and doubtless you're a fan of them.
Dude, half of them can't even read. Like they can't even tell you what a woman
the
is.
fact that
you probably like people like Justin Trudeau
are highly
and
contested.
Kamala Harris. And look, this is the thing. I don't believe in politics because I'm not retarded. My main point here is that I don't care what you think, and it's objectively.
Yeah, well, I don't care what you think either, mate.
Tony, I'm trying to help you out here. Everyone
No,
else on
you're
the
not.
You're not.
No, you're
Listen,
not,
you're the
mate.
one
You're
that
trying
needs
to
help.
make it. You're trying to help yourself look better than you did
it's
when
your
you got your
narcissism,
ass
Everyone
kicked
else on
in
the
that
internet
debate. That's what you're
knows
trying
that
to do.
you guys
you're
are
trying
being
to
really
defend
weird.
your fucking fragile ego, and you're trying to defend
All right,
the
this is
delusions
useless.
that you have
I got
built
stuff to
your
do.
entire existence around. That's what you're doing. You're not helping me. You're not helping anyone, and in particular, you're not helping your kid.
It's the
Right, you're out here
narcissism to think
publicly
that
Now you're
you
talking
can-
about my
yourself.
kid, dude. You know, like I would, dude. You're probably out of breath right now. Stop acting like you're tough, okay? Like keep my daughter's name out of your mouth. How about that?
Didn't
How
say
about
your
you never
daughter's
even
name.
Did I mention your daughter's
don't
name?
even mention her at all?
Why?
Period.
Why? You're telling me what to do? Is that
That's
it?
right. You're gonna leave my daughter out of it. You're a psycho.
No, I'm not.
Dude, a little
No, I'm not.
3-month-old baby.
You
the fact
you
that
have an
all right, I'm gonna
obligation
get out of here.
to
You
raise
crossed
your
the line.
daughter.
You crossed the line.
You
You're a
have an
degenerate.
obligation to raise your
You're a
daughter
degenerate.
and to
Ooh.
support her.
He's
And
quoting
you're not.
Santos.
You are.
You're-
you
you're-
are.
he's a
You are
degenerate.
wasting your life, and you are. My fear is that you're going to infect her
That's
with
a
the
problem,
same
yeah.
level of
Oh, you're so
intellectual dishonesty and
virtuous.
disability
You're so
as you
virtuous.
possess.
You're the one that claimed to be helping people, Austin. You need the help.
Yeah,
you
that's
need
right.
the psychological help.
Because what
you're
I
a
do
narcissist,
is
Austin.
people get to
You
see
are
how
a narcissist.
how insane
You're here
you guys
because
are.
your fragile ego was hurting.
Yeah, mate.
No,
I
no,
really,
actually, I only came
really
here because
care
the other.
what delusional people
All right,
think
you guys just
about
gonna,
my sanity.
you think I just have to sit here and let you
care
guys
about
just
that.
constantly insult me without me responding?
No, you
Is
can
that what you
go.
think's gonna
It's
happen?
fine.
Yeah, because you
Yes,
guys are
that's what I think is
children,
going to
dude.
happen because you don't have the guts to just fuck off. Because what you want
You got
is-
embarrassed tonight, Tony. Okay, and
No,
everyone
no,
saw
I
it.
didn't.
Kicked you around the
And-
room
no,
for
I
2
didn't.
hours, Austin.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
absolutely
Yes,
did.
I
He
did.
claimed that it's
You
always less than
pat-
1% got
pat
smoked. He
yourself
said
on
that
the
it's
back.
it always matches the globe got smoked. He invoked the Tonga
No, I
explosion.
never said
He
that.
invoked the Tonga volcano. I just dropped citations
No,
specifically about the
that's-
Tonga
that's
eruption that show it
bullshit.
doesn't match the model's prediction
Does
at
it
all. And the
match
timeline
flat
is
Earth, though,
completely off.
Austin?
None of that means
Does
what
it
you
match
think it
flat
means,
Earth?
mate. You're delusional. And this is the same thing, right?
That's all you got.
There are imperfections.
Hey, you should go
in our
watch my
models.
presentation again.
We publish refinements of those models. That
You
doesn't
were in
mean
my
the Earth is
presentation. You
flat.
were the first picture. You're just a mad old man on the internet obsessed with some
Yeah,
flat
shut
earther
up,
that you claim
Austin.
is
You're a
stupid.
deranged
Austin,
fuckwit who's
we are
endangering
mocking
his
you,
family.
Austin. Don't
Who's
be
endangering
confused,
his
Austin.
family's
And
well-being.
once I begin to expose you, you have
are
to try
the
to act like you're
subject of
virtue signaling and
mockery,
turn it on me.
Austin.
You're
You are the
exposed, Tony. You got
subject
exposed
of
tonight. That's the only reason I took the
mockery.
debate.
Don't forget
James told me
that.
you were. James told me you
So
were like
if you were
desperately
that confident
chomping
about
at the
having
bit to debate
exposed
me.
me, if you were that confident about having exposed me, why are you here?
I was trying to answer. So they put the stream on private after it went up. And so someone else said, oh, well, McToonstone has his thing up. So I went over there just to see if I could download it or something.
Just to embarrass yourself some more?
Yeah.
No, are you not listening? So I came over here to see if I could download it. He was still live, and I heard him talking about the radio wave propagation. I heard you guys talking about volcanoes. You brought up Tonga volcano. So I just started
Yeah,
dropping
mate,
citations.
a tiny refinement of the model does not allow you to conclude that the Earth is flat. That is
so dumb,
fuckwittery of delusional fuckwittery of the highest order. Like,
Okay.
you know, yes,
Yeah, it's
our
all
models
straw
are
man. This is
imperfect.
boring. I
We
gotta go.
haven't finished science.
All right,
Science
you
is
need to
not
stop
over.
finishing
There is still
everything
stuff for
around
us
you
to
in the
learn
fridge.
on
Austin
the
will never
finish
leave
observation
if
some
it doesn't get
level.
the
sit-ups or
last
something,
word.
and you know.
Tony, just
Yeah,
keep
you
talking.
could you
'cause
could
he
consider
won't
finishing
leave
setups.
Yeah.
unless he gets the last
Okay,
word.
that's fine. I'll keep on talking. You know, the idea.
All right,
that we
centrifugal.
need
Hey, I
to
got some
refine
terms for you to
models
learn real
better match
fast
the
when I get out of here.
observations.
Centrifugal
In no
divergence,
way-
centripetal
BS.
convergence,
BS.
conjugate geometric
centrifugal
expression.
divergence. That means nothing.
They're just
Wait, let me
There's
just
no
say it. Let me just
physical
say it.
principle to
Centrifugal
it.
divergence.
It is made up bullshit.
Okay, I'll talk to you guys
Watson.
later.
It's made
You
up.
guys are
bullshit.
weird.
You are so deranged.
Look
know,
at you.
I get angry.
He keeps saying
Yes,
he's gonna
I'm
leave, but he
angry,
won't leave.
but you're
'Cause
deranged.
It's kind of like funny.
You
I
are
mean,
deluded. You know, centrifugal
You're, like, so
divergence.
mad, bro.
What's
Like,
causing
chill out.
the
All right.
centrifugal force?
There's-
What is causing the
there's
centrifugal
it's
force
just
in this
nonsense.
centrifugal divergence?
Okay, so if
Divergence.
you
We're just
yeah, if
laughing
you actually
at you. Don't
so
forget,
the vortex
Austin, we are
itself
laughing
is
at you.
actually in motion. That's how magnetic fields work. You can look
Which
at a Ferrell
vortex?
cell and
What
see
vortex are you talking
You
about?
don't know
it's
magnetic fields.
every
Austin.
magnetic field has a vortex in the center of it, and everyone knows that.
So you're
The-
claiming that
You
Earth's
anti-flat
magnetic
earthers just come
field
on here and
is
lie.
rotating about the North Pole like this. That's your claim, is it?
There's a vortex in the center of the magnetic field, just like all
that,
other.
that you claim is rotating.
Yeah, the vortex moves. Yeah.
Yeah,
Even
okay.
mainstream
Why
physics
does-
claims that
does
there's
the
a
sun have
circular
a
motion in
magnetic
a
field?
magnetic field.
Does
You're a
the
clown.
sun have a magnetic field?
Does the sun have one? Probably yes, since everything's
Yes,
intrinsically.
and it
electron-
rotates how often?
What does that matter?
It matters because you're claiming that you're claiming that we can't prove sphericity, except we can, right? We know that electromagnetic fields are conservative fields, so we know that they can be modeled by harmonic functions. We can model the sun's harmonic, electromagnetic field using spherical harmonics. We can model ours using spherical harmonics, and we can detect the resonances from the sun's electromagnetic field when it induces currents in our electromagnetic field, and we can obtain conductivity profiles. And indeed, we can use conductivity profiles again in mineral exploration. Not necessarily
you're
the
just-
sun's
you're-
magnetic field.
You're scattered.
So the fact that the sun's magnetic
You're reading
field
something
rotates
right
in
now,
a,
dude. You're reading
the
something.
fact that the sun's magnetic field
Okay.
rotates.
Just like you had to read during our debate. You got embarrassed. I'm sorry. So you could have
Austin,
quantum
he
locking. I gotta
kicked
go.
you around the
We live-
room for 2
You
hours.
are so you
Yeah,
are
you
so
could- yeah, I'm-
delusional.
you'll
mate.
convince
Through
the
the
room
roof.
of zealots here, McToon,
Your
but no one else
narcissism
invited
is
that
through the
debate.
roof,
it's
Austin.
really
It's
really
sad.
sad. to
McToon, I
see.
got one more question,
McToon,
McToon. Don't you find it interesting that
you
your
don't get
entire
to ask
chat
any
is like
questions. You
atheistic,
haven't answered any
nihilistic
of ours.
psychopaths?
You
that
haven't
hate
answered any of
people?
our questions. You don't get to.
Michael, do you have any like spiritual confliction
what
with
about
that?
distance? Can you
No,
calculate distance on the flat
None?
Earth? Can you
So a bunch of
calculate the
death
distance,
threatening,
the distance of
doxing, hateful,
separation between
narcissistic,
2 points on Earth's
nihilistic,
surface? Can you
atheistic
calculate?
psychopaths
Austin,
are in your
I
chat.
can bring up an awful lot of that crap from
the
flat
propagation
earthers.
of
Don't
no,
worry.
my
worry,
chat
Austin.
definitely doesn't do
I
what your
don't
chat
don't
does.
care, Austin. All flat
Isn't it
earthers
funny
are
that you
you.
claim to believe in the
You are
Bible?
all flat earthers.
Hey,
Yeah.
Michael, everyone in this chat thinks you're stupid for believing in the Bible. Do you believe in the Bible?
No, that's
I don't
absolutely
think that's
untrue.
I don't think that's true.
I
Do you believe in the
believed in the
Bible,
Bible for 35 years. And then
Well,
it took.
Well,
and
these
then it
people
took
just
people
bash
like-
Christians all day, every day.
And then
It's
took
interesting.
no, what they bash is fundamentalists who lie in support of their religion,
Well,
like you.
You lied in the debate and claimed it was always less than 1%, and I debunked
I
you within 10
misspoke.
seconds.
I said
No, you
something
lied.
that was wrong
You made
without
it up.
knowing that it was wrong.
You
That is
made it
a
up.
distinction.
You
No, I
intentionally
didn't
made it
set
up.
Austin,
I
how much
went
was
and
it
I
off?
Talk to you
checked.
guys.
How
Talk to you
much
guys
was it
later.
off,
I
Austin?
checked
Hey,
the-
auditnasa.com.
How much
dude.
was it
Seek and
off,
speak truth
Austin?
unequivocally. The weak
How
find
much
was
contempt
it
and the
off,
consensus
I
of
Austin?
went and I
ignorance.
checked.
How
And
much was it
also,
off,
What's
Austin?
popular is not true. What's true is not always
How
popular.
much was it off?
And do some sit-ups.
How much was it
Peace
off?
out.
How much was it off? Oh, he actually left.
Oh God, I was wishing. For fuck's sake! What a
So, all right, Austin is he got. I gotta be clear on this. He got demolished in the debate. You kicked him around the room. I've said it before. I mean, this is a perfect description of what happened. You absolutely destroyed everything he said. All that he had was him showing that he doesn't understand seismology, radio wave propagation, things like that. And in his lack of understanding, he thinks, therefore, somehow he debunked the entirety of the model. That's an all or nothing fallacy. It was what he said he was going to do when he started the debate. It is what he did in the debate. All or nothing isn't a thing. If it's off by a little bit, that means that you've discovered the frontiers of science. Nobody says that science is done, and nobody says that science is perfect. Thinking that it is either done or perfect is a complete misinterpretation of what science aims to do.
yeah. It's just it's he is quite literally delusional if he believes that this stuff is that any of the stuff he threw around is meaningful in any sense. All of the literature that he's throwing around is consistent with a spheroidal Earth. And I'm not prepared. This is the thing. I'm not prepared to be polite and endure people lying about my discipline, my colleagues, or me. I get feisty. I know I have an anger problem. I know that I get fired up for very little. But it is nice of Witsit to offer to Ken Wheeler and Bob Nodell, more intelligent than he is.
True.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Pardon?
But complete idiots.
Yes.
Absolute morons. Bob Nodell claims to be an electrical engineer. I believe those are the two words he uses to claim what he is. But he does not know electrical engineering hardly at all.
Yeah. I also want to address something that he said, that we in the chat think you're an idiot for having faith. No, absolutely not. I think that the Christian faith has a lot of value in it. I think that, if you base your life around the parable of the Good Samaritan, you will be an unqualified good person. And I think that, given that that's to me, that was always Christianity's central mission, central objective. And I think that it's a valuable perspective to have. The difficulty comes when you lie in order to prop up your faith. That's where it becomes a problem.
Yeah.
Where you start asserting that reality is other than what it is, because it conflicts with your faith. The Bible is a complicated book. It's got stories in it. Not all of them should be accepted as factual. And where they conflict with reality, reality should sort of hold sway, is my attitude.
Well, thank you for
that.
that.
I just wanted to make that clear.
I have faith, and I don't hide that.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that. And people in the chat have, in different private conversations, have said, whatever. And so I say, if your faith contradicts reality, there's a problem. If you have a holy book and your interpretation of that holy book, because all holy books only can be read as interpretation. If your interpretation of that holy book conflicts with reality, then either your holy book is wrong or your interpretation of it is wrong.
Yeah, and there's a song by Tim Minchin where he summarizes it. It's actually a poem, but science, when it encounters new evidence, will revise its beliefs. We will update what we believe. But at its worst, religion is the preservation of belief in defiance of any evidence. And that's what I think needs to be, and when you say flat Earth is a religion, that's exactly the sense in which it's done. They just reject any evidence that contradicts their weird ass assertion. And I don't think that's where religion should be. Religion brings, to my mind, a lot of spiritual and emotional well-being. It's good for people. It's good for a lot of people to have faith, and I have no problem with that. I consider anti-religion to be a bit extreme, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, and well, certainly there are many instances where religion is used to harm people. It's way too common, and there's probably no religion that's innocent of that in general. And certainly,
I don't think that atheism is innocent of it either. I think that atheism has been used to inflict emotional harm on people. So I think that we need to be aware everybody's a human, and perhaps we work together as a team and work past differences rather than turning them into mountains.
Very true. I still have a few super chats to catch up on here. And this one from Gregorio Gannon V says, perfect. My blinding hatred of gamma witless has not been abated by this debate, but got a lot of flurf. Kudos to Tony for bringing the evidence. And speaking of evidence, he made the claim. He's like, you don't even understand our model. Like, no kidding, you don't have one. Neither do you. But he claimed, this is a bold claim. I don't know if I've heard some people make claims this bold, that the South Magnetic Pole is not actually where it's been empirically measured. It is in a different place.
Yeah, that is a deranged. I was expecting you to come up with the map of the there it is. It's right there where you said it was. Not certain that I believe Clive Wells when he says the Sith religion never hurt anyone. I'm not sure that that comports with observational reality.
Maybe in this universe, but that could be true. But in the Star Wars universe, it's not true.
Yeah,
I don't know. That might be even a difficult one to. Tesla Bitten Radio says, love to hear Witless explain the Antarctic stations can talk together, and we can't hear them in the U.S. at the all the time.
Yeah.
Yep. Steve6464 says, doesn't Witsit now a FE in every field? Doesn't he know a flat earther in every field? The flat earth seismologist. Can you imagine? Yeah. How could you do seismology without using the globe? You would not get very far.
You would not get very far. Maybe he's it's possible that it's an industrial seismologist, but I find it very difficult to believe. like you would, if you know enough to actually do serious seismological analysis, then
Could
you
he
know
just-
enough that
Could he be the guy in the field that's putting out the
he could be the guy in the field. He might be, he might be the guy who puts out the geophones or something like that. But I seriously doubt that he's a that he's got any. I certainly doubt that he's published anything.
And if he has it been on Flat Earth seismology?
Yeah.
Brianna Johnson says, I just bought a magnetic field for my unicorns. The size is 4x6 kilo sheep lengths. How many unicorns can graze in this area? 4x6 kilo sheep lengths.
Oh, that would be 24 megasheep. Megasheep squared.
Square megasheep.
Yeah, square megasheep.
And then Brianna goes to wrap that up with CC for top left and CC for buttermilk. You need to watch the CC video. It's hilarious. Stringers one says, I for one welcome our new orange overlords. I missed? Why were you orange?
I'm an orange because apparently there's a genetic.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
If there's a genetic taste, then that doesn't allow you to conclude that I'm an orange. A lot of people are going with that. I seem to have become an orange by proxy.
I expect videos of you with an orange with just your mouth and eyes on it tomorrow. Not that I'm giving anybody any ideas. Just a messenger says, Witsit, fallacy. MC Toon, shut up, Witsit. He's just spouting them off. Like, you don't win science by going fallacy. Post the evidence, post the measurements, post the empirical data.
Yes, that's right. It's observational reality.
Fa of the QTube family says, I got here at 10:49 Eastern Daylight. Did I miss the derp? Yes, you missed, but then you got a taste of Derp Roan too. Pat the Chat says, not much gets me from 0 to WTF like flirfs who bash credentials, then don't accept those who actually have them. The Sun Express says, my tape measure isn't perfectly accurate, doesn't mean my house doesn't exist. This befuddles Witless. It's I have the book on science deniers, and it goes over the fundamental part of them, that they have that dual standard of evidence, that it must be perfect or it's rejected if it contradicts their position, and any old nonsense works for theirs. Flanker 420 says, can anyone explain the lore of Wachter B bendy crazy backward light model? What was given? Was that given to Witsit to troll him? So it's Walter Bislin. And yeah, I brought that up after the super chat. I brought that up on the screen. I posted the link there. It's just shows the ridiculous amount of bendiness of the light. And Witsit's like, oh, azimuthal grid. That doesn't explain it. Caucasian Sensation says, Witless is a super seriously, truly, honestly, really extraordinary, exceptionally truthful, crazy adjective adverb user who knows nothing.
Yeah. And Professor Phil Bell brings up the point that I've been trying to hammer home, that wasn't debating Witsit. I was arguing with someone reading papers he couldn't understand. That's exactly what it is. Sorry for the interruption.
Oh yeah, it's good. And he was completely oblivious to this.
The person making a positive claim has the burden of proof.
He can't fathom that I would apply his standard to him. He's like, oh, you want me to go measure it underneath the ground? You made the claim.
Yes.
Not me. You made the claim. And I've bumped heads with him on this exact thing multiple times. I'm like, he says the earth is not moving. I said, well, show the measurements of the earth moving. I play that clip for him. He goes, well, how do you measure the earth not moving? Austin, you made the claim.
Yeah.
You expect the super high level of evidence. You make this facade that you're going to require high standard of evidence, and then you don't, and you just admitted. How do I measure stationary? You admitted you don't even know how to measure stationary. Here's how you measure stationary. Develop a instrument that measures motion, and when it measures 0, you've just measured stationary. You need to verify that the instrument can measure motion, of course. And once you do that, then that's how you measure stationary. It's not hard. A car has this measurement device. It's a speedometer. It measures speed, but it also measures 0 speed. And then you know when it's at 0 speed, then you are stationary with relation to the ground. Unless it's broken. That's why you need to verify it works.
Yes.
Larry Scott says, shape is apparent absent math, sunrise, sunset, eclipse, South Pole exists, motion apparent, star trails tide, weight by latitude, we've moved on to dimension.
Yes. So it's just I didn't want to go with the star trails and that sort of stuff because I didn't want to get sucked into Earth's motion, because this is a debate about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
With how it's moving doesn't impact its shape. Yeah,
and they regularly can't stay on topic. They jump a lot, and of course Austin did that when he was on here. He refused to back up his claims. He was like, "You're interrupting me." Okay, go ahead. And then he went off onto something else immediately. Like, you're not going to support your claim because you can't.
As soon as we know what form the answer should take. And as soon as he starts driving the car off the road, no, we're not interested in the car. In you crashing the conversation into a ditch. We want an answer to our question.
Stringers 1 comes in with the semantic. Actually, many cars' speedometers or speedometers don't measure 0 because they AC.
Yeah.
AC. You mean
air conditioning?
Air conditioning? How would they? I don't think AC is what he meant. Air conditioning is what he meant. Okay. Maybe they use AC to make the speedometer move, right? Alternating current.
Yeah.
So then it'd be 0.
That's probably a better explanation.
True. Yeah, I think that's right. But of course, you can use their mechanical speedometers if you get an older car. All right. Stringers 1 again comes in with, who invited Alexander Hamilton to the stream? I think he was talking about Industrial Nerd with the CC wig.
All right.
Lael says, has anyone found the sun yet? Papa Flurf had a retracted message. I'm going through them kind of quickly here. Earth is Life says, I love how Witsit squirms whenever I ask him about the distance between Johannesburg and Sydney. Witsit said, bet you won't pull a paper up and explain Ray 2.
Yeah.
I did. It didn't help you. Yeah. It didn't help you. He's so dumb. Everything he says destroys him.
Yeah.
Tim Pryor says, sorry, timed out for a minute. Did Austin run away? He did in the end, finally, but he couldn't get his last word that he always wants. Pat the chat says,
he'd always. I have to say that was one of the things that prevented the conversation was from going forward. Was he'd always reference the seismic stuff. Okay, if you want to go back to the seismic stuff, fine. If you want to move on, shut up.
Don't bring it up again. Oh my God. Let's see. Did Pat the chat says, did you guys know Witsit won 3 Stanley Cups?
That just as likely.
All right, here's Papa Flurf. Toon Army are the fans of UK Newcastle football team, but it should be the name for MC Toon supporters too. We welcome MC Toon as our adopted Geordie.
Okay.
So I debunk Mark Steele a bunch, and he lives in Newcastle, UK.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, he's in Newcastle. Across the river is
Durham.
no, he's not in Newcastle. He's in crud. He's south of the river.
Sutherland?
Newcastle's north of the river, I think.
Sunderland, Durham.
Sunderland is farther south. I don't know.
Right.
I'm not good on the geography there. I haven't.
I have to say, Gateshead.
Gateshead. That's it. Gateshead is where he lives.
All right. So that's one of the interesting things about growing up in Newcastle in Australia is there are suburb names like Gateshead. We have a Gateshead in Australia.
Is it near?
And we also have in Australia we sort of copied over all the place names. And there's a place called Wall's End, for instance. Makes no sense. There's no wall. Also, we don't really have a castle. But once you go to Newcastle, you're referring to Hadrian's Wall. That makes sense. Oh, and you guys have a castle. So, and Gateshead, the head where the gate is. So, it's
in America,
it makes a lot more.
In America, we put new in front of things, right?
Right.
New York, New Jersey,
Amsterdam.
New Amsterdam, not anymore. Bunch of new things. Newfoundland.
Yes. New Jersey.
Yep. Okay. Pat in the chat says sophistry. Back in the begging the question. And again, Witsit, I would just want to rub this in with another $5 super chat. Says, gotta admit it's hilarious. You said my citation debunked me, and you did not even say Ray 2. Ha ha, how embarrassing. And then I did show Ray 2, and it doesn't help you.
Yeah, it's that. This is the bit where sort of he really does come across as delusional. Like none of this achieves what you think it achieves. And he doesn't like being called delusional, but that's what he is.
Yeah. Hey, there's a whole array of things, and psychologists could, I'm sure, psychiatrists, whoever could definitely pinpoint these a bit more, but narcissist, pathological liar we can point out that Bob Nodell is smarter than Witsit. Yes. And Bob Nodell's an idiot. So
yes,
that doesn't bode well for you, Austin.
Yeah. I think Phil Bell just says, I think the way to deal with scams like Witsit is to keep away from new and emerging signs and stay with obvious things like distances. That's exactly what I did. That was exactly what my presentation was. It started out with the spherical distance formula and then testing it against railway lengths, against submarine cables, against tsunami propagation, earthquake propagation. Every time you test the spherical distance formula, it works. It produces accurate results, and not perfect, not without some adjustments or refinements necessary to the model, but it is accurate. It's pretty darn good. So,
yeah, well, and if depending on the precision you need, you might not use Haversine, you might use Vicenti formula.
Yes,
it depends on your needs, and if elevation changes are a thing, then you need to include the topography.
Yes,
depends on your specific needs. But if it's an airplane and you need to know how much fuel goes into it, Haversine works, and no flat Earth math works. If it were flat, you'd use the polar distance formula. They don't.
Yeah,
they use Haversine. Polar distance formula is just a solving of Pythagorean theorem in polar coordinates. So, Turing test 2. Doesn't Witsit know the Walter Bislin was mocking him yet? No, he doesn't. It says right on there, none of this actually works. There's no plausible mechanism for these things. If you don't have a plausible mechanism, you don't have a model.
Yeah. And that's something to beat them up over. I am confounded by their ability to sort of carry on as though this is a discussion when they're completely irrelevant.
They can't explain why the sun goes away. And when they say ancient cultures used to think the earth were flat, they totally miss that ancient cultures thought that the sun went under tunnels under the earth, under the flat earth. Because the ancient cultures didn't realize that day for us was night for somebody else and vice versa.
And we can demonstrate that with neutrino detectors, as I mentioned in the...
But neutrinos don't exist. It's going to be a nuh-uh from him. So he says, right? Sean O says, I love how Industrial Nerd is enjoying the show. I mean, there was some fireworks. Going, and the Industrial Nerd's got that big old smile going all the time.
Right, okay.
The Sun Express says, Witsit's birth certificate doesn't say when he was born down to the millisecond, hence he was never born.
If only.
If only.
You're making me pine.
Just a Messenger says, good job, Tony and Toon. Crushed this guy. Thank you. Serena News 1 says, Witless argues ad nauseum about Ray 2, ignores that the picture shows a curved Earth. How stupid can you be? That's not a challenge.
Yeah.
Don't try to out-stupid each other, Flat Earthers. Industrial Nerd. Tony and a grifter walk into a bar. Witsit's the grifter.
All right.
Thank God It's Flat, the potentially satirical channel, says, as a therapy, since I'm an insomniac, my priest ordered me to follow an atheist glober. So thank you, PD Phony. He calls you PD Phony. All right.
Yeah, he's been around.
Good satire.
He's a huge fan of my channel, but he's a funny dude. Anyway,
there's the other one, Feel Jesus in You.
Yeah.
The other satire. got featured on a Chatbox Travels. Re-jeered said, Witsit knows that he's wrong. He just wants a pat in the back for being an intellectual troll. I think he is delusional and that he's a pathological liar and believes his lies.
Yeah. I'm inclined to agree. I think he's definitely delusional, and some of the gaps in his logic, like he's accusing me of not understanding logic. Except I can publish scientific papers, and I can work on a highly technical field. I can represent my country at Mind Sports. I can do all of these things, which suggests that I do actually understand how logic works, and maybe it's him, the guy with no qualifications and no achievements, who actually doesn't. So,
well, he did have a car detailing side job for a while, so I mean, he's got that going for him, which is good. Larry Scott, Witsit, please make specific prediction. When is the next solar eclipse visible in North America, and what sort of eclipse is it? There is in a solar eclipse coming up in North America. I don't know if it's the next one. It might be. What's lunar? Got the book here.
Mm-hmm.
And I was looking at these, and I'm like, ooh, that's an interesting one. We've got, there it is, total solar eclipse, April 8 next year. And it goes right across the United States, coming in west of Maine, going down, exiting into Mexico, down by Texas. So looks like Dallas might be in the path of totality. So I might travel there to go see it. And since it's a total solar eclipse, this is an interesting thing. If it's a total solar eclipse, you don't see the corona of the sun, so you can get a photograph showing the surface of the moon if you have the right camera equipment. And so people that make claims about the mythological Rahu being what's blocking it can suck a tree.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if you saw recently. So there are a couple of recent new pieces of news. So they've just spotted a new comet that will pass very, very close to the sun and very, very close to Earth. In fact, this is a prediction. What do the flat earthers think is happening there? How can we predict this far out? There's also a Japanese astronomer who captured an image of a meteorite impact on the dark side of the moon, throwing up a cloud into the sunlight.
Ooh.
So you get this cloud erupting into the sunlight. It's very, very cool. This that's on Anton Petrov's channel in the last couple of weeks. So
that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So we have footage of this impact on the dark moon. Well, on a bit of the moon that's facing us, but while it was in darkness. It's just
and it kicked the dust into the light.
Yes,
that is pretty cool. All right. The Stringer News One says, by Flurf logic, the southern pole is in Poland.
Southern Poland.
Southern. Luke Filewalker says that's a tasty word salad from Witsit.
Yes.
Do you people in the chat?
Centrifugal divergence.
Oh my gosh. Something is rotating then?
Yes.
And so he looks at that picture of magnetic flux, and he thinks it's rotating. That's why he looks at that, he's like, it's rotating.
No. The fact that there's no motion there.
He doesn't understand the word flux. He thinks flux means motion in that sense. Industrial Nerd says, thanks, Bob. That probably was when he mentioned Bob. Tim Pryor says, Austin, you're literally arguing with somebody that has a job depending on gravity, and you mean nothing in the real world. So yes, we will laugh.
Yeah. I don't, sort of this stuff about, they think I'm a horrible person. They don't like the way I behave. I don't care. I just don't, because they're out there lying, and they're lying to some vulnerable people, like that Caleb FE guy you had, is on the other week, who seems like a reasonable enough and intelligent person, and is wasting his life on this fucking nonsense because he thinks that Witsit is cool. Just absolute. It's tragic.
Yeah, I there are some that I, they're just dumb, but some that I'm like, you're a victim, and I feel bad for you. Caleb, I feel bad for Caleb. Like he doesn't. I don't think he needs to be in this, and he's getting roped in deeper and deeper, and it's going to damage his him in many ways. He won't know until.
Flat Sabbath is right. The truth is not nonsense, but the truth is that the Earth is spheroidal.
Yeah.
And it cannot be flat. He's a flat earther anyway.
Stringer News One says Witsit is a cam girl for stupid people. And then Glenn Collins says Austin equals. Is that a drooping rose emoji? Is that what that? It says. Hold on. There's a little. I can't read it because it's overlapping something. Well, thank you for that one, Glenn. Earth is Life says, Witsit, you lied about knowing a flat Earth seismologist. Yeah.
I'd really like to know who that is.
He's got a YouTube channel. That's where he publishes all of his peer-reviewed work.
Yeah.
Lael says, when it comes to readings for earthquakes and their tools, I could admit that I have an IQ of 5, so I defer to Tony's knowledge for answers.
Yeah. Well, I mean, IQ is not necessarily subject dependent.
I don't think Austin likes to brag about IQ, but that's not the measure. For one measure would be if you make a claim, your ability to back it up with evidence. I think that's a good measure.
And that's the that's the feature. You can be as intelligent as you want. Doesn't stop you from being delusional.
Yeah. Plenty of intelligent people have had problems with matching reality. Tesla himself had some issues as he got older.
Yeah, right. Quite significant ones. And even at his best, he was never that good.
No.
He was quite a good the electrical technician, but not a physicist, on any or scientist.
He never really claimed it. And when flat earthers put up a quote by Tesla, who was complaining about people, Einstein specifically, I think, doing things with math and all that as if it's not valid, like, why? That's just an appeal to authority. Where's the evidence for it? Right? They honor Tesla, they venerate him, and like Tesla didn't think the Earth was flat.
Yeah.
They put up that quote that isn't from Tesla about Earth being a realm. That's a lie.
Yes.
Tesla spoke at multiple times about the Earth being a globe, and his electrical distribution mechanism that he was trying to do relied on the Earth being a globe, being able to propagate an electrical signal in the upper atmosphere at a certain frequency because the Earth was a globe and it took a certain amount of time to go around it. All right. Geez. The Casual Engineer has a $10 super sticker that says thank you. Well, thank you very much, Casual Engineer. Caucasian Sensation says best stream ever. Witsit your toast. Flanker 420 again comes in with, I think fundamentalist views is the drive for all of this nonsense. Did anyone else catch his bigoted remarks? Gross. Yeah, and he is a religious fundamentalist. And certainly, to be clear, there are many religious fundamentalists that are not flat earthers. But by a large amount, flat earthers tend to be religious fundamentalists. So that is, again, unintelligent people and religious fundamentalists are their target market. Ableist says...
Flat Sabbath. I just want to respond to Flat Sabbath, who claims that all we do is call the truth stupid. No, I presented quite significant evidence suggesting that that a flat Earth geometry cannot be reconciled with the observations. I showed the distance formula and the fact that it's always accurate. I showed seismic models and the way that they're always consistent with they're always very accurate in their predictions. I showed a bunch of observational evidence. I didn't just say that flat Earth was stupid. I produced evidence, and if you're going to lie about that, you may as well not be here.
Got to lie to flirt.
Yep. Kitsune Cavalier points out that Linus Pauling apparently won 2 Nobel Prizes, but then went off the deep end and claimed that vitamins cure cancer. Yeah, anybody.
The fact that somebody won a Nobel Prize and then in some other thing made some claims is an appeal to authority.
Yes, Nash, for instance, won a Nobel Prize for economics, but he suffered from schizophrenia. It's a lot of these things happen.
Emerson Biggins said that the eclipse is right over their house and offered that I could stay there. Well, thank you for that. I don't know what I'm going to do. If we do go, we'll probably bring the camper and camp there somewhere in the vicinity. I love this. Ableist says Witless is pretentious and hates being called that. Great work, gentlemen. Yeah, pretentious is a great adjective for him, and he hates it. Steve Bauman says, is there a explanation for why water seeks its own level? If there is one, I've never heard it, but I bet it's a hoot. Most of the stuff boils down to things just go down.
Mhm.
That's when you really start to try to peel back the layers of the onion, they just get to stuff goes down, or that's where it wants to be, or that's its natural position. So
Yeah, it's some sort of equilibrium, density-induced equilibrium that they want to be there. And, it's weird because if for instance, I take this object and I put my phone on it, it doesn't fall. That's weird. It's even though this is denser than the box. So, what's going on? It's a ridiculous concept. There are multiple forces acting on everything, including, mechanical forces, centrifugal forces, etc., etc. But when we add them all up, we still need ultimately a gravitational acceleration to explain how things move.
And yet he is happy saying centrifugal divergence is a thing. It's not. It's just words that don't really have a relationship to each other and certainly don't have any empirical evidence. So he'll hand wave dismiss empirical measurements and replace it with nonsense phrases.
Yeah.
Judy Bassett says, due to his last video, I won't donate to Jose JG. Yeah.
That may. So Jose and I have had a tempestuous relationship. Some time ago, he came into a stream where I was, and he started making claims that were just fallacious. He was in his you need to do experiments yourself. You need to confirm for yourself. You shouldn't take other people's words for it. And I was outraged by what he was saying, and we got into an argument. And as a result, I've never felt comfortable on that channel ever since. That was Terry Terry Davies channel. I've never felt comfortable going back there. And ever since, Jose has made it a point, if I am appearing, for instance, on Blue Marbles channel, he'll drop into the Discord server to sort of fire me up because he knows I don't like him. So I feel like he just goes out of his way to attack me and to sort of force me to engage with him, when really what I want to do is just ignore him and pretend that he doesn't exist. I don't get on with him. I never have. And in my opinion, I think the community are very lenient on what are, to me, quite disturbing character flaws, but whatever. That's just me. Jose and I haven't got along, and he shouldn't be surprised that if he comes in and starts addressing comments at me, I'm going to call him a fuckwit, because that's what I think he is.
Jose, do better. Come on. Do better, Jose. You can. I agree that you don't need to do the experiments yourself. Go ahead and do it, but that's not a necessity of science. The people that designed this phone did not go and do all of the experiments to confirm all of the different physical properties of everything in order to design the phone. They didn't personally verify quantum tunneling. They just designed the circuits based on the previously done quantum tunneling experiments that other people did. And somehow they still were able to make this phone.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That's exactly right. Bob the Science Guy says that he does experiments himself in many cases and they don't care. And that's the other side of it. They don't actually care whether or not you did the experiments yourself. So they're just using that as a sort of a get out of jail free card if they...
it's one part of their denialism playbook.
Yeah. Bob the Science Guy and Blue Marble Science in particular both deserve, and yourself, sorry, I shouldn't exclude you, deserve a lot of credit for the amount of effort that you put in to practically and emphatically demonstrating that flat Earth is impossible. And Jesse Kozlowski and the other surveyors as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's really nice to have that sort of resources in this community. So thank you, all of the above named.
In reality, all you need is to look outside at nighttime, and if it's dark, the Earth can't be flat.
Yes.
They still have no explanation. None of their stuff actually works when they try. So the Copper Inquarter, I did see that your name is the Copper Inquarter on Discord. I did not see, I looked for a little bit to see if I could find you on my Discord server. I could not find it, but I'm MC Toon on my Discord server. You should be able to find me there, and then we can talk. Let me get a few more here, and we're getting close to the end. The Sun Express says Cam Girl Witsit should sell his bathwater for money. Gross.
It would be one way to support his family.
Oh my gosh.
That is more constructive than what he's doing.
Joe H says, now that Tony's been empirically confirmed to be an orange, consider this my pre-order for a half gallon of fresh squeezed Tony juice. No pulp.
Again, I think conversations down this line can easily turn into grooming conversations. I don't think with a 13-year-old in the call we should explore this any further.
Yep. Mr. E-Man says anyone can be wrong, acknowledge when you're wrong, and learn. Now, industrial nerd, being that you are you basically have to do whatever the queen says. I mean the king, because you are, we got rid of them, but you just kind of whatever. I'm kidding. Industrial nerd says Tony, say Worcestershire sauce correctly.
Worcestershire sauce.
Worcestershire.
Yes.
And I think the other day I said it, and that's about how I said it. Worcestershire.
Oh, okay.
Worcestershire. Worcestershire.
Yeah.
So.
The English, the name Chumley that you may have heard.
Chumley.
The surname Chumley.
Yeah, I've seen Pawn Stars.
Cholmundley.
Oh.
So it's actually spelled Cholmundley, but it's pronounced Chumley. And,
nice.
And St. The name St. Might at first glance look like St. John, Stjon, but it's actually pronounced St.
Mm. And we pronounce the long A. We say saint, not sint.
Yeah, well, yes.
And then the final one from Stringer News 1 says pretentious but rubbish. It's taken by Top Gear. Well, my goodness, Witsit, what a ride this has been. Tony, it was, sometimes I'm like, oh, I don't know who this person is that's going to debate Witsit. I hope it's good. But when I saw you, I'm like, that's going to be a great show. And indeed it was.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for all the support. I feel like I could have done better. I did make a couple of misstatements, but which of course Witsit latched onto. But nobody's perfect, so.
Yeah, there's always opportunities to improve, but in a flat earther, it never makes mistakes, and their model is always perfect. Of course, it's easy to be perfect when they don't have a model at all.
Yes, centrifugal divergence. What a lot of shit.
Just to boldly just put those words together and let it come out of his face hole.
Yes,
makes no sense. Not even on their model, because the weakest part of the magnetic field would be, over the South Pole. Of course, it's not measured there, but take it for that. And then just to throw centrifugal divergence.
Yes.
And he said centripetal something else.
Convergence. Probably.
Yes.
Like it's just...
So what's rotating? There's a vortex in the middle of every magnet? You mean a rotating vortex? Sorry, no.
No. The magnetic, the field lines are kind of are stationary.
Yeah.
I got a new toy. I can show you.
All right. I wonder what the toy is. Is it a Witsit bobblehead?
It's not a Witsit bobblehead.
Good.
It's ferromagnetic. Oh, it's ferromagnetic fluid.
Oh, nice.
But,
look at all of that centripetal convergence. Whatever that is.
So it's just, the fact that you can, and he'll throw those terms together, and then he'll, reference some deranged nutbar's website, like,
Ken
Blue
Wheeler.
Marble Science says he thinks it's oral flagellation if it came out of Witsit. It was pretty nonsensical. It's
he has said
centrifugal divergence seems to be a Ken Wheeler term. Okay.
Well, yeah, he admitted it. It was from Ken Wheeler, and that's why he said he knew I would laugh at him, and yet he still said it. Like Ken Wheeler, if you don't know, Ken Wheeler's got a YouTube channel, and it's not named Ken Wheeler. I don't know what it's called. I can't pronounce it. I don't care. I'm not going to try. He just sits there and just spouts nonsense about light, photons, electrons.
I think I saw him mentioned on Planet Walk.
Yeah,
where he was talking about spherical harmonics.
Yep.
Without obviously understanding what spherical harmonics even are, they're mathematical functions for describing a conservative field on a spherical surface or in spherical coordinates. Nothing to do with anything he was prattling about. So the guy was just.
But Ken will just sit there in a live stream and just go and go and go, and there's no background for any of it.
Yeah.
Right. No empirical evidence.
AB Science debunked Ken Wheeler pretty emphatically.
AB Science's debunks are fantastic. So, well, I am going to read this one from Ableist and then head out here. It says, "This Canadian knights you, Sir Tony." A bunch of emojis.
Thank you.
There you go. Well, people, thank you very much. I have on Tuesday a debate with, I can't believe he wanted another one, Chris Van Am. He actually wanted another one. So, and then I have another one set up for a week from Tuesday with Marissa, who put up a flat earth billboard in 2017 in Oklahoma, I think. So that should be a good one. That'll be a pretty, it'll be interesting, but it won't be fiery. So anyway, people, thank you very much. Thank you, Tony. It's been a lot of fun. So
thank you very much.
We'll see you all later. Bye. And the outro worked. Bonus. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.